struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this in my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this in my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? thousand days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. Ooh, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and we don't care. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be, never be. No more windy days. Come back, I'm gonna find a way. Yeah, back to me. You're gonna be a old winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a old winter, baby, without you here with me. So come on back. Baby, don't keep me waiting. Don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. Baby, pick up the phone. Don't leave me all alone. I don't want to be alone. When are you coming home? Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes it is. Come on, baby. You're gonna be a old winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. You're gonna be a old winter, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey,
haven't found the one, or never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song.
A little bit earlier than expected, but a warm welcome back to Dream League Season 1 of Division 2 here. We are on the Earth stream today with me and Winter, and we're going to take you through more group stage matches. First match of the day, Hunters versus Raw. The one representative from China, if I'm not mistaken, they are playing this Division 2 on ping because they didn't come to Europe to play. They're just raw dogging it from China server, 160 ping. Let's see how it all pans out. But of course, up against them are going to be Hunters. This South American team has looked pretty decent, but have had their ups and downs so far. We're just gonna hop straight into the draft because we have that already. The players, the teams, they just couldn't wait. They wanted to get started ASAP. So we have that. We're gonna hop in and see what we have in store for us, Winter. Now we do know Hunters, they love their Shadow Fiend, which is why it's banned out starting the draft for Raw with Jakiro and Storm Spirit picked up by Hunters.
Shadowfiend team.
Yeah.
Shadowfiend carry seems to be like the stronger one right now. Not
Really?
the spellcasting carry. Spellcasting mid. I don't know, based on win rates. I actually thought that the mid SF with the spell build would be the one that is the go-to one instead of the safe lane SF.
Yeah,
Because the
same.
safe lane one kind of got nerfed more than the spell SF.
Was it the lasting presence that got nerfed?
Yeah, they removed some armor as well. I think one armor they removed. Yeah.
Classic. Gotta do it for the culture. Now, we haven't actually had the chance to cast Raw Gaming just yet between the both of us, but some familiar names. You got Ulu, Butterfly Effect, Sheng Si, and Red Panda on the spot. I'm not too familiar with their position 4, but either way, these are regular names in the Chinese close qualifiers scene, right? It's always at least Ulu, Butterfly Effect. I feel like these two have stuck together for a long time. And Red Panda, he's been around. Sheng Si, I think one of the more new faces to the off lane role. But just nothing really sticks out to me about this team other than the fact that Butterfly Effect is a kind of not as powerful version of emo in my mind. He has these games where he can absolutely pop off, and there are some games where he just kind of crumbles and looks a bit sad. And this Ember Spirit might be that type of hero, right? Has very high highs, it's pretty low lows.
Well, I'll tell you, Scaraf is not a hero you want to play with ping. I've tried it before. It's difficult. I mean, there's
Is
a
it
lot of
just
like
the
targeting.
instant silence or whatnot?
Yeah, you have to click so many targeting spells, right? Especially with ping, it can be very, very annoying, you know. I think it's not easy to play. Like a hero that's easy to play with ping is kind of like something like more straightforward. Like a Jakiro, right? Jakiro is like, it's more simple, you know. Like
Yeah.
anything with targeted spells on ping is, that is hard.
Yeah.
That was a nice
Well,
screensaver.
Don't call him out like that. Let's just move on. I will say Skyref is a little bit difficult, I agree, but maybe that's why they picked the Ember, right? It's a great matchup into the Storm Spirit if you're confident enough to run that 50-50. And it's not like the storm can zip out anyway if you get Searing Chained. So you Searing Chain, you don't really need to aim so hard. You just drop the Mystic Flare, click the silence on the one guy who's stuck there, which is why we see the Oracle come out. This is a MJZ classic. It's one of his favorite support heroes, so it's not a surprise that we're gonna see that picked up here.
It's a very good game for it. High magic damage from Jakiro and Skyraf. Fate's Edict is going to block that out. And you can also dispel the silence on your teammate. You can dispel the chains. You can dispel the dual breath. So this is one of the better Oracle games you are going to get.
Also,
I mean,
now you have a
Storm is
Bristleback.
going to love it. Now he knows where the rune is spawning.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. But I feel like there's so many mind games. On paper, the Oracle innate should give you an advantage. But then you can just kind of watch where the storm is going, right? Like if he's moving towards top, if he's trying to control that area, then you know the Oracle has already told him the rune will be there. Maybe it gives Raw a chance to
You know the
counteract or contest
strat
that.
is to
What's the
hide
strat?
the core. The strat is to hide the core hero. So you got two supports coming in at 6 minutes. You place them on one side each, so the enemy doesn't know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And
And
you don't know where the
you
last
don't
piece is
show
coming.
you don't show where the storm is going.
Okay, cool. We'll see whether that ends up being the case. I think also very important is which one of these spirit brothers gets their ultimate first, right? It's very scary because the only form of initiation that Storm Spirit has is the zip. Where Ember Spirit, I think he can do it from a bit longer range with the Searing Chains and Slight, but yeah, we'll see. I think the Storm, if he gets level 6 on the rune fight, these supports are going to be mincemeat. Same the other way. Templar Assassin, a great matchup into Bristleback. High physical damage that the Oracle can't really protect you against. You're gonna have to commit a false promise.
Yeah, the silence is also very annoying. The shard on the TA, very good against Storm, very good against Snapfire, very good against Oracle as well. So this is a very, very nice pick here by Raw Gaming. All they need now is a beefcake, right? Someone to tank, someone to stand
Yeah,
in front.
they need the meat in the buns, or maybe the
Just the
bun
meat,
in the
not the buns.
yeah. I don't know. Would you consider an off-lane aura builder tank the bun or the meat? Maybe it's the bun, just because he's up in front and he's soaking in all the pressure and all that.
So the
He's got
carry is
a
the meat.
the carries the meat, yeah, because that's where the juice comes from. You know what I'm saying?
So the supports are the mustard, the chili
Yeah,
sauce.
you got a little mustard, chili sauce,
What's
drizzle
the
in
mid
some
laner?
seasoning. You got some spicy hot and
So
cold
what's the
sauce
mid
from
laner?
Jakiro.
The
Mid
secondary
lane,
protein.
the mid lane's that extra special spice. Sometimes you get like a burger. If there's nothing special in it, it's not going to fly. You need like maybe a sneaky strip of bacon or some sort of shiitake mushroom in the middle, and that really
Egg.
makes it a complete piece. Yeah.
Why
Oh
can't
yeah,
it?
egg could be
Why
good.
can't
Egg
it
could be
just
good.
be an egg? You know,
Yeah, but egg is so plain. I feel like mid laners like to be a bit flashier than that.
egg
Ember
makes
Spirit,
everything
Storm
work.
Spirit. That's true.
Ember Spirit and Storm, they make everything work. They're like an egg.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Not very niche these days. I think the Spirit Brothers, specifically Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, all mainstay mid selections. Raw, they seem to be, apart from the Ember Spirit, I think I'd like to see one more type of initiation. The Night Stalker is going to fit that bill perfectly and make the Oracle's life very, very difficult. So now you have a TA spotting you out with traps. You got Night Stalker with the flying vision. Hunters, this last pick carry is going to have to do a lot of work in the lane. If not, it might get run over by the Sky Night Stalker.
I mean, the Night Stalker is like kind of like I mean, it's really good against the Oracle and Storm, but their heroes are very, I don't know, single target.
Yeah,
Ember, TA, and Night Stalker. I mean, the only thing that's AOE is like remotely closer to AOE is like a Macropire. I mean, all these type of heroes, I think when it comes to a head-on team fight, it is not going to be that easy if you don't have like some sort of lead, some sort of snowball. I
sure.
feel like that's a reason why we don't see a lot of this type of cores together. I think Night Stalker is definitely great here with the silence against Oracle, Snap, and Storm, but with their lineup, it's kind of like it has to be snowbally. If the game is ever 50-50 or they're behind, He's gonna be so difficult to play this sort of lineup.
Yeah, I agree. And we'll see what hunters
You
choose
know
to respond
what?
with in the last pick.
You know what I would do? I would put the Bristleback as a carry and pick a Venomancer and be happy.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I was just
Venom
thinking
against
maybe it could be a
NS
Lumiere
TA.
bristleback as well.
Yeah, Venom against NS and TA. Sounds pretty good. Nope, they go for the elk. A lot more minus armor. This is like I think one of the best combination with Oracle. When you false promise, you want the hero to be able to abuse the healing M and the regen M. Alchemist is probably one of the best for it. I think that's elk, that's troll. Those are the two best ones.
It seems a bit scary though, because with the Alchemist, I think one of his weaknesses as a carry is he's not the highest armor hero, and you already have the TA on one side, right? Is that not going to be a bit of a concern for you?
Yes, it is a concern. You're
Okay.
probably going to have to address it I mean, normally the build up is like you have Radiance, Manta, and you have to definitely think of whether you should buy BKB. You kind of also need BKB this game.
Yeah.
You're going to need BKB, you're going to need AC, Shivas, so a lot of armor items. And obviously, you hope that your supports are going to build a Solar Crest, which is really, really good this game. Probably coming out from, I would say, the Snap wants to get it.
Yeah. This is also interesting because in the past we would see MJZ pick up that Oracle every single time. But because now he's swapped over from the 5 to the 4, it makes a bit more sense for him to be on the Snapfire. Sometimes we see teams switch things up, right? Sometimes if the position 4 player is more comfortable on the position 5 hero, they just kind of switch lanes, switch heroes. But MJZ going to give up the chance to play one of his Sigis here. Yeah, most likely going to be a Solar Crest. I'm just worried because there's a lot of armor issues on the side of Hunters, right? It's the Bristleback you're hoping can soak up a lot of the front. Let's see how it all plays out here. Raw Gaming, I'm a bit worried about their draft because they have very powerful tools. But like you said, Winter, if they don't get off to a snowballing start, they might just get out-farmed and run over by the Hunters lineup.
It's mainly the team fight. It was very hard to play the team fights because the way they're playing the team fights is gonna be
Mm-hmm.
hoping that they pick up one hero here with the chains into Skyrath ultimate. Then the
Sure.
TA wants to blow someone up, but at the same time you gotta make sure you nullify the Oracle because the Oracle kind of counters a lot of your damage source coming from the Jakiro, the Skyrath, and
Yeah.
to a certain extent the Ember, right? So all these BB Elk, very very tanky heroes, they are going to be very hard to kill if the Oracle has Fate's Edict on them. I think Lotus is also very good on the Hunter Z side. You can buy the Lotus probably on the Bristle. I kind of expect him to maybe get it as a first item. The plate mail is good against TA. You have armor and the dispel against the Ember and the Skyrath. So it's a very very strong item here.
Absolutely. See how it all plays out here. Raw Gaming. They are currently 1-1. Both these teams are similar in the sense that they beat Navi Junior, but I think at this point, Navi Junior definitely appear to be at the bottom of the pack for Group B, right? This is going to be quite important because if you're trying to start out in the playoffs in the upper bracket, you want to secure those first 4 slots. We're not even at the point where we're discussing the top 4 places going to Dream League just yet. It's a long way to go. We're not even halfway in the group stage. There's a lot more that you can do to kind of salvage your position, and it'll start here with a win for both of these squads. Hunters currently 1-1, same score for Raw Gaming. Hunters getting a bit of an advantage there just because they have more overall map wins. So Raw Gaming, they want to seal the deal quick if possible.
That cheeky little play there tried to get 3 runes on the Hunter side. Out was like solo smoked bottom side. They have 2 heroes top rune, enemy jungle, 2 heroes on their top side, river rune, and the elk was trying to just steal the bottom rune. It was a nice attempt.
Yeah.
I kind of like that move.
Goes.
I'm gonna try that move. It looks like a high probability of succeeding move. I think
Yeah.
this kind of move you can actually catch people out. Like I think maybe once in 2 3 games you're gonna get like 3 runes.
Yeah, and you don't really lose a lot from it, right? Because you might think, okay, I have to spend a smoke, it's 50 gold, it's a bit painful, but most of the time you'll be smoked out with your team anyway. And worst case, it's like, it's nothing because he already has the seed money, so he has a lot more starting resources. Lumiere
Yeah,
getting
I
beat
mean
down pretty low though here in the lane.
the fact that he has a ward on top, so it's like a relatively safe thing. So like you said, he is very very low. already in this lane. I mean,
Yeah.
Elk and Oracle, they are very good in the mid game, in the team fights, but in the lane, they are not like the strongest, you know.
Yeah, this doesn't really seem like the most enjoyable time for Lumiere, already getting swatted away at by Sheng Si and Clove.
I mean, this is the problem of I think Oracle. Oracle has always been not the best laner. Like he's very very strong later in the game, but laning wise, definitely not the most stable. You can see that they're just bypassing the Oracle and just constantly pressuring the Elk, right? I mean, all
Yeah.
that seed money is gonna be gone, you know, at this rate. You know, you're spending south after south to stay in the lane.
Yeah. It's not the best lookout for the Elk, but that's the beautiful part about this hero. If he can get through the first few levels, if he can get that level 4, level 5, you could prepare a couple stacks for him. He's going to catapult up high in terms of net worth anyway. For now, only 4 CS on the board, not ideal, but this is also, you got to keep in mind, the Night Stalker's time to shine, right? With the Night Rain facet, he kind of dominates the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it also allows the Skyrath to be, you know, a little bit more free to what he wants to do. It's very rare that you see supports coming in to fight for the or to steal the 2 minute water rune.
Mhm.
And yeah, because the Night Stalker can kind of sit in the lane alone, he's not really in any danger of dying. It's also a weak lane, you know, Oracle plus Elk. And now the Storm is not going to have his bottle refilled. So this is definitely going to be annoying for him.
Yeah. Nice little play there. Small little things might tip the tide of the mid lane now that you can't refill that bottle. That's what you were talking about yesterday, Winter, how it's a lot more skill based. And this matchup mid lane, definitely skill based. Depends on each player's comfort as well, right? The Storm versus Ember.
I mean, this matchup is, I think usually it's okay for Ember, but with the new facet, obviously, I think Storm has a much better time, you know, with the slide. I think Ember, you can always try to dodge with the slide of his, try to avoid some remnant damage. But I think overall, both heroes are gonna get their farm. Maybe Storm should have a slight little advantage in terms of CS.
Yeah, that's what it looks like at the moment. 19 to 16, starting things out. And of course, thanks in part to the Skyref just consistently making these rotations as well. Look at Clove. He's just parked right in the bot side of the lane. Maybe trying to catch the Storm off guard. Wonderkid. He doesn't, he might have spotted it with the ward. So he's just trying to waste time, trying to bait in Clove. You know he's there though. Start with the chains. If he ends up dying to this, it would be painful stuff. But the TP coming through, Prada there to safeguard him. Wonderkid does have to watch how he aggresses, though. He thought for a moment about going on the Skyraf, but not going to find much
Yeah,
else
he
from
has
that.
to run. He has to run away from the TA. TA is level. Oh, sorry, not the TA. The Oracle is level 3. You know, so you can't fight the Oracle. So in the end, they got both runes. You know, Storm gets the rune this time, and Ember is the one that comes out with no refilled bottle. And in the
Yeah.
meantime, TA solo killed. I guess he killed the Bristleback.
Yeah, I think he had some help from the Jakiro, maybe a dual breath of Liquid Frost, but Vitali being left alone there with the rotation of MJZ cost him his life. Not really what you want to see from the Bristleback, but another hero that can recover with stacks later down the line, so, and not the biggest deal.
Yeah. Not a easy lane at all. You know, Jakiro and TA.
No.
I guess it's acceptable to die at least once in this lane. Like you look at that, you know, so much damage. Just one dual breath is very down to almost 1/3 of his hit points. You know. I mean, they do
This
also have a
Jakiro.
lot of kill potential on the Jakiro with the minus armor, but Bristol has to be careful here. He's
Yeah,
getting cookie
Bristleback in
out.
the top lane, getting chased down on a sliver of HP. Ulu trying to find him through the tree line and will be able to get the kill. MJZ now being dual breath down like this is just easy. Ulu able to make it a double.
The power of the Jakiro, that was a little bit of too much of an overextension there. They tried to actually kill the Jakiro there with stacking on the minus armor from the Shredder, and they were trying to dive him with the cool spray stacks, but just too difficult, you know. With Jakiro being next to the tower, he has an extra armor regen, and he's just too tanky.
One of the most, I feel like, significant things about Jakiro is that number one, for a int range support, he's kind of tanky, right? He's got a lot more strength gain than I think a lot of your other
Yeah.
spellcasters.
He has always been one of the more tanky range heroes, if not the most
Yeah.
tanky. I think him and Bane are kind of like they feel like range, but they're not. They look like
Yeah.
range, but they feel like melee.
Yeah,
They're very
big
tanky.
boss man, guardian of the lane, don't get past me. Wonder Kid does get the shield rune though, so he'll be very happy about that. Meanwhile, it is finally daytime, so Lumiere, he'll enjoy his time in the sun and a little bit less dominance from Sheng Si here. Still putting in some damage onto him, but he should be fine just farming away.
And this is the one of those few heroes that's still going for the helm right now, and the helm works really well
Oh,
with him. And
Lumiere,
now the
what
sky
is
is
he
here.
doing? I guess
He's
he
just
just
not
didn't
respecting.
expect.
He's not respecting them. But I think he
Does
should know that the sky should be around. You know, I mean, maybe he was trying to bait because the storm was coming over to help, but just played a little bit too aggressive there.
It's funny that Lumiere actually is the one who gets the last hit on the Night Stalker. It must have been some of the lingering damage from the acid spray or something like that. I'm not sure what exactly ticked him over.
He's trying to steal the rune, the shrine. They need backup. They need
Two
backup.
members
Oh,
here,
this is
they are
not
not
good.
going to be able to push them out. That is a very clean shrine steal. Nothing that Vitali and his two supports can do. Now, it does come at the cost of Ulu's courier that was holding a very juicy Ring of Bassi and Blade of Alacrity. So those are delayed for 1.5 minutes. Maybe you can try and take advantage of this TA not having her full net worth in power and bring the Storm up here to try and punish.
I mean, this is what a TA and Jakiro can do to you. They're so strong. It's very difficult to fight them if you don't bring your mid laner. If they somehow understand that the storm has no TP, TP is on cooldown, then you're gonna lose your shrine. You know, it's very hard to fight them off. You know, I mean, it is one of the few reasons why TA is such a strong hero the last whole year or so, because he's very good in
It's
this
like
sort of
in the mid
situation.
lane, getting caught is the Storm Spirit. The silence won't be enough to tick him down though. Wonder Kid now looking for that rune, goes for the invis,
Wow,
but sacrifices his life.
that was very nicely done by Small Panda, or Red Panda, Red Panda. He preemptively casted the ice path, then knowing that the storm might jump over there. That was very good. Sets up that kill. I'm sure he gets the rune, but definitely not worth it paying with your own life.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like so much pressure is on this Storm Spirit. Your side lanes have not gone according to plan, and he's the main person who needs to make action happen, but he's barely at his first few items as well, so he's going to take some time to farm up. Early laning stage seems to have gone the way of Raw Gaming. They're probably very happy about this current situation. Butterfly Effect chasing MJZ out of his own triangle will drop a deep ward. So the pressure continuing to mount here for Raw Gaming as they take a pretty decent medium camp stack here. That was probably meant for the Bristleback's recovery. Now that's not going to be an option.
Yeah, this is actually looking very bleak right now for the Bristleback. What is he supposed to do right now? The Storm wants to farm. The Elk also kind of is going to take a lot of farm, you know. So I think the next couple of minutes, and it's going to be really tough for them when the night phase kicks in. You know, Night Stalker is going to have his Dark Ascension and nighttime in 30 seconds, and they're going to be under a lot of pressure. How are they going to defend their territory, you know, especially the Ancients?
Level 6s on both supports here because of that Wisdom Shrine steal. So Macro Pyre and the Mystic Flare are online. This is a lot of magic damage that is going to blow heroes up. Your Oracle is nowhere near the state of the game where he can hide from a safe distance, cast his spells without being under threat. The second he shows himself, he's toast. Look at Butterfly Effect. He's just posturing so aggressively because he understands that he can be here.
They're
Ulu,
going to die. They're all
this
going to
is
die.
not going to work out for you. Nice Fate's Edict, but there's physical damage coming out as well. Prada
They're both level
can't
4, Mike.
keep. They don't have the spells. They don't have the HP, and they just don't have allies that can come through and help them. It's a double kill now for Butterfly Effect as Raw Gaming catching out the Storm Spirit and trampling all over the mid lane of Hunters.
Well, this looks like it might be a very quick game, you know, at this rate, you know. If I feel like if Storm doesn't find a way to make some moves, you know, he number one, he needs to give the lane to the supports to get level 6, especially the snap, so they can actually look for kills on the map. You know, at this rate, if the supports can't really find levels, there's not much they can do, you know. The Elk and the Bristol, they want to farm. They don't want to fight right now. The Storm needs to bring the supports to fight.
They need that Mortimer's Kisses desperately, but You talk about giving them a lane, there's not much of a lane left. The mid lane tier 1 tower is gone, and look at how far up this Ember Spirit is playing.
He knows he can't die, you know. There's nothing like the only real threat is the Elk stun, I feel. As long as he doesn't get hit by the Elk stun, it's so hard for them to actually kill the Ember Spirit.
I feel like they haven't really been able to punish Sheng Si here in the bot lane, despite it being daytime the past maybe 5, 6
He also
minutes.
has like Vessel already, you know, so he has a lot of damage. Slide chains into Vessel, just dealing a ton of damage.
MJZ surviving a little bit there. He's still quite tanky on the Snapfire. They didn't want to commit fully. Wonderkid having that AD rune brewed up in the pocket. They understand they don't need to take these chances. They're still exerting so much pressure.
Night Stalker hasn't really left his lane yet, so kind of was expecting him to be a lot more active. But they are choosing to occupy the Ancients with the TA, just trying to farm the map as much as possible instead of like trying to rush things and go for bringing numbers to go for the bottom tower. You know, that was what I thought would happen. They're
They're
bringing
going to
in
connect
the
to the
Ember.
Night Stalker now. Into
Yep.
the Elk in the bot lane. He is
Level
going to
5
get saved
Oracle.
momentarily, but you don't have the false promise, and there's no way for Prada to bail him out. More chasers coming through as Prada is going to drop as well. This is what they were waiting for. They were hoping that the Elk and the Oracle would stick around, feeling a bit comfortable, thinking that Raw Gaming was still occupying the triangle of Hunters, and instead now they're going to finally take this tier 1.
This is going to start getting very, very small for them, you know, the map for Hunter Z. I mean, they have the snap ulti already, so they definitely need to try and do something with the snap ulti. Try to go for any kill, you know. Even if you can only kill the Sky or the Jakiro, you go for it.
Absolutely.
This is desperate times.
They see Ulu up here. This could be a target. They know Raw Gaming was largely situated in the bot side to punish that Alchemist. Ulu going to walk up now. This could be a trap, but the TA pumping out quite a lot of damage with that freshly picked up Deso. It was a bait. Ulu now in some trouble. Gonna get reined in on by the Mortimer's Kisses and ends up going down. That is the biggest possible kill you can find. And Wonderkid zipping in for more. But here Sheng Si with the chase. Mystic Flare will finish him off. The Ember on the front lines getting chain stunned up. Needs a remnant out of here. Nice silence to cover from Sheng Si. They don't have a way of continuing to chase. And in comes Small Panda, ready to punish Lumiere with the backup of the Oracle. But Prada, he still doesn't have that level 6. He doesn't have the false promise, and the Elk is starting to take a lot of damage. Ends up stunning himself, chained up, and Butterfly Effect will cut him down. You use the false promise, but on yourself. This is not what Hunters wanted. It's going to be a full team wipe for the cost of the TA. It's not ideal for Raw Gaming, but you take that all day.
They're getting the shrine as well again, you know. Like this is so bad for Hunters.
Clove.
Oh my god,
I
double
thought he
ice
was gonna
path.
go down. Not even the case. The shield of the Scion keeping him alive. Pumps out the magic damage. Gets a nice shield himself. And Sheng Si blocks off the exit for the Bristleback. More heroes going down in total. Hunters just lost like 7 heroes. A Shrine of Wisdom within the span of 2.5 minutes.
The thing they got was the TA kill.
Yeah,
if I'm not
literally.
wrong, that was the
They didn't
only,
even get any objective or stuff like that. That's tough.
That's too steep of a price. You know, they need to bargain. That is too
Yeah.
expensive for one TA.
Yeah, they need to try and, negotiate with their Chinese overlords right now, because Raw Gaming looking monstrous here in this game, number 1. A 9k gold lead at the 15-minute mark. Winter, if I told you one of these drafts had an Alchemist, you would not believe it's the one that's behind right now, but their lanes just a bit too weak. They didn't account for how strong Raw Gaming would be straight out the gates.
Yeah, I mean, this Oracle seems to be really, really good in this game, but just the laning part, you know, they can't really get through the laning phase, you know, with this Oracle and Elk. And not to mention the Bristleback and Snap also kind of suffered a lot, you know, against the Jakiro TA. I think Storm was the only one that kind of had a 50-50 lane.
Yeah.
It's tough, you know, when you can't play the lane and now everything has snowballed out of control. This is like the best possible start. When you win your lanes, you want to take away the wisdom shrines from your opponent. And this is sort of the results of the side lanes going very, very poorly for Hunters.
Yeah. It's becoming so hard to push out any of these raw gaming heroes. It really feels like you need the Mortimer's Kisses to get any kill. Mid lane, who have they found here? Sheng Si on the chase onto the Storm Spirit, but he's able to zip away. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect killing Lumiere under his tier 2, and they're not done. Sheng Si will just kill off Prada, doesn't even want to use the False Promise, and the Night Stalker still on the hunt with his freshly picked up Blink Dagger. Won't choose to chase any further. I mean, everywhere you look, Hunters, they're just losing bodies.
I mean, even the supports have so many items. Skyruff has Mech completed. Jakiro has a Solar Crest completed. And this is actually just a Pyrvis, not a Solar Crest. This is just looking really, really bad. Even the supports are closing in onto your net worth, equal as your cores.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. Clove is currently 1,000 gold behind the Bristleback and will get closer now that Raw Gaming, they're making an attempt on this Roshan. And I say attempt mostly because, why haven't they done it any sooner? Their lineup is so strong. Now, Clove on the front line, getting caught out. Has a mech, though, which is not what you see a lot from the Skyref Mage. Keeps him alive momentarily. This could be troublesome now. It is daytime. Lumiere in the pit. Ulu, he's getting chained down,
they
and
steal it.
Lumiere will get the Aegis. A bit of a blunder there from Raw Gaming, walking up to the high ground and maybe not expecting Hunters to come contest them at the pit. But because of this, the steal, it changes everything.
They got the Aegis, they got the last hit, they got the kill on TA, they got the buyback from Skyruff. This is really, really bad. This is as big of a blunder as you can hope for, if you're Hunters. I mean, somehow Raw Gaming kind of... I mean, this is the thing, Roshan is not easy to kill anymore. And even if you have like a TA with Desolator, Dragonlance, and you don't have Dark Ascension, it kind of feels like it was a risky thing to do. They overestimated how much damage they have, to kill Roshan.
Yeah, it's
pays
kind
a
of
huge
weird
price for it.
because, like, if you waited maybe 30 seconds, you would have that Dark Ascension from the Night Stalker. So even if the side of Hunters tried to contest, you would have that all-powerful teamfight ultimate, black out the skies. It's very hard for them to fight, but it's bright as day. And Lumiere sees the path straight into the Roche, walks right in there, pops the Chemical Rage. They use most of their spells to try and deal with the Roche, so they don't have anything to actually cut down the Alchemist. And now he has the second life that they need to worry about. This game, I want to say, is as good as even at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's no longer Raw Gaming in favor, even though they still have like a 4K net worth right now. I mean, they kind of have to recover quickly. They need to keep the ball rolling, with this NS ultimate. Keep going for kills. They can't go for like a slow-paced game where they need to trade farm. Even
Interesting
against the
item build
Aegis.
here.
On the
Nightstalk
Ember?
ultimate coming through. Found
You mean the
MJZ.
Ember rushing Axe?
No, I was gonna say the Storm Spirit went for Yasha Kaya, and now he's gonna dismantle his Yasha Kaya for the Manta style. Which I guess makes sense with the silencers coming out, right? You need that cheap dispel, and the Yules doesn't feel very good into the Jakiro, I want to say.
Well, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah,
I
right?
assume
Like,
use would be the more common
Yeah.
item because it's way cheaper.
yeah, I think he initially got the Kaya, and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll just build up a Yasha, get like a little boost in terms of this combined item, and then I can conveniently... Realistically speaking, you're only paying the cost of the Yasha and now the recipe, right? It's like,
I guess.
yeah, right. This is like some girl math or something. It's a discount.
Yeah, I also
if you really
I
want to think about it.
I kind of like the locket on Storm a lot more nowadays.
Yeah.
I've seen some players do it a lot. I think it's a
Okay,
very
but
new.
hold that thought
new
on the
thing.
itemization. We might have another contest because the scan that comes through, and they are aware that Raw Gaming are on this Tormentor, but immediately evacuating with the TPs. Very smart. The courier will give away their location, but they're already out.
All important shot on the Jakiro. This is really, really nice for the Raw Gaming side. Damage output through the roof right now on the Jakiro.
Yeah, that's if he can stand still and hit, right? I don't know how realistic that is for Mr. Red Panda here
I think as
because
long as Night Stalker. Landstalker has Dark Ascension. If he's controlling the vision, I think that's gonna be enough for Jakiro to just run in and use his spells and hit
Start auto attacking and
the
shit, eh?
chart. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if you have a Dragon Lance. We saw it yesterday.
Yeah. And that Jakiro Kraker from Passion UA just going the sort of right click carry build every single time. Hey, Winter, you wanted to talk a little bit about this Ember build, right? The Aghanims first. Is there any particular reason why you think we're seeing it this game?
I think he just wants to kind of use the charges to initiate, because with the chain gang you can just use it from afar to initiate, right? You no longer have to use slide chains to initiate. Now you can start the fight from far away. Doesn't really put you at much risk, and your Sky and Jakiro can just lay onto them. Even the TA.
Sure. And it's a
It's
bit
not
more mana
very
intensive, but
I mean, it's not very common because I think you do a lot less damage compared to the what usually you get the like Kaya Sage, and you can just run in, or you get some Blade Mail or Shivas,
mhm.
I mean, I think this build is more about playing from the backlines, casting your remnants to set up with chains. I guess it kind of makes him a lot more tanky because you get more
Yeah,
HP, raw HP.
quite a lot of stats. Although I imagine you'd want to get some sort of armor item against the Alchemist Bristleback eventually, or maybe even a BKB.
Doesn't
Feels
look
a bit
like it.
bad this game, but
He's going for Octarine Core next. He just wants to play with his spells.
yeah. Spellcasting Ember. Ulu in this bot lane. Did they spot him? They, hmm. Okay. Well, I guess nighttime vision really isn't very extensive. They seem to think that there were heroes there on Raw Gaming, but couldn't find anyone. Here comes Sheng Si, finds Vitali in the jungle with his fresh BKB. The Night Stalker on the prowl right now, given that it is halfway into nighttime, wants to make things happen. I mean, after that Roche steal, I thought things were going to flow very easily to the way of Hunters, but they weren't really able to accomplish much with the Aegis. I think Raw Gaming did a decent job shoving out waves, dodging them. And then now, Raw Gaming in that time seemed to have been able to keep up the gold lead and extend it a little bit. Now they're back up to 6K. It feels like almost like that Roche mistake didn't even happen. Raw Gaming, they are somewhat biding their time, I guess, for the TA's next set of items, or maybe something in particular that I'm not seeing just yet.
I do feel like they're okay with not really fighting, on the hunter side. Even though they
Mm,
had the Aegis the last couple of minutes, because it's more like a recovery Aegis, right? And they're also denying it away from the TA. The TA could have played a lot more aggressive if they had the Aegis.
yeah.
So I think no matter what, this is a big win. Maybe not very obvious on the net worth side, but in terms of the big picture, in terms of lineup, in terms of strategy, I think this is a big win for them still.
Do you think that if this game drags on to maybe the mid-late game phase, do you think Hunters end up doing a lot better, or do you think they're happy with that situation? Because my impression of Alchemist is always that he hits an earlier peak than a lot of other carries, right? And once he hits that, then it starts to go downhill from there. Meanwhile, the TA has insane scaling capabilities.
Let's look at the shots. I mean, the scepters. Do they have very, very good scepters? Because when you talk about elk scaling, you need to talk about, do they have very good Aghanim scepters to boost up their team fight?
Sure.
I think Storm kind of has a very nice one.
The
Bristleback
Snapfire is
decent.
nice.
Yeah, Snapfire is definitely nice. Snapfire is definitely nice. I think the Oracle one is also, I think, pretty good.
Don't
The
really
only
see that
issue
a
is
lot these days.
you don't get to farm it on that hero. That's the
Yeah,
issue.
ever, no. And also, I think that if you're farming Aghanim Scepter on Oracle, your teammates are gonna flame you because, like, you don't have the items you need to be in position to save them anyway.
Yeah, usually you need to buy the dagger, you need to buy the lance, you need to buy glimmer, all those
Dude, I've
sort of.
seen Oracles go Shadow Blade
Yeah, I've
just
seen
to
that
like,
too.
right? Like, it's all
Pretty
about
common.
getting that ultimate off, and that's it.
It's especially useful against the zoo heroes. Like you don't do anything against creeps, right? If there's a Lycan in a game or Beastmaster, I think
Sure.
Shadowblade is usually useful in those sort of situations. Or you're playing into a Spectre where you can't show your hero.
Yeah, makes sense. You just press some spells and then you immediately Shadow Blade and they can't see you no more. Looks like there's a fight. Dark Ascension. They spot out MJZ. Nice little Ghost Scepter, keeping the Night Stalker at bay. The initiation is there. In jumps Alchemist though, trying to focus down onto Jakiro. Small Panda's gonna get eliminated. They weren't able to peel them off the Jakiro. Meanwhile, Shengsi on the front lines punching away. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now on the supports, but the Storm's still on the prowl. Chasing after this Skyref mage. You buy back on the Jakiro. Now with the BKBs out, it's a bit troublesome, but Lumiere's still slicing away. Butterfly Effect and Ulu have yet to really enter this fight. They've been playing it from a long distance. Lumiere now forced to pop his BKB, but his Chemical Rage is out. Mortimer's Kisses hoping to cover them. Dark Ascension is over, but MJZ, his Kisses get cancelled. Butterfly Effect finally coming into the fight and committing his real body, slowing down Vitali as MJZ gets swiped down from the sidelines. It might be daytime, but it doesn't seem to be a problem unless Ulu goes down here. A re-initiation from Wonderkid trying to burst down the TA, but it's not going to be enough damage. An Ice Path onto 2. The buyback paying off as they end up killing the Alchemist, and the Storm falls as well. Raw Gaming, they were patient with it. They kited out the spells. They lost a couple of supports, but with the buyback of the Jakiro, they're able to take control of that fight and win.
Yeah, it was still a pretty close fight initially, when they traded the Jakiro for the Oracle. Both teams understanding how important it is to eliminate those backliners, especially that Oracle. I think he did close to nothing that fight. He just got ran down by the Night Stalker BKB.
Yeah. No false promise, but it's one of those situations. Maybe a Ghost Scepter needed for this Oracle to survive. Now, a bit of deja vu as we see Raw Gaming after that successful fight heading into the Roche Pit. It's daytime, but this time round without the cause of the side of Hunters. They aren't able to contest, and Ulu gets his hands on that Aegis on the TA.
Finally, the item that eluded him the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. With this, the TA can play a lot more aggressively, maybe farm a couple more of those Deso charges. He picked up that item pretty early on, but all things considered, not really stacking up much just yet. Only 4 charges so far.
Imagine with 23 kills, he would have a lot more than 4 charges.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but realistically speaking, he actually hasn't taken part in a lot of the drama. 4, 2, and 3. It's mostly state farming.
Drama? Did you call him?
Yeah, as in he's, they're all just bashing heads, yelling at each other, throwing spells. It's a full-blown argument in some of these fights. And he's like, yeah, nah, I'm just gonna chill out, hit some creeps, you guys can miss me that shit.
He was part of the Aegis theft,
The big Roshan blunder, yes.
He was there, he died. He couldn't pick the Aegis, so I wouldn't say he wasn't part of any drama in this game.
No, that's true. In fact, the one time he joined, they lost the Roshan. Thinking. Butterfly Effect. Finds a little cheeky Snapfire trying to push the wave. He has so many remnants that you're not getting away from him. Nice little pick off there from the Ember in the bot lane on the snap.
Jakiro is just going to TP out. Just like that.
Nice. No stuns. What can you do? Chemical Rage popped. It seems like they want to flush the Ember out, but he's already got a good feeling that they're on their way. Will dodge out with a Remnant out to safety, and Lumiere won't be able to find him.
I'm surprised that the Elk decided not to go AC. He had the AC queue up, and then he changed it to his Orchid.
Maybe he just feels like they need a bit more damage to cut through some of these cores. I can see it. It's like a pseudo lockdown,
if
right?
he's not dying, it's kind of damage, with Radiance. Like, Elk is a hero where if you want to do damage, you want to be in the middle of things, right? You don't want to be running away.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess the AC helps him be in the middle of things even longer, right? It's weird though. I mean, Raw Gaming, we don't really have a lot of reference points for their fights, but in the bot fight that they were very successful in, they kind of ignored Lumiere until his BKB and Chemical Rage were over. They tried to look past him, snipe the back line, dance around the Alchemist. Nice timing though from Hunters. They get themselves the shard for Lumiere, so he now has access to the Berserk potion, able to bail someone out of a Skyref Silence or Chains or something like that.
Yeah, very useful stuff, especially if you have the Mixologist facet, makes it even stronger. Not this game.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of mixologists, even on your carry out,
Yeah.
It's a
But
very
do
strong
you
mid
lose
game
too much
timing.
with the
Yeah, I
seed
mean,
money?
you don't have the early bonus go for the lane, but mid late game, you are way stronger. Way, way stronger.
Bit of a setup here. Ulu has that
Yes,
second life, but
Aegis
doesn't know
though.
he's being watched. He does have that Aegis, but they want to eliminate it. Jumping onto this TA, the backup is there. TA hasn't even lost the first life yet, will finally drop. But SS, as well as the Ember Spirit, they're the ones being chased down. Was it just a bait? Ulu's gonna blink away. Nice
Go for
ice
the ice
path
path.
onto two. They're gonna catch this Vitali Bristleback. Prada still waiting on the false promise. He must have used it somewhere else already because he doesn't have it available. Vitali saved by the Fate's Edict. Nice defensive plays coming out from the Oracle. But now the Alchemist on the front lines just get melted by the TA.
Oh,
Now with the
triple
change
chains.
from the Remnant, it's clean. They cut through all the members of Hunters. Only the Storm and the Bristle survive.
And you see how weak the elk is to physical damage, right? If he doesn't have an AC,
Oh, he just
he's just
popped.
like dying so quickly, Even if he's standing in the acid, he has some extra armor, but that's like not really gonna help that much, against the TA and the Night Stalker right clicking you.
They just dive into absolute death there. They tried to full commit the Aegis, but I think Ulu, surviving for a bit too long, ends up being able to Hurricane Pike away closer to the triangle. Because of that, Hunters, they lose their grasp on that initial kill, and now they might find more here. Bristleback on the front lines might have a Lotus, but doesn't have help, and will get sliced down for more. Ulu still doesn't really have a lot of charges on that Deso somehow. 8 charges, even though he's been part of those kills. Maybe just not in range, or maybe didn't hit the targets that ended up going down. But whatever the case, that's a lane of racks, and they're looking to make it a double. Still don't have the Bristleback for 40 seconds at this point, so it'll be a 4v5 at best unless he wants to buy back.
And he's gonna buy back. He's going in with the elk. Can they kill the
Full commit
TA?
Ulu, but he has a BKB and is
Oh, good
able to
cookie.
back up and slice Wonder Kid. The cookie comes in, eliminating both supports, but Clove gonna buy back again. Ulu needs to find a way out of here, and with the help of Butterfly Effect's Chain Gang, they will hold back the aggression from Hunters. So it ends up being a buyback for a buyback. You don't really lose much else other than the supports, and you still kill off the Storm Spirit.
That was a super cookie there, landing on 3 heroes.
Yeah.
And they're gonna need a couple more of those cookies, Dark Ascension pop is running in.
Yeah.
He sees everything.
He's gonna see that cookie coming from a mile away. I don't know how super it can be right now. Gem on the Night Stalker as well, just clearing out some of their vision. It's like the chains on the Remnant not going to land. Just pop the ultimate to commit for the racks. Okay. I mean, it's good recognition. They know the Storm doesn't have any way back into the game right now. Second lane of
playing
racks
it
claimed
safe.
for Raw Gaming.
Take the Rex, back off, farm, wait for your next set of spells. Let's do some de-warding with the Night Stalker. It's not trying to overcommit. They understand that they can still throw the game away, but this out Storm, Bristleback, Tricore. One good fight, they could be just back in the game, They can defend against Mega Creeps pretty easily with their heroes, Elk and Bristleback.
17k gold lead though for Raw Gaming. They're holding on to those tight. They don't want to give any more ground to the side of Hunters. And, like you said, this trio is still formidable. When the Storm and the Alchemist jump in on the same target, Ulu has been close to death a few times at this point. And you don't really have any save on Raw Gaming. You got a mech on the Skyref Mage, Solar Crest, and
Solar,
Glimmer. That's
Fourth
about
Staff.
it, right?
I think the 4th
Plus if
staff
he's
is
facing the
gonna
right direction.
Yeah, the 4th staff is gonna be playing a huge role, One push, as long as you're dodging, say, a couple of kills damage, that could be life and death, for the TA.
Yeah, I mean, even just getting away from the Bristleback, who has now scaled up quite a ton, right? He has that serrated shift, Sanj and Yasha looking to finish his own BKB. A GD Pollen Bag being pointed out by our observer here. Pretty useful into the Alchemist. I feel like this is one of those neutral items that always gets forgotten about, because it doesn't really have the most obvious visual effect. It also never really feels like it does so much. You don't finish watching a fight and go like, wow, that GD Pollen Bag really ruined their day, but it cuts through a lot of the health regen that Alchemist needs to survive these fights.
Elk, Bristleback, Oracle, The GD Pollen Bag plus the Vessel.
Mid lane, Vitali
doesn't
getting
land the ice block.
slighted, but the rest of the team is smoked up behind him. Butterfly Effect just brazenly running in, silenced up now. He's just
Oh,
gonna get
Ember's down.
melted. I
Wow.
don't really know what that
That
was
was
about.
quick.
Just zero respect. Here comes the rest of the side of Hunters looking for more. Glimmer Cape keeping the Jakiro safe, but only momentarily, as they'll be able to surround him and kill him. I'm not really sure what that was about from them, but he had no defensive items, but they're not done. Wonder Kid trying to get out. Nice false promise. Cookie, wrong direction, but it's fine because he's safe for now. Vitali pushing back the members of Raw Gaming who tried to counter-initiate with the Dark Ascension.
That was crazy, man. Dark Ascension was ending. It had like around 10 seconds remaining. TA decides, nope, I have AD, I want to go in and fight. And they turn around and they almost they almost couldn't get out there. It was nuts.
Clutch false promise there from Prada to bail out his mid laner. That was so unexpected too, right? I don't think Hunters saw that turnaround coming because you kill the Ember, you kill the Jakiro, you're immediately thinking, okay, Raw Gaming have no business contesting us on the map right now. They need to run. And then suddenly they just turn around and blow your head open. Here's a juicy prize though. Roshan, now alive, heading into the pit, spotted out by the trap.
Oh, this
Raw
is gonna take
Gaming,
some
no.
time. This is slow.
Yeah.
They might have time to bring in the Ember though and wait for him to respawn.
Tali's doing quite a bit of damage, but he's starting to feel hesitant. The smoke up on the back line, they want to try and maybe bait in the side of Raw Gaming. No vision at all in this area, and Raw Gaming, they've elected to just back out completely from this triangle. Maybe just deciding it's better to play against the Aegis than to feed over some more kills.
They definitely have already experience in feeding at the Roche pit this game.
That's true. They already checked that off the bucket list. They don't need to get a bit crazy with it. But that's going to be an Aegis now for the Storm. So even if you do manage to burst him down, he's going to come back for then Second Life. One of the best Aegis carriers in the game.
The game goes on, for them. I think even though they're 10k behind, they're still in a pretty good spot. Hunters, 2 lanes down, but they still have a very good chance of coming back into the game. Like you saw how the Elk, one stun, he could actually kill the Ember from full to 0. He actually still has a lot of damage with the Blood Taunt, Manta and Blood Taunt to destroy him.
It's kind of butterfly effect as well, not going a single defensive item, right? He has gone full utility or spell damage, Octarine Core, Aghanim's, Shiva. Sure, you could argue that the Shiva is supposed to help keep him safe, but the sheer amount of burst, you need something like the Lincolns that he's queuing up or some way to bail yourself out. Maybe even a BKB later down the line just to deal with the Storm.
I'm sure he's not gonna buy BKB, Mike.
Yeah,
if
me
you
neither.
wanted to buy
I don't know
BKB,
why
this is
I'm-
not this is
I
not
do
gonna
not
be the
know
build.
why I'm hoping so much that he will decide somewhere down the line that
A
that's his
man
game.
that buys Octarine Core, Aghanims, and Shivas and is queuing Lincoln's next is not a man that would buy a BKB.
Not a six slot BKB for sure.
No,
I feel like some
no way.
carry players use that as a tool, right? Like they get the BKB on the 5th or 6th item just to come out of the gates at 45 minutes with like 9 seconds on that bad boy. Then they win the game in one fell swoop, and their whole team is like, you could have just done that from the start, bro. And they're like, no, you don't get it. Like they only fell for the bait because I didn't have it most of the game.
You seem to have a rich amount of experience talking to
Yeah,
players
this
who don't want
happened
to
to me
buy
a couple
BKB.
hours ago, actually. Yeah. Well, Butterfly Effect. Here's how the
real
plans.
life experience in
Yeah, this
dealing with
is
people who don't want to buy
learned
BKB.
experience, unfortunately. Okay. So, quick restock of the game right now. 10k gold lead. Raw Gaming, they had a pretty great blistering start, right? They were able to close out the top lane, take control of the triangle, flatten out the map. They played around the Dark Ascension very well. But there were some moments, especially getting the first Roche stolen away from them by Hunters, that have just kept the South American team in the game right now. And it feels like Hunters, they're at the point where they might just scale up to be able to fight. Prada, though, he's not one of those lucky few. He'll get caught out on the wrong side of the map. That Oracle was positioned extremely far forward. Got to wonder what he was looking for. That's Dark Ascension. They still see Vitali, though. Chain up, Lotus, BKB, TP. No way of stopping that. And the Bristleback will not be not the happiest about that, but that's a mandatory sacrifice, I think.
Yep, nothing much he could do about that. If he doesn't TP with the BKB, he's probably gonna die there. You don't like to do it. You don't like to do the nightfall, but you have to.
Yeah, you do. It's a court mandated nightfall, I think. If you don't do that, your team will flame the shit out of you.
It's either you do the nightfall or you attend the pizza party. You choose.
True, yeah, yeah. Butterfly Effect getting initiated on by Lumiere, who's up here in this triangle all alone, but he doesn't have the HP to survive against Ulu. A very ambitious play from the Alchemist, not expecting that there will be help on the horizon, but where's the storm? Now he's finally gonna zip into the fray, try and focus down Ulu, but Ulu has the BKB. The TA's turning around and doing butt tons of damage that you can't stand up against. The rest of Raw Gaming, they're all intact. No one is at risk of dying as Butterfly Effect able to survive that initial jump. And Hunters, you got to wonder what they were up to there.
No idea, Mike. That seemed like a over ambitious move there. I mean, now they don't even get to use the Aegis on Storm. He returns home, he's alone, he has an Aegis, and he's wondering, why did I even pick this bad boy up?
Yeah. Why indeed? Tier 3 tower being taken down, and that's your last lane of racks going to drop as well. All you have is a buyback on the snare, but she's also the member of the team that's coming back in 7 seconds. Winter, I think this one might have just ended in a very anticlimactic fashion. The Storm's trying to buy time for the rest of the team to come back. He'll at least have 2 supports, but I don't think he has much hope left in this corner. Getting ice puffed up, coming straight back into his death, and he doesn't have a buyback. They just casually clean up the supports while they're at it. Easy kills for them to grab now that there are no cores to protect them. And that game just ends off the back of Lumiere trying to make a hero solo play on the Ember. Raw Gaming will take what's theirs. Game number 1 falls into their hands.
This is such a back and forth game, a very, very ugly game, from both teams. A lot of mistakes, a lot of misplays, a lot of overestimating how strong they were, underestimating their opponents, and very, very messy game, But you know what they say, Mike?
Like,
You gotta learn to win dirty sometimes,
That's true. There's a bit of mud stuck all over these players with how much they had to tussle in the dirt. But at the end of it, Raw Gaming coming out on top. And gotta say though, despite all the mistakes, it did feel like Raw Gaming were pretty much in control for most of the game, right? Apart from that Aegis blunder, maybe the Ember overextending like once, they did a pretty good job holding the reins, and at the end of the day, maybe the pressure got to Hunters. They ended up making a big mistake that sealed their fate. We'll see whether they get sealed off in this series though, whether Raw Gaming can take a 2-0 and keep themselves in a good position on the group stage boards right now, or whether Hunters can come back in this game number 2.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. my head. Got the whole world at my feet, and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell, and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song.
A warm welcome back to Dream League Division 2. We are into game number 2 of Hunters versus Raw. And in game number 1, it did get a little bit dirty. It got a little bit messy. Some Roshan steals, some overextensions. But at the end of the day, Raw Gaming still looked superior to their opponents. Hunters just never really found any footing. And you were talking about how the stats are bad for a team that ends up losing the Wisdom Shrine. Well, it kind of played out that way, right? Hunters never really regained or stabilized the game state. We're heading into game number 2 now, and we have a draft for you, so we'll throw it up on the screen as Pumps needs to bringing you the action. And hopefully Hunters bringing us a bit more action than previous game, because last game they had a Bristleback, they had an Alchemist, they had a Storm, and they were behind, right? So nobody could really make any plays.
I mean, they got some on the lanes way too hard. The last game. They have to, I guess, try to deal with it again. I'm pretty sure I've seen another series as well. Like, was it a day ago or 2 days ago, where they also lost their lanes pretty hard. Like laning phase seems to be a problem. For Hunters, they are not very good at playing the lanes. And they gotta try to, I think, start with building the draft with supports that could do better in the lane. I think Jakiro could be a very important hero here. It's already banned out, so you kind of have to maybe go to something like a Bane, something like a. It's also the combination. They had the Snap and the Oracle. I think Oracle was kind of like, it's not the best laning hero, and they paired it up with an Elk, which is also a weak laner. In the beginning.
Yeah. Also, I think the Snap Bristleback on paper seems like it would be okay, but then you're up against perhaps one of the most dominant duos, Jakiro and TA. Like there's no way Bristleback survives against that amount of damage. So Hunters probably needing to reevaluate how they balance out their duos on the side. Raw choosing to ban out the Jakiro and the SF just shows that they did their homework.
Night Stalker, Marcy now looking for their last ban into the overall first pick. They ban out the Puck. They pick the Quap. So this is definitely a lane dominator.
Okay.
But it
Someone
wasn't
that
the
can
mid.
rotate to the
It wasn't the mid
sides.
that was the problem the last game. It was the
Yeah.
side lanes.
It's gonna
Side
open up a
lanes.
disruptor available for Raw. I mean, this is a good hero into the Queen of Pain once you end up getting the Static Storm, right? But especially early on, it doesn't really seem like it'll be effective because you glimpse her and then she just blinks out anyway. So unless you have any sort of follow-up stun or setup after the glimpse connects, this Queen of Pain should be pretty okay still. In fact, I think this Queen of Pain can even bully the Disruptor a bit because if you end up, let's say, catching one of her teammates, you glimpse them back, it's very realistic that the Queen of Pain just blinks in to the side and screams at whoever's trying to go on the glimpse target. And suddenly you're Sonic waving like 3 or 4 people, like the team fight's won if you don't kill the guy in the Static Storm. A little bit spooky.
It's definitely not fun for Disruptor. I think in this matchup, the corp is not running away from you. Maybe on paper you feel like, oh, we can glimpse silence and catch him,
Mm-hmm.
But in a lot of instances, the corp doesn't really need to run away from you. Like corp likes blinking in to get the innate going, tank everything, get some life steal. So
Mm-hmm.
Disruptor kind of doesn't like to play into heroes that are not running away.
All right.
I have this like theory, when you're playing Disruptor, right? You open the draft with Disruptor and you're playing into a lot of like heroes that run at you. I think you should go the other facet. You should go transference in those sort of games. So you can
Oh,
manually toggle or use it on your teammates. So you can actually be more useful in those games.
what's the rationale behind it though? Like, why do you need the
Because people
transference?
are
Like,
running
how?
at you. People are running at you. So you need to be I guess more useful in defensive angles. I think the hero's design is always good when you're chasing, but he lack a lot of tools when he's getting chased, when he's not exactly running at people. So I think the
Sure.
transference facet kind of provides you with a lot more utility in those sort of lineups.
Whenever it procs on the disruptor, it feels a little bit annoying, but it's not as strong as something like the Shadow Shaman foul play, right? Where I feel like there are so many instances foul play actually saves the Shadow Shaman's life and he ends up living, where maybe 1 out of 10 situations transference or rather the repulsion actually makes a difference, especially against heroes like Queen of Pain and Snap. They can just blow you up from afar.
Yeah, I do think it'll be useful in certain matchups, certain lineups. I think being able to use it on your teammate, so you defend them against like a bunch of melee heroes running at them, that could be very, very useful. I feel
Oh
like the
dear.
facet is not that bad. It is just that players haven't really got the hang of it, haven't really take the time to practice on, because it definitely is going to take I don't know if it's going to be a long time, but you definitely need to put in some time to get used to that facet.
Yeah, for sure. Just kind of a whole new tool for Disruptor to think about. Now, Dragon Knight being selected here makes me believe that it might be a mid DK just to try and contest the Queen of Pain in the lane. But then we've seen this before, Winter, across Division 2. When Dragon Knight is picked early on, teams have gotten pretty good at punishing it. In fact, Undying, Snapfire, like these are going to make DK's life really hard.
You lose your strength, you get blow up from far away from the Multiverse Kiss. Yeah, a lot of very heavy magic damage coming out. I kind of like maybe DK more in the carry role here, against this type of snap undying, because you're gonna be able to deal with it better, because you need to farm more, right? As a carry, you're
Sure.
allowed to farm more. You don't have to move a lot, so you're probably gonna avoid running into the snap and undying as much. But at the same time, safe lane DK into the off lane undying could also pose a different set of problems in the early game, where you gonna get pressured in the lane, and you might not have a good time moving into the next phase of the game.
This is so interesting to me. Raw have now, for the second game in a row, picked a Skyref mage and tried to set it up with stuns. This probably is a like signature hero of Cloves, but it doesn't really feel all that strong. It also doesn't really feel like it
It's
counters
okay. It's
necessarily.
okay. I wouldn't say it's like very strong or very weak. I think it's okay. Like he's a
Okay.
strong laner. You can enable your off laner. Very good level one support, but he doesn't provide a lot of damage in team fights later. He's not very reliable because one four star, one glimmer, one small anything. One cookie.
Yeah.
Then your damage goes out of the window.
Yeah.
But early game, laning strong, and he's very good at catching Queen of Pain with the silence. And usually corpse you are very very hard to kill, but with the silence you die easily. Because you have to cast your spells to get the life steal. So with the silence coming out from Skyraf, you are
Mhm.
going to die very easily. You might have to think of buying defensive items on corp, which we already know corps mostly they don't really like to buy defensive items on the hero. But this game you might have to try to buy it.
It's also a little bit funny because at this point, if Clove wins this game on Skyref Mage, he will have won 3 Skyref Mage games in a row in this tournament. He played it against Navi Junior as well. They were able to obliterate Navi Junior in 25 minutes with his Skyref Mage. So maybe feeling like this is a hero that blends well with how he wants to play it. Succeeded for them. Hunter's gonna come through with a Timber Saw though, great into the Dragon Knight. I guess you don't really care so much about the rest of the raw heroes because they don't have enough damage to deal with you.
I I don't know. I think Sky is pretty good against Timber overall in the
Yeah,
early game. Like Sky destroys you because you don't really want to build defensive items as well. He's very similar to Timber, and this DK stun into Sky ulti is going to kill any single hero on the Hunter's side. You just die.
yeah. I guess the one caveat to that is the cookie that can always bail you out. Even if you're stunned in place, the cookie will move you before any 4 stars come out. Later down the line, you could also look to something like a tombstone grab ally save. These are tools that hunters have available, and Winter, the previous game you talked about the laning being a bit of a weak point for them. With the snap and the undying, a Timbersaw on the off lane, the Queen of Pain in the mid, it feels like hunters agree with you, right? They've very much ensure that their lanes look a bit more robust.
Still gotta execute. Sometimes it's not just about getting the right heroes. You need to do your job by playing
True.
well in the lanes. I mean, Timber Snap against, I imagine, Dragonite Disruptor. This should be quite a straightforward lane for them. And now they're going to round everything up with a Slada. So it means that the Queen is carry.
Could be.
And
Yeah.
yeah, the Slada and Timber will be mid and off lane, which is kind of interchangeable depending on the last pick here, right? After you see the last pick and then you know where the DK is going and then you decide. I would imagine you want the Timber against the DK no matter what.
What is the deal with this tri-core lineup though? You got Timber, Slada, Quap. Yes, I know Quap can be a good carry hero
Not
because she
not
can
a lot
scale,
of
but
synergy. Not a lot of synergy, I would say. Corp
yeah.
wants like aura heroes to be with her. She wants
Mm,
heroes that build aura so that she doesn't have to buy BKB.
yeah. I guess on paper, Wonderkid can get a pipe, but
And
I
who
doubt
is
it because
using
you're mid.
the corrosive haze anyway? The corp doesn't really use the corrosive haze.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, what exactly does this Slada do to tie
It's
in the
just
draft?
lane.
It's
I
not
think I think it's straightforward. They want Timber against DK, and then they want the Slada against the Pango. They think those are good lane matchups. That's why they're picking the heroes.
sure. Okay. Uh, the Slada versus the Pango might not happen though because now it is a gyrocopter last pick.
Yeah, Pango
That
off lane.
is a really good, I want to say, response to salvaging the disruptor's otherwise pretty weak presence, right?
So it's going to be what
Mid
a
DK
Timber
versus
mid.
Timbersaw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Timber
you
against
got
DK. Slada
Quap
off
1.
lane into the gyro. Okay, Slada off lane with Snap, I presume.
Yeah,
This is actually not going to be so easy for Slada to win. Because Slada usually you need to be able to do well in your lanes. This is also a
hmm
hero that requires the snowball to be effective. And you already mentioned Gyro and Disruptor, they are not going to exactly play the lane straight up, they're pushing
No.
out, pulling creep waves. They're not exactly going to be contesting too much, I think the bot lane is going to be the fun one. I mean, the off lane for Raw Gaming with the Pango and the Sky against this Queen of Pain Undying. I think this is going to be a very, very fun lane to watch. Probably going to see a lot of kills, a lot of action in this lane where both sides care about killing the other, not killing
Yeah.
creeps.
How does the Queen of Pain work? Is it very different, you think, from the mid Queen of Pain? I've seen some carry Queen of Pains go for that Maelstrom to emphasize a bit more on the right click. Do you just go regular Queen of Pain items like the Blade Mail, stuff like that? What do you think is the idea here for Lumiere?
Just regular items. I think you go Blade
Okay.
Mirror, and then you go. You actually just go like I think.
Maybe
Oh, what did
Aghanims. You could go
Yuma go?
Aghanims,
I don't
Kaya
remember.
Sanj.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what's the sequence of the build. I know you always build Blade Mail, then after that, I think the Maelstrom was something from the past. Like people do that. When you go carry Queen of Pain because you don't take your Scream. You basically max your dagger plus your blink. To sit in the
Right.
lane, and nobody can stand in the lane against you.
Checking out the Yuma build that he went for. Power Treads, Kaya Sanj, Aghanims is the build, so no Blade Mail there.
Was that the most recent or the future event?
Yeah, that was in their grand finals against Mao. So this was game 2 where he ended up going 16-0 and 24.
Sounds
Pretty
legit.
nasty.
A
Yeah,
carry
sounds
Queen of Pain
legit.
can still work.
Yeah. Of course, Yuma, Lumiere, two very different players. I think Yuma, especially, he's been on a tear lately. We'll see whether Lumiere can embody the essence of Yuma and bring us to a game number 3 between Raw Gaming and Hunters here. Raw Gaming did look pretty solid though. I think their team play and especially the rotations early on from Clove to help secure the mid lane a bit more for Butterfly Effect helped out a lot versus the Storm. You were talking about how the Storm was the only lane that went 50-50. I think it might have gotten a lot better if the Skywrath Mage didn't interfere. The Ward gonna spot out this Slardar. They know there's vision on the high ground now, but Red Panda, he's fine here. Still had Clove backing him up with a concussive shot to slow them all down. And unfortunately, they guessed wrongly on the Ward. The Ward's actually a bit further down. So Sentry not gonna tag anything. Members of they're still sticking around here on 3, just posturing aggressively. That's a bit strange, but nothing to come of it. As we're off to the races here.
Yeah, this mid lane is going to be not very fun for Butterfly Effect, but I've seen a lot of games where the DK, you don't really get bullied out in terms of CS. You just have to be careful of like the stacks, right? How many rolling death stacks you have on your hero, and you have to play just according to that. I think the kill threat starts to happen when you get level 6 on Timber. That's when you have to either just ditch your lane or just try to get a support to sit near you.
Lumiere is Lumiere is literally 100 HP, and I thought that Clove was gonna snipe the courier before he received the tangos. Because if he didn't get that set of tangos, he's gonna be hiding behind his tower for the next 1.5 minutes.
Mi Prada has tangos. Yes, he has 4.
I mean, he's gonna need them for himself too with the way he's taking these auto attacks.
If your carry loses his career without the tangos, you give him all yours and you just fight to the death as the Undying, and you go back and bring your items again.
Yeah, your regen comes from the fountain, I guess. You don't
In
get
a way,
the privilege of.
Yeah, obviously you have to die with a proper reason. Die with at least tanking a bunch of spells.
That's what he's doing right now in the top lane. You talked about how this is the lane that you want to watch between the Pango Sky, the Undying Queen of Pain. Both are going to be quite obsessed with trying to aggress on each other. Lumiere blinking forward aggressively. They want to play on the Tombstone, and Clove is in big trouble. Shengsi is going to try and get the last hit on that, but now it's troublesome. Have to double jump away. The zombie slapping down onto him. A little bit of a pause there. I don't think Shengsi is going to die, but Queen of Pain has one more blink. Surely you don't sacrifice yourself here. You just keep farming.
Well, you never know with these co-op and TA players. They tend to be very, very anxious or ambitious when it comes to securing the kills.
Mm-hmm. Not gonna lie,
I think he could.
Tombstone
He's.
being
I think he could because the Pango has no spells, so he could try to blink very close to the tower range and use the
like left
dagger.
side, maybe, right?
Yeah, and then maybe get one right click or two right clicking and then back off. Maybe that would be enough. I think that should be enough to kill off the Pango.
Yeah, he was doing the calculations in his head, but didn't come up valuable enough for him to try that
The
move. Just gonna
pause.
keep farming up.
It's the pause. Blame the
Yeah,
pause. The
he
pause made
paused. They keyed the numbers into Chat GPT. They were like, okay, can I kill the Pango here? And answer was no. So Shengsi gets to live at least for now. Lumiere will continue to take quite a bit of harass. That's one of the powers of the Skyrift Mage. And speaking of the Undying with the Tombstone, the fact that it is 5 hits to kill level 1 Tombstone, that's just a death sentence if you get caught in it and you get 1 or 2 zombies, right? There's no way Shengsi and Clove can tank enough to kill that Tombstone and get out alive.
Disruptor.
Meanwhile, speaking of getting out alive, Disruptor onto MJZ, Ulu and Small Panda able to get that kill.
Yeah, nice little exchange there. Gyrocopter proving superior in those small little skirmishes in the lane. Don't want to get close to the rocket barrage, and the Lotus goes to the Gyro and Disruptor. Same goes for top. They also picked up the Lotus on the Pango and the Skyraft. So Raw Gaming getting both Lotus on both sides.
Prada taking quite a bit of damage. Turns around, double decay. He's back up. Still has a salve in the back pocket. A bunch of tangos, fairy fire. He's juiced up on the regen right now.
Looking at CS right now, actually DK is starting to fall behind. Timber is doing very well in the mid lane.
Full commit on the top lane. Clove is dropping low. Meanwhile, there's a tussle in the bot lane as well. Skyrift Mage ends up going down. Prada looking to get traded out, but Vitali will drop in the bot lane. Again, this level 2 of the Rocket Barrage, it's a bit too strong with the Glimpse. MJZ, there's no getting out of this one. He's hoping that the creep wave can tank for him, but Ulu will find the last hit.
It's the power of the afterburner gyrocopter in the lane. Very strong with the rocket barrage. You're not running away from him. This is it is difficult if you cannot run away, especially when there's a disruptor.
Yeah. Classic combination with the disruptor. One guy who can keep you in place, paired up with another guy who wants that you have to run from, right? The gyro just puts out too much damage in this early stage of the game.
Top lane, Undying, gonna go down. He drops the tombstone before he dies here. Corp is going to probably get a return kill.
Yeah. That's the problem, right? If you stick around in the tombstone to hit anything other than the tombstone, you probably die. If you don't hit the tombstone, you're for sure dead. So this Undying is just kind of generating a lot of positive momentum for the Queen of Pain.
We don't call him one of the best bodyguard. He used to be one of the best ones, Nowadays,
Yeah,
not
what
so much.
happened to him?
He got replaced by Bane, he got replaced by Jakiro, he got replaced by Chen, Enchantress. I think Chen and Enchantress in the pro scene has been the bodyguard, for quite some time, And you
Creep's
just use
too
the
strong,
creeps. Yeah, the creeps. You don't really even need to use your hero.
MJZ, speaking of a hero, he's not going to have his anymore in the bot lane. Again, they just keep farming up these kills. A very cute ward spotting through to the tier 1 tower gets the glimpse off at a very long range.
Bottom lane definitely going very well for Raw Gaming and the Gyro. Right now, almost 6 minutes with 3.2k, 3.3k in net worth. Now the runes are going to spawn. The both supports of Raw Gaming coming over to secure the runes for the DK. Not like he needs it, just taking it away from the Timbersaw.
Hits the level 6 first on Butterfly Effect, even though he did have the disadvantage in the lane. Wonder Kid, no treat to get away from. The last auto attack, he still had a stick. Held on to it to the very last moment. Small Panda will probably go down. Too many zombies tanked. They still can't get the tombstone because of the uphill misses. And Butterfly Effect, he might go down as a result. Meanwhile, Ulu gets a solo kill on the Slada again, but at least the Dragonite's able to swoop away. That tombstone really changed everything for them.
Winning the 3 versus 3, having the tombstone. I mean, this is the weakness of having 2 range supports, right? None of them are very durable. Undying with the tombstone just, I don't want to say single-handedly, but he was the main reason why they won the rune fight and they won the exchange. There, keeping the Timber alive. He was very close to dying there.
Yeah. Nice timing on the rotation there for sure from Raw Gaming. Unfortunately, it doesn't net out their way, and Hunter's able to get a decent situation. They waste a lot of the duration on the first Dragon form as well, right? And keep their tower
Call
basically
down.
healthy. Bot
Shrine.
lane, trying to fight for the shrine. Ulu is way too strong to contest in this area. He might TP in with Wonderkid, but I don't think he can give enough. Ulu still putting out so much work, but now Wonderkid, you're in the trees and that's his home. You're not getting out of here. At least not on the Skyref Mage. Timberchain chase forward. Chakram, a little off the mark though. I mean, Clover's just got to run the opposite direction just to buy time for his gyro to get out. I thought for sure that Raw Gaming were going to be able to get the better of that fight with how strong Ulu was, but it's not the case, especially with the Timber resetting and TPing in.
Numbers, they brought the numbers. They had 4 heroes in the area, As strong as Gyro is in the shrine fights with the call down, he is no match for 4 heroes.
Made it pretty close though, not gonna lie. He put a lot of damage on all of the heads on Hunters. You gotta imagine whether if he had like the secondary strikes facet, whether anyone would have died there because they were all clumped up and everything. Oh, pretty big call down.
He also might have died there without the movement speed from the afterburner. Probably wouldn't have gotten out of the sticky situation that he was stuck in there with the shrines.
That's true. Mid lane, another kill onto MJZ, just getting caught out over and over by the glimpse. Small Panda just seems to have his number, as now they'll be able to use the Dragon Form on the tower. This is always part of the DK game plan. And as much as we talk about Butterfly Effect having a rough time against the Timber, it seems more like what you were saying afterwards. Like the DK still will manage to go even and still will manage to do what he's doing right now, which is just take the tower for free.
Oh, a call down doesn't land. Still have the glimpse, but should still be enough to get the kill on Vitali there. I mean, this Lada is... Look at his net worth, man. He is...
Yikes.
Rock bottom. Like, he's bottom of all the course. He's even poorer than his own Undying,
How does the Undying have more net worth than him? I mean, I guess the Undying's been part of
some
kills.
But... 3 and 1.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was the Tombstone coming into play. It's looking bleak here. I mean, it's a long time before he's going to get any sort of item. He's currently on boots, windlace, 3 branches, and a wand. He's not even made it to his Helm of Iron Will yet.
I mean, this is definitely worrisome for Salah. This is not a hero where he plays well from behind, He doesn't farm particularly the fastest. You're going to need to, I don't know, fight his way back into the game. I think if he's hoping for a chance to come back in the game, it has to come from kills, He can't just jungle his way back into the game.
Yeah. And, I mean, you're kind of relegated a bit to becoming a blink stun bot at some point, right? You want to beat that charge by getting a Helm Dom to maybe ghost push out the waves, provide a bit more map control for your team, but that's still such a long way to go. You got to consider maybe just switching things up and taking the hit. And 10 minutes into the game, Gyrocopter top of the net worth with his excellent start, 5-0 and 2 on Ulu. His last pick, Gyrocopter, has really helped this disruptor alleviate the pressures of the early stage. And now they're making the movement up to top. Static Storm available, but there's a ward that spots this out. Small Panda, his movements are noted here. Rolling Thunder could still catch him off guard. Pain blinks. Glimpse back. You can't just now Static Storm on top of her. That was a very weird way to use the knowledge that they had. Small Panda now being chased down by Prada. The damage amp is there, but Shengsi helping out. Gonna come through, stop the Undying from chasing any further, and he's dead as well. The way that play ended up happening almost feels like Hunters did not know that that was coming. But they did, and they reacted somehow in the worst way possible.
Very strange though. Felt like the correct play would be to keep your Queen of Pain in fog so that the disruptor doesn't see him, and then you wait for backup before you jump them with the Sonic Wave. Why did he try to jump them first with the Sonic Wave when he didn't have backup? And that was so strange.
Maybe Lumiere just thought he would be able to blow up the disruptor.
Oh, this might be a good TP. Oh, that was so close.
Dear.
That was so close.
Tries to TP out from Wonder Kid. The setup in the bot lane ends up working out. That definitely makes things a lot more even. That kill going to MJZ is not the best, but you're going to take that every day of the week. Meanwhile, they're still chasing around onto Shengsi in the bot lane. Mid lane, Prada going down. The Pango still trying to fight his way out of this mess, but surrounded by 3 heroes, no way out. He's going to go down. A lot of mess happening all over the map. Started with that gyro pickoff that we unfortunately didn't get to see, but I think that must have just been Wonder Kid catching him on the twin gate back.
Yeah, he tried to TP out from the Mortimer's kiss, but just couldn't. It was a nice attempt with the Mortimer's kiss and Timber chasing him with spells, Almost survived there on the gyro on Ulu. So those were 2 very big kills there for Hunters, getting the Pango and the gyro, 2 core kills. And now the DK, he has his dagger, so he's going to start to be a lot more active after killing his tower, the mid tower. I mean, the Slada is still so dirt poor, like even the stab fire is eclipsing him in terms of net worth.
He's going Midas. Yeah, that's how far behind he is. I know this seems a little bit defeatist, but I think this is the right play. Like, if he gets anything other than the Midas, his game is done, right? Like, he will be a stun bot. But this at least gives him a chance to maybe eventually recover. Wonder Kid has a pretty big stack to go back to as well. And honestly, things are not too bad, right? The fact that they were able to get Ulu, Shengsi in the bot lane, and, managed to get the tier 1 tower here, it opens the map back up a little bit for them. Coming through the twin gates, though, still are the side of Raw. They're looking for some action. Static Storm available, and they would love to get the Queen of Pain.
Might see the Queen. Okay, they're going to see her here.
Absolutely.
She should be dead. She should be dead here. No way out.
Blink away right into the Disruptor. Where are you going to go? I mean, honestly, the Static Storm might not even have been needed just because her Blink was already used, but they keep things safe, get the kill for sure. What else can you try and find from it, though? It is almost time for the Wisdom Shrine, but I don't think there's enough, there's a bit too much of a distance for Raw Gaming to make it to that location. Coming to mid now, trying to fight for the rune.
DK stun.
Butterfly effect.
Sky out.
That's the blink reveal. Yeah, he's just silenced up. Still surviving for now is Wonder Kid, but with that Spirit Vessel, no way out. Nice little Mortimer's Kisses does get a return kill onto Butterfly effect, though. The Rolling Thunder couldn't get him out in time. Still trying to fight. I mean, that's the power of the Tombstone again. I mean, we're seeing it time and time again this game. There isn't really anyone who can hit the Tombstone other than the Gyro.
I guess even trade then. DK for Timber. Both mid laners going down. And Ulu, wow, he already has a Manta, removing the Shadow Strike right away. Manta, Gyro there, Yeah. And you mainly see Manta against, I think, Slada, to remove the Corrosive Haze.
Prada getting swashed down in the mid lane. Nicely done. Great setup again from both supports. Feels like everywhere Clove and Small Panda go, kills will follow. So you really just got to keep your eye out on where the Disruptor is, because every time he's moving somewhere, it's a setup for a glimpse. It's with Butterfly effect with his blink now. But the Midas is complete on the Slada. That's important. Wonder Kid also did have his Athos. We didn't mention it just yet because he kind of got eclipsed by being picked off. But now they have a bit more reliable lockdown to throw damage out into.
And they need so much more time to farm, The Athos has to give them, I would say, a couple of kills to be worth it, to create enough space for the Slada to recover with his Midas. The Slada is going to be basically useless for the next, 5 to 10 minutes,
Yeah, no. I would argue to say he's been useless for the past 10 to 15 minutes. I don't think he's really done much on the map. Now, Small Panda, finding Prada. In comes Ulu. You put down a Tombstone, but this is a very, very easy kill. Flat Cannon, get a kill. Are they trying to set up for something here? Lumiere as well as MJZ are around, but so is Shengsi. Wonder Kid has arrived. First Athos
he
out,
missed the
second
Sonic Wave.
Athos out. They missed the Sonic Wave onto the Gyro. He's surviving for now. Turning around, trying to put out the damage. Will try and aim down the supports first. MJZ turns around with a shotgun, but there's a rocket barrage in your face. Ulu with a double kill. I mean, this fight has gotten a little bit awkward as all members are just dancing around trying to Delta split. But now they got the touch onto Wonder Kid. His saws don't save him, and he'll end up going down. Now, Lumiere found himself an Illusion Rune, and this is a dead Skyraf mage, unfortunately. Walks down the wrong corner. Lumiere with a double kill. At the end of the day, they do lose the Timber. That is painful, but at least they get some support kills, I guess, for Lumiere.
Yeah, but Gyro got so many kills there. You know, he's 9-1. He just got his tower as well. This Gyro is so damn farm right now. 11k net worth at 16 minutes in the game. Manta and halfway to his BKB done, almost done actually. He has the
Yeah.
recipe and the hammer completed. Yeah, very
Actually, do
defensive
you like
build
this
on the
build?
Gyro. Yeah, Manta BKB. This is so defensive. You know, I mean, he thinks that as long as he doesn't die in the fight, he's going to be able to carry the fights, you know, because they have more than enough damage coming out from the Sky Disruptor. The DK also does a bit of damage with the Pango with Vessel, you know. So he
Sure.
feels like they have enough in the tank. As long as they are not dying, he is kind of like the front line, you know, on the Gyro.
That's such a weird thing to say when you have a DK Pango on your team, but I guess you're right. I'm just a bit worried because I feel like with the start Ulu has, he might be able to just spring ahead in terms of net worth if he went for
That
the
axe, right?
traditional gyro. But
Normally,
yeah, the eggs, you know, your Crystallis, you scale up, you get the Satanic ASAP. But Ulu has a different vision of this game. We'll see whether it ends up paying off for him. Bit of a setup onto Small Panda here. Who's setting up onto who? Static Storm now onto the Slada, but they don't have the damage because it's just the Pango and the Disruptor for now. He's using most of the Rolling Thunder duration to hold them back. Butterfly effect around the tree line, looking for a target, has to blink away. Looks like it's the Pango who's in trouble, trying to swash down to the low ground. The chase is on the top side. Nice Sonic Wave onto 2. Ulu getting caught by that, but still at half HP. Trying to chase away on the Queen of Pain, but it looks like it's going to be Prada who's the one in trouble. They finally get the kill onto the Pango, but now Ulu is way too low. Pops his fresh BKB just to escape. That is a very awkward fight setup, but Butterfly Effect now coming in for the reinitiation. They want to get a little bit more. As the dust settles, it ends up being an off-laner trade and 2 supports to boot for the side of Raw.
the BKB kind of saved him, you know. I think he would
Yeah, it
have
did.
died if he didn't have BKB. So I guess you could say it paid off. Like for him, he knows that
Yeah.
as long as he doesn't die in the team fights, he's going to be okay. But some people would say that buying BKB too early can be game losing because you're going to end up with a short BKB later down the road.
Yeah. That's why, I mean, that's kind of the big question for me right now, right? Like Raw Gaming, they are ahead. They are continuing to push the game in their favor. But when you buy this early BKB, you somewhat limit your own explosive potential as the gyrocopter. Meanwhile, Lumiere, he's scaling up, finishing the Kaya Sanj Falcon Blade, looking at that BKB of his own. He's always going to have so much damage on the Queen of Pain. All right, what do we have here? Still in the mid lane, MJZ getting found again. Use the Static Storm, tail end of Dragon Form, so I don't think they actually have anything else to stop him. Okay, that was a little bit awkward. Maybe
Lada,
just trying to
he's
get
in
a...
trouble. All right, he's
Where's he
dead.
at? Top lane, setups there. Ulu still with the chase. The homing missile, running him down. He's pretty
He's
quick with his
fast.
Guardian Sprint.
He's so fast.
He is. He's not even in the river too, but he will get caught and killed. Nice little play there, and looks like Tormentor is available for the taking for the side of Raw. Now, the question is whether they have enough damage. This is a bit concerning. I don't know whether the supports are going to
Oh, this
survive.
is gonna
Yeah,
be close.
I
Okay,
don't...
they have a fourth hero. They have a fourth hero.
Okay, yeah, but the supports need to evacuate. This is a bit too close. I'm glad they understood that because they could have both died there.
Well, very good shot for Disruptor. This is very nice. He has his Thunderstrike max right now. He even has the talent as well, the Thunderstrike talent. So he is going to output a lot of damage in the team fights with this shot, and also allows him to set up easier for Glimpse since you can ground target it.
Oh, butterfly effect. You see him here?
He has BKB and Mage Slayer. I think he's fine.
Yeah, but then he has to pop it, right? Which is a little bit of an annoying part, and I don't know whether they can actually capitalize on it.
This early BKBs, man, just keeping them alive.
Mm-hmm.
Only time will tell whether it's going to come back to haunt them, right, in the late game. When you have 6-second BKBs 30-40 minutes into the game. Because in this sort of lineup, Timber, Slada, Co-op, Snapfire, when your BKB is out in the late game, you're going to die to the magic damage.
Mm-hmm. I mean, still 8K gold lead right now at the 21-minute mark for the side of Raw. This game kind of following in the footsteps of the first one, where I feel like in game one, it just felt like Hunters started the game from so far behind and they had to claw and claw and claw their way back. This game kind of similar, but at least Lumiere is having a much better time, right, on this Queen of Pain. It's also a hero that scales insanely well. So it's not, if they can somehow drag this one out and buy the time for Slada to get back into the game, the Timbersaw maybe to get an Axe, a couple of more items, and the Queen of Pain as well, I think it's going to be a different result from game number one, because then Hunters will actually be able to fight.
The question is, are they going to have the time, right, to be ready to fight? We are talking about at least another 10, 15 minutes, for the Slaughter to come back into the game. And they also have to make sure that they are able to defend off the Roshan, which is going to be critical. If they don't get at least one Roshan, like if everything goes to the Gyro, then it might not matter for the Slaughter, because he's going to be too far behind.
Lumiere in the mid lane, getting stunned up, set up upon. He's in big trouble, has to pop the BKB and blink out. Just not enough damage. They needed one more person. They don't have the vision on Lumiere at the moment. He's trying to hide away in the tree line. Still golden, but they just need some vision. They glimpse Prada instead. They misclick. I don't know whether they saw the Queen of Pain or whether Small Panda was just spam clicking on that location. But whatever the case is, it's Prada to go down.
Looks like he actually was spamming the ground, trying to catch the Corp the moment he sees him, and then unfortunately there's a random Undying showing up there.
Out of nowhere. That guy's just farming the medium camp for some reason, like he just happens to be there, but right place, right time, kind of inadvertently saves his Corp, I guess. I don't think he necessarily intended to.
I don't know if he was trying to save
Yeah, exactly.
him.
Like he was just like, oh, I see you being chased, but into the Roche pit. Again, we've seen this happen before. Wonder Kid jumping in. He gets the kill on the Roche, but the Aegis this time snatched by Ulu. Not gonna let the same thing happen to him twice, as out of the pit they go. Vitaly on the chase though. Getting the corrosive haze. Sheng Si has put himself in a rough spot, and the chase is on. Vitaly, he's moving so quickly. Ulu wants to preserve that second life, tries to dodge in time with the Manta, at least to shrug off the corrosive haze and use those illusions to push the Slada back, preventing him from blinking. So at least the Gyro saves his own life. Meanwhile, MJZ down here in the bot lane, not sure how exactly he got this low, but he manages to survive as well. So all in all, could have been another disaster here for Raw Gaming, but they managed to avert the crisis. The gold does go to Hunters though, so they won't be too sad all throughout.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad, losing the last hit there. They got a lot of gold, on the Hunter side.
Yeah.
I mean, the 8K lead has been cut down to 4K, I would say it's pretty bad for Raw Gaming overall. I mean, the snowball has kind of been stopped in a way, Slada is, nowhere near his BKB yet, but he's going to have a little bit more time. Oh, the glimpse. Catches the Timber. He pops his axe.
He should be fine for now. The Gyro trying to get back to a place of safety, or maybe just trying to kill the Slada. Vitaly dropping low. Lumiere being pressured away by Butterfly Effect as Ulu on the front lines. Again, he still has that second life, so he's not really worried about a thing. He's just trying to kill all these Hunters heroes, and they need to retreat. They've lost their Slada. They don't have the stun. The backline ran down by Butterfly Effect. Big call down catching the backline, and Ulu pops the BKB finally, guns down the Timbersaw, and they get everybody other than Lumiere, who tries the TP out with the BKB, but not only misses the Sonic Wave, but ends up dying to Ulu.
I mean, the afterburner, man, he was so fast, and he kind of had to do it very quickly, Sonic Wave, and he needed the TP out, so he just like blink, click all his spells and just click TP, It's just unfortunate for them that they couldn't land it, It's very difficult sometimes to land the ones that are next to you, the Sonic Wave. I think it's easy to land the ones that are further away from you, And in that instance,
the cone just extends, right? But he tries to find the Gyro, at least take away the Aegis. He's already lost all his teammates. He already lost game one. He's trying to turn things around for the team on the Queen of Pain carry, but at least in this game, so far, it has not really worked out. 9K gold lead, and the Aegis still intact for Ulu. On the flip side, you look at this carry player for Raw Gaming. He's done everything for them.
Yeah, that's Raw Gaming Gyrocopter with BKB and Manta, first two items. Just keeping himself alive. He understands that he needs to stay alive in the team fights, and they are going to be able to control the game. You know, he probably
Yeah,
feels like the scaling is not as important this game. As long as he lives, he continues to snowball with his team. He's enabling his teammates by participating early, and that's all it takes. You know, for them to have control of the game. And they
yeah, for
also kind of
sure.
don't really want the game to go too late against this Queen of Pain. You know, I guess that was kind of their logic behind why the Gyro wanted to go like this early Manta BKB to just keep fighting.
And it's worked out for him, right? It's not even like his net worth has suffered because of it. Still top of the net worth by a good 4,000. Now he's gotten to the sort of more regular item gyro build-up. You got the eggs now, looking at the
Regular.
satanic.
You call that regular.
Is it not like the Aegis? Sorry, the eggs and then the satanic. Like those are the regular gyro items. I want to say, not
Yeah,
not the not the Manta BKB, of course.
those are the irregular ones.
Yeah, those are the irregular. You got like
You,
weird shit.
you know, one way to pump up your net worth is by not dying, right? So the irregular build has sort of kind of helped him get rich.
True,
So
yeah, because he didn't lose any gold like ever. He's like 14-1. That's a crazy scoreline, by the way. 14-1-6 on Gyrocopter. Really just doing it all for the squad right now. Raw Gaming continuing to surge ahead. The tail end of this age is 35 seconds left, but they're using it to the fullest. A scan connects. The Timber was farming on the right side close to the Dire base, but managing to clear the camps and get out. I think he has an idea that Raw Gaming are probably going to try and contest the Shrine of Wisdom. Again, they get two. Again, Butterfly Effect finds MJZ. I feel like this entire series has not been the best showing from that player. Usually, I think one of the more experienced members in South America, but this time around getting caught out repeatedly, and it's not been great.
yeah, nope. That is definitely not been great, you know, for MJC and this crew. You know, I think a lot of the games they kind of fall short when it comes to either laning or when it comes to the mid game movements, right? Like how are they going to traverse the big map? How are they going to delegate the resources, right? Who's going to be doing what, you know? I mean, they
Yeah.
get a nice return kill here on the Skyruff, but overall, this gyro is a huge problem which they haven't really addressed. You know, and another static storm catches the Timber.
Bumps him
No
out of it,
BKB.
out of it though. It's a little bit awkward. They still have the control and they will have the damage. He pops the axe. Okay, maybe they don't have the damage just yet. They need the save coming out from the tombstone. He's gonna pop out. Timber chain away. Ulu's gonna BKB and just gun him down. Big bad Gyrocopter. Vitali finally coming back, but he doesn't really have any backup. Sonic Wave onto 3. This could be the difference maker. Ulu hiding away with the Glimmer, and they can't chase him. They don't have any way of furthering forward. Lumiere will blink, but he's lost sight of the copter, and Shengsi might be the sacrifice to go down because of it. He will go down. The Mortimer's Kisses expended. That ends up being a buyback from Prada just to get the Pango and salvage that fight. But Ulu managing to get out, that was huge.
That was very, very good call there. Good discipline. The moment they see the co-op landing, no heroes go down yet, you know. The co-op just lands a very big Sonic Wave on 3 heroes. They just decided, okay, this looks like it's going to be bad. They just ditch, you know. They bailed, you know, and they only lose the Pango. That was, I think that was something that they made in a very, very hastily moment, you know, quick moment, made a decision to back up, and it was the right call for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, Raw Gaming are really impressing me with their decision making in this series. We didn't really get to see much of them up until this point. I think even in some of the Chinese close qualifiers that I was watching, rarely took notice of this team. But they are showing us why they deserve to be here at Division 2, and maybe with more play like this, might just make it to the main DreamLeague to contest against some stronger opponents as well. But first, of course, they need to finish the job. They need to get through Hunters who are still clinging on. That's what it feels like. Holding on by a thread, 1 or 2 fights away from potentially losing it all here. As Raw Gaming getting closer and closer to critical mass. An Aghanim Scepter complete for Shengsi right now. Gyro the Satanic, finishing up the Daedalus.
And this Lada has just entered the game, I feel, with the BKB.
Yeah.
When he starts to feel like he could do something, but the game is already in a pretty bad enough state, right? Kind of feels like they need another 10 minutes, you know. That's what we said like 10 minutes ago. He needs like 10, 15 minutes to come in the game. And now 10 minutes pass, and they're still kind of struggling a lot in the team fights, right? Quap is the only one. I think doing real damage in the team fights. Timber is kind of like just tanking, he's not exactly killing anyone in the fights, he's just running. Slada doesn't really do much, he can't even kill the supports right now.
Yeah, and we're kind of seeing one of the problems you pointed out in the draft, Winter. Their three cores don't really have synergy. If you boil it down to their spells, yes, on paper, Slada can AoE stun, and then that sets up for Timber and Quad to send in their damage. But the Corrosive Haze, you're not getting a lot of value there. I mean, now Vitaly is building an AC probably to just protect them against the physical damage coming out from Raw Gaming, but it doesn't really do much in terms of amplifying the Timber, amplifying the Sonic Wave from the Queen of Pain. Just
Yeah,
honestly, quite a weird setup.
you much rather have Aura. You much rather have an Underlord building Pipe Crimson Guard, like Pipe Crimson Guard is really good against that lineup. It blocks the sky, blocks the gyro damage.
Yeah.
I guess Stada basically doesn't really do anything with his Corrosive Haze, It's basically for his own right clicks only, Like the Quad doesn't really need the haze, It's not like it's gonna matter a lot in the team fights, Like the synergy is just not there,
Absolutely. I mean, this AC just kind of makes me feel like he's trying to play for his team, perhaps. But if you wanted to play for your team from the get-go, then maybe Slada wasn't necessarily the pick with this lineup that has no one who can use Corrosive Haze. Now, that's the past. This is the situation that we're in. He's going to try and scale up. The Midas is starting to pay off. Now, Raw Gaming, they're going to try and group up for this next Roche, and this will probably be the deciding factor. If they manage to secure this cleanly, then they can go onto the high ground with much more peace of mind. But smoke on smoke action, both teams looking out. Breaking on the front lines, Prada already in trouble. This is Undying, who barked back just now, and he's going to drop to the deck. Not sure whether he has the Ceaseless Dirge. Yes, he does. Pops it open. Meanwhile, Queen of Pain chasing down onto the Skyref. Vitaly, you talk about him just entering the game on the Slada, but he's already dropping so low and getting hunted down. The support's dying, and the offlane, Lumiere, meanwhile, nothing to show for it. He spent that entire fight chasing the Skyref Mage around, but he was able to kite it out and survive. Skyref Mage now joining the rest of his team as Raw Gaming after eliminating 3 heroes, minus the Undying, of course, because he has that Ceaseless Dirge, now going onto the high ground.
It seems to be very little Team Hunters can do here, with this Gyro sitting on the high ground, just overpowering them in the team fights. I mean, it's just way too difficult, The lack of synergy, the lack of items, just making the team fights way too difficult for them, It was kind of a nice idea there. They caught them. They were not ready, Raw Gaming, they only have 4 heroes there. Like the Sky had the TP into the fight, so they had the numbers advantage, initially.
I mean, you say that Raw Gaming weren't ready. It didn't feel that way. It almost felt like it was, honestly, Hunters that looked a bit not ready. Butterfly Effect, as soon as that smoke broke, he was quick on the blink, stuns the Undying, eliminates him. Meanwhile, it almost felt like Hunters didn't expect to see Raw Gaming so far up. They thought they had a bit more time on the smoke before running into enemy territory, but Raw Gaming right there to meet them, and this is the Roche that we were talking about, the second one with the banner and the Aegis. Ulu now insured with the second life, and now they can go up to the high ground.
Yep, to finish the game, finish the last set of Rex.
Finish the series here, might be. Smoke up.
Yeah, how many buybacks do they have? They have 1 on Snap and 1 on Queen of Pain. That's it.
Blink forward. Butterfly Effect again. Just a reliable frontliner gunning down Prada. Vitaly, I mean, there's nothing that they can do to save the Undying. He's just out of the picture. The flat cannon finishing him off along with the lingering damage from Butterfly Effect. Meanwhile, Lumiere jumps into the backline and eliminates Small Panda. That's not too bad. No static storm for you. That might honestly be enough for the disciplined Raw Gaming to back up. We'll have to see what they end up deciding. So far, the decision-making has been on point. They're electing to stick around. They buy back on the Disruptor. They want to put an end to this game right now. Lumiere jumping in on the backline, trying to eliminate the Pango. The Pango goes down. This is honestly a pretty good start. They need damage from Butterfly Effect and Ulu to turn this fight around. Wonder Kid still on the front line using his BKB. The Slada will get eliminated and no buyback on him. Ulu still acting as a bodyguard in between the rest of his team, daring the Queen of Pain to blink in, daring the Timbersaw to try and find an opportunity. Back up to the high ground they go. Gotta keep an eye out for the Queen of Pain. Lumiere's the one doing the work. trying to come in through the sides. Shengsi buying back as well. He didn't get the chance to use that Rolling Thunder and will look for an opportunity to do so right now. Last lane of Rax claimed. That is going to be mega creeps. Lumiere just completely ditching, trying to get maybe one final little item in the Shiva's guard. Still short of gold on that though.
Yeah, they're gonna have to defend against this mega creeps. I mean, Gyro doesn't seem like he cares. He's gonna just run in,
Yeah, why
end the
not?
game. Force the
BKB still
GG out.
available. Try to push the issue here. Hunters, on their last legs, they need to try and find some sort of crazy jump in with Lumiere again. Sonic Wave in 2 seconds, just waiting for that cooldown to come back up. But they need vision of the backline. The rest of Raw Gaming hiding behind their allies right now. There is a nice ward outside the base, spotting out Small Panda. He's gonna blink forward, try and find an opening, but Vitali's right on top of him. That's a dieback on the Disruptor, gotta keep that in mind, but they still need to deal with the Gyro, and Vitali, he doesn't have any life left. Gonna get chased down by that Arcane Bolt, and Vitali does go down. Sonic Wave onto Ulu, dropping the Gyro low, but that is still the first life. Wonder Kid now coming in with his BKB, but it's met by a BKB of Butterfly Effect. The Dragon Knight outdoes his counterpart, and Lumiere just has to blink away as Ulu still unstoppable. Butterfly Effect with a double kill. Ulu is beyond godlike, and they are more than forcing this GG out. They're just going straight for the Ancient. Lumiere will do his best to at least get a kill, but he can't even find Butterfly Effect. Will get that last hit, but Ulu guns him down in response, and Ulu will even turn around and deny Shengsi just for fun. This Gyrocopter did everything for them here in this game number 2, and Raw Gaming will take the series.
Yeah, with an unconventional build, Manta plus BKB first 2 items after the Falcon Blade, so just a very defensive build, but it ended up working because he couldn't he couldn't die, in the team fights. It was just very difficult to take down. The Slala, the Timber, the Corp, they just couldn't kill him, as long as he removes the Shadow Strike, he removes the Corrosive Haze on him, and he's just running around in the team fights with nothing to worry about, So well played to Raw Gaming. Definitely special shout out to Ulu, on this unconventional build, which worked.
Yeah, absolutely. Raw Gaming. They are probably going to feel themselves be very happy about this situation. And yeah, I mean, now they're going to go, I think, are they 2-1 overall in terms of the group stage standings? I believe so. With this win, that's going to place them right about there. Very good stuff here from the Chinese representatives here in DreamLeague Division 2. And that's going to wrap up our first series for the day. Honestly, feel bad for Hunters, but it does feel like now that we've watched a couple of games from them, some major glaring issues starting to emerge and reveal themselves, right? But that's the benefit of this DreamLeague Division 2 group stage. A lot of opportunities to try and turn things around, a lot of series for you to try and fix those mistakes. And speaking of series, we're not done here on the Earth stream just yet. We have another series coming up. It's going to be Kalmychata versus Zero Tenacity, but that's only in about 1.5 hours because unfortunately the series went a lot quicker than I think all of us expected. But in the meanwhile, there is a lot of other Dota 2 happening on the ESL streams. ESL_Dota 2, search that up on Twitch. You'll find Ember, Storm streams as well, still playing their series. You can hop on over there while you wait. But until 1.5 hours later for the next series, we'll see you guys then.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue.
love is here, today's the first day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. 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 Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better, gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Turned on the dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now. Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen. All the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow. Inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts. Hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over
make a wave of
Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me,
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to
a struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, baby. 20
haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago.
I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. Yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me.
A warm welcome back, everybody, to Dream League Div 2. We are halfway, okay, not really, almost halfway through the group stage, the massive group stage that is a round robin across 16 teams in 2 groups. And now we are into Group A games. We are now watching Zero Tenacity up against Kalmychata. So again, a bit more of a return to Eastern Europe versus Eastern Europe. 2 pretty formidable teams, I want to say. Kalmychata, they first made a more relevant showing in the recent qualifiers. As Zero Tenacity, I think they're a bit of a newer org in the Dota scene, a smaller one at that, but they've been around trying to make a couple of stacks work as well. I think, Winter, this should be a pretty even match, but every single time we've said that so far, we end up getting a one-sided affair that ends up not being very fun.
It's hard to tell, with the teams at this a level. Anyone can just come up with the goods and win the game, I think the team should be
Sure.
quite evenly matched. It's still early days in the group stage, not really a lot of data to say who's going to be a strong favorite or not. But hopefully we get to see some very, very fun Dota.
Yeah, for sure. I think the previous series, I don't know whether that would qualify as fun Dota. I think it was just more like raw gaming outclassing Hunters twice in a row, right? It wasn't necessarily the most insane. Like it's not like Hunters ever felt like they had this big comeback potential. The only advantages that they managed to get were when Raw were making mistakes. So hopefully a bit tighter on the gameplay here. Kalmychata versus Zero Tenacity. We have the game up ready for you, at least the drafting, and we're gonna see how these 2 teams choose to prioritize the heroes that they want, because I think that's been a major differentiation point in the team so far. For example, we know Hunters, they really love that Shadow Fiend. They prioritize the mid lane pick for Wonderkid, and in comparison, Kalmychata seem to be taking out a lot of the summoned heroes. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity taking out a bit more of what we usually see in the very top of the meta. You got Enchantress, Naga, Marcy taken out. The Slada's pretty interesting though.
Yeah, Slada is something that probably team specific. Like they don't really want their opponents to have it. I don't know if it's considered a strong hero in the current patch right now. Because where do you actually even put this hero? He's like in the similar category of like a Centaur or Mars, right? He's a team fight hero, a catch hero, but not exactly like the same level of presence in terms of team fight of Mars and Centaur. So the hero definitely feels like he's more in a very team specific position. Because if I'm going to open my draft, right, I'm okay with opening with Pango, Mars,
Maybe even Centaur, right?
or maybe even Centaur, depending on the pick. But Slada usually you need to try to hold and keep him till later. You don't want to show the Slada too early. He gets countered by a lot of very, very annoying support heroes, so he needs to have a good start. And right now, the Invoker as the opening pick for Zero Tenacity in a response to the Disruptor. I kind of like teams when they use the 9 pick for their mid heroes or any core heroes for that matter. I think Invoker as
Mhm.
a mid laner is pretty good overall. You get to
Yeah.
buy the Helm. I like Helm heroes on the mid lane at the moment. I think I prefer them a little bit more than the side lane Helm heroes. Wow, this is a lot of like map play coming out.
Wow.
Underlord and Invoker. Heroes that play the map, heroes that defend towers so you don't lose your towers easily. And yeah, this is going to be for the macro play.
Yeah, this is already a battle of concepts, right? I think a big question that has been posed in the pro scene lately is how do you defeat a disruptor draft? Because as soon as you see a disruptor, you know Kalmychata, they want to pick heroes that can run at you like the bounty hunter, keep track of you, run all across the map, break open these objectives. These are the hallmarks of a disruptor draft. Zero Tenacity will know that very well because in their previous series, just that they played yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, against Peru Rejects, they first picked this disruptor on the 8th pick. So Kamichara kind of denying this from them and also grabbing it for themselves. Zero Tenacity not deterred though. They're going with the idea of okay, you want to split us up and pick us off? We are going to pick heroes that can have impact regardless of where they are. A Sunstrike, an Abyssal Underlord, Gate come in, and he pits down. It's difficult. Who are you going to glimpse? Lifestealer comes out though for Kamichara as an answer to this Underlord in the lane.
I mean, this is the downside of showing the Underlord. I mean, I hope there is a plan B for Underlord. Because Underlord can definitely still be played as a carry. It might not be the best, but I think it's still kind of viable on the carry role. So if you want to dodge the Lifestealer, because this lane is this lane is tough. Very, very tough. Lifestealer, Disruptor lane. I mean, you're gonna be resorting into having your support to just pull to survive in this lane. So I wonder what they have in their bag because you don't just open your draft with 2 core heroes without having some plan B. Oh my god,
Well,
all the
three
cores are out.
three core heroes actually. Winter, Juggernaut, pretty decent into the life stealer if he didn't infest, or rather if he already infested. Right, I'm quite confused as to why we see the Jug this early on. I guess on paper it's decent into Disruptor because you can never glimpse and catch him.
I
He
mean,
always has the
this
spin.
is this is like breaking a lot of rules in drafting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not really sure what this is about.
And this is definitely a very different concept, right? The way they are drafting, they seem to value the support pick a lot. They want to pick the support later because the cores are going to farm no matter what. So I think the idea here is to ensure that the supports have the best game. So they dictate the play, they secure your early game, and it doesn't matter what core picks you have as long as they scale. So the idea is you pick cores that scale. So you just show them in the opening picks. They are very good in the late game, and you save your support till later so that they get a good game to secure the early game, and then your early 3 core picks that have very good scaling would survive till the late game.
That is definitely a risky gamble to take here and not one that many teams are happy to do. But Zero Tenacity, they're putting their eggs in the late game basket. One thing to mention before we talk a bit more about these particular hero selections is Zero Tenacity, they recently went through a roster change. So up until this point, it's been a lot of different qualifiers, a lot of different smaller tier 2, tier 3 events happening. And Zero Tenacity previously were playing with 423, the Mongolian carry player. But 3 days ago, they decided to release him in favor of Dream, as he's better known these days, Kami, and that feels like it's a slight increase in firepower, right? Dream is very experienced. He's played on these Eastern European teams before. It definitely feels a lot more like a fit, but Kamichara will answer with the Enigma, seeing the 3 cores already. Zero Tenacity, the first selection for their support to secure the game is going to be this Pugna.
Seems like they might have some trouble hitting the creeps of the Enigma. I don't know what the matchup is going to look like. I mean, you have Black Hole against Juggernaut later, which is always going to be very nice, something to control him during the Blade Fury. But in the lane, I'm not sure if the matchup is really that great, for Enigma plus Bounty Hunter. I think Pugna and Juggernaut seem to have enough tools, to be able to deal with the summons. They can kind of kill the summons It's not like the Enigma is laning into some what is a terrible lane, some
Like Gyrocopter, I think that's the big one.
no, no, like a terrible lane against Enigma. You know, anti mage Larry, for
Oh,
example, or faces
sure,
void that
yeah.
can't really do anything to creeps. You know, Juggernaut I don't think falls into that category. We'll just have to see. You
Yeah.
know, I haven't really seen any games with this particular matchup because Juggernaut has been, I think, a relatively new carry that's popping up since TI.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Mouse, of course, that's a different case. But unfortunately for us, Mouse not in the tournament anymore. Crystalis, of course, on his famous little win streak that became a loss streak with the loss in the grand finals at Fisher Playground. But that's not important here. For Zero Tenacity, they're hoping that Kami can bring it home on the Juggernaut with the late game scaling. It seems like Kalmychata also identify this. That's probably part of the Enigma pick as well, right? Like the be all end all. Okay, you don't have any BKB piercing disables. We're gonna black hole you, and there's nothing you can do. So Pugna save might give them a small out in that situation.
And it's not that easy as Pugna to save with Disruptor. I think Disruptor is
Yeah,
kind of good against the Pugna save. I mean, you can always glimpse in during the channeling and just cancel it. It's quite annoying, or just drop the silence on top of his head.
yeah,
I think
that's
in
fair.
general, it's not exactly like a game where
Straightforward,
Pugna
false
can.
promise, click a button and save, right?
Yeah, it's not gonna be that easy for him. I mean, the decrep is useful somewhat, you know, against the life stealer, but he's going to have radiance as well, so he's going to still do a bunch of AOE damage, you know. I think the laning phase is going again. You're going to be very important when you're playing into Enigma. If Enigma runs the show, he's going to be taking all the towers, and you're
Yep.
gonna probably have to assign the Underlord to defend those towers. You know, at least they have answers to that. You know, if Enigma is snowballing, Underlord can kind of solve the Enigma tower damage problem. You know, if he's pressuring your towers a little bit too much. But I want to
Sure.
see how they're going to solve this laning problem for Underlord. Is this Underlord going to just go into this lifestealer and disruptor lane per normal, or they have something up their sleeves, you know, to ensure he has a decent game?
Yeah, quick look at the Zero Tenacity draft so far. They haven't really shown this Underlord in any other position. The Void Spirit last pick comes through for Kalmychata. Ties things nicely together. A hero from the mid lane that can play with the Bounty Hunter, take advantage of the Disruptor glimpses, and a great vehicle for Lifestealer on the Infest. They might be lacking a little bit in terms of the overall team fight, but Void Spirit gives them the damage that they were missing for these pickoffs. Good catch on the back line into Invoker or Pugna as well. Now, Zero Tenacity, it
Yeah,
feels like this position 4 pick, if that's what we're waiting for, has to do so much work.
this game, you know, the Axe against the Pugna, the Invoker, the Vessel against the tanky Underlord, against the healing from Pugna and Juggernaut. So it's
Mhm.
a definitely a very, very promising Void Spirit game, you know. And now for Zero Tenacity, if they are going to pick a support, what is the support here to round everything up? So they go for a Pango, it means the Invoker is the support here.
Yeah, they're
So
getting funky with it.
they did open their draft with a conventional opening. We just didn't know that it's a support Invoker. All
Okay,
right.
let's talk through a little bit about what this might be about, right? Goes for the Mind of Tonaris, and I think the major reason for going for that facet is the EMP pull in. I'm not necessarily sure how much value that has this game because I don't see anything that stops Lifestealer from pressing Rage regardless. So I'm trying to make sense of it. You got any initial read on what the idea behind this Invoker is going to be?
No idea. Haven't really seen a lot of support invokers, you know, with Mind of Tyrannus. So basically, I feel like the laning he's not really going to be helpful in the lane, you know, even with this
No.
facet. I
Yeah,
don't
no.
know what is going to happen to the Underlord. I think he's probably going to have a hard time. And I guess Invoker could maybe get a helm and they can just play the map later. That's probably the idea here. You have helm and then you have a lot of disables, and I mean I guess this has to be also a hero specialty thing, right? He really likes to play the hero because you don't just pick the Invoker support as your opening pick right from the opening draft.
Yeah, I mean, that might make sense if GZ actually played the support invoker, right? I think it has. I don't know. Like he has not brought it out in the past like 1 week, week and a half. I'm trying to just check on this player overall and see whether he has played it over the course of his career. So he does have some Invoker games, 45 games with a 70% win rate. So even though he hasn't played it for a while now, it is maybe a secret specialty of his that he's been keeping in track. Kalmychata on the other side, though, I want to say their lineup looks pretty solid. I am a bit worried, though, because if their lanes don't go cleanly, there's a chance that Zero Tenacity just pays on them real hard with this Juggernaut Pugna Invoker.
I mean, definitely that could happen, but I think overall, based on the lane setup, I think I'll probably favor Kalmychata. I think their side lanes look really solid.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like at least the Lifestealer Disruptor should have the better, the better laning phase. Compared to the Underlord plus Invoker, I really don't feel like they could do much. They're going to have to prove me wrong on that. Mid lane, Void Spirit against Pango, I guess this is going to be just bread and butter, 50-50 lane, But the side lane seem to be, I think, at least for me, in favor of Kalmychata. So if they can do well in the side lanes, they have Disruptor and Bounty Hunter. That's going to be very, very hard to play against, if you are starting the game from the back foot right off the lanes.
Yeah. Sure. I do see a small window maybe at the 10 to 20-minute mark where Kalmychata might run into some damage issues. That's the main thing that the Disruptor Bounty Hunter doesn't really give you. It gives you a lot of vision, gives you a lot of nice utility to play with, but usually one cause that can turn this vision and glimpse into a kill a lot more effectively. I'm not sure whether the Enigma or Lifestealer fit that bill quite as much. A late smoke out, deep into the jungle. You've talked about how this move has become more and more telegraphed, but whoa, nothing much they can really do to stop him. It's an Invoker Pugna. There's no slows, no stuns.
Oh my god. They somehow they still got two, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah. There's a little bit of damage onto the Void Spirit as we get off to the races here. GZ starting with the Quas. I will say that I think, let me theory craft here a little bit, okay? Realistically speaking, if he EMPs in the lane and just drains all of the Lifestealer and Disruptor mana, doesn't that kind of make them useless? Like the Underlord can just stand there and not be so scared of a glimpse and stuff like that, or Thunder Strikes.
Yeah, but Lifestealer still gonna farm in the lane. I think as the hero matchups should show, a Lifestealer will just push Underlord out of the lane with or without mana. He doesn't really need mana to just push Underlord out of the lane. Underlord can't trade. Oh my god, what's going on? This level 1
The
fight
Pugna
hasn't
decided
ended.
to stick around to try and get the solo kill onto the Disruptor, but ends up missing the mark, expending
both gonna wanna
basically all
die.
of his resources. Yeah, he's just going to commit suicide. And the Disruptor actually elects to go back to base. So, whoa, he's going to be here by himself for at least the first few waves.
I mean, same goes for Dream, the Juggernaut. Both position 5s deciding to just abandon their carries, because they want to have fun dueling 1 versus 1.
Yeah. I guess it's not that bad for Dream. He's able to use the Blade Fury, clear out the creeps, and still maintain an okay situation.
He can definitely get healing ward if he feels like the lane is going to get too rough for him. He has a skill point save up. And it's also good for the lane. If you take the crit too early, some random crits might mess up your last hits, So I like saving the point.
True, yeah. The self-sabotage.
Yeah, tell that to Hoodwink, yeah. When you break your own tree with the innate, when you're trying to land your combo with the Acorn shot, that is, I think, also really, really frustrating.
Yeah, this is the second time you've mentioned it, Winter. Have there been some unfortunate
it happened again
games
today.
in your...
Today I played 2 Hoodwinks and it happened again.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you, first series of the day, Winter came into the call all grumpy. I was like, uh-oh, this man must have lost some games of Dota 2. Sure enough, I was right. I get
it
though.
out somehow.
I mean, yeah, gotta vent. But top lane, things seem to be stabilizing for Dream. This Enigma not really having the high amount of pressure that we've come to expect from this offlaner.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I kind of feel as well when I saw the lane matchup. It wasn't like a lane when I see the Enigma, I'm like, whoa, they can't deal with the summons, right? This lane seems like they have the tools to kind of survive in this lane, and you pick Enigma to win, to snowball the lane, right? Not to try to just break even and 50-50 the lane.
Yeah,
and
sure.
now the Lotus come, Sentry is placed, they are going to lose out on the Lotus. So yeah, both sides are going to the dire side, going to zero tenacity.
Start to put some pressure out onto Nefrit in the bot lane, but Woe has to pop the Rage to fight under the Firestorm. The thing is, though, Nefrit, he is absurdly tanky on this Underlord. He's got one Bracer at the moment. Seems to be enough to keep him over the edge. 1k HP at this early stage. Pretty solid.
Yeah, I think the main difference is the disruptor was not there for the first 2 minutes of the lane. Like I think Underlord is really
Yeah.
really weak at level 1, but somehow if you can get to level 2, once you get the second point in this lane of the atrophy aura, then the lane completely changes, right, for the Underlord, because he's able to get his last hits in, and then he gets the wave control equilibrium, and then you get the last hit in a very safe distance, so the lifesteal can't run you down in the lane.
Yeah. And all these factors compound, right? The more last hits you're getting in the lane, the more damage you get, the more atrophy aura somewhat denies the harass damage from the lifestealer. So the Disruptor losing out on so much early on by dueling the Pugna ends up working out for the side of Zero Tenacity. We'll see whether they can convert it into anything else for Nefrit on this off lane.
In top lane, Dream in a little bit of trouble there. He seems to have enough health to survive, but not the Pugna as he goes down for that. I mean, this is the firepower, from the Enigma in the lane. Sure, he's not stopping the Juggernaut from taking creeps, but he still has the tools to, kill them, if they step out of position.
Yeah, a little bit strange because Pugna still had that Lotus, but maybe just accepting his fate and wanting the reset instead of trying to live on a sliver of HP.
He cancelled his TP.
Why did you do that?
He didn't use shift.
No.
Do you have like
a little bit of a walk of
TP
shame
cancel
situation?
Requires stop? Do you have that option?
Yeah, so the funny thing is I realized how often I cancel my TPs and I got the TP require stop. But then now I've gotten into the habit of pressing stop for things so often that I still cancel my TPs sometimes. It's absurdly embarrassing.
Why are you revealing that right now to me? That should be a secret that you keep until the day you die,
I don't know. I mean, I feel enough shame, almost like, you know how people go to churches and they have a confessional with the priest where they tell you the deepest, darkest secrets? I feel like this is a safe space, I in a way, by telling you this, I feel free.
Thank you. I appreciate it since you trust me.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Winter. You can latch onto my secrets any day. 6-minute runes. Here we go.
Let's go.
This is your favorite time of the year, Winter. GZ taking some damage. Level 6 already. The Astral Step connects, but the bounce does not. And Ethereal will be able to net a free kill while Mirage is just playing dodge the heroes more like with his Rolling Thunder. He at least secures the regen rune. So
he actually has a double jump, yeah. Normally you see mid Pangos have the Thunderbolt. So I wonder why he wants double jump this game. He feels like maybe it's the matchup, or he prefers double jump in this melee matchup. But usually the Thunderbolt gives you a lot more power in the mid game team fights,
Sure.
Pugna again, he's scouted. He's level 4.
GZ's here though. Can he turn things around with the Invoker? Not looking likely, but Anko, if he goes down, that will be more than worth it. Now GZ trying to fight off a horde of Enigma creeps, still has the Tornado. They don't have a glimpse or the distance to catch him. So
guess what's happening? Juggernaut stealing the Wisdom Shrine.
Oh dear. Oh, they scan him out. They know he's there. They're going to TP in now with the Void Spirit, and he has to just ditch. Waiting for the spin. Spin, TP. That's all you need.
He's going to take a lot of damage.
Coming through the center, coming through with the stomp. Helps him out there a little bit. I don't think he would have died regardless, but cool play there from the Juggernaut to force the rotation from the Void Spirit.
He also TP'd back to the tier 2 tower, so he's not back at base. So back to farming he goes. So let's pop a healing ward. So efficiency play there.
Yeah, again, this is a relatively new player for the Zero Tenacity lineup, coming in as a replacement for 423, but as of right now, he seems to be the one winning a little bit of the bread for them, right? The safe lane, I think, apart from the Pugna devs, he's doing very well in terms of the CS, top of the board right now. Got a catch onto the Disruptor. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm going to pronounce his name the way I think it looks. It looks like Meta. Does it not?
I'm not gonna tell you how to pronounce the name, but I'm gonna tell you there's a rotation top.
Yeah, I
Mirage
mean,
is
Mirage is
coming.
doing a lot of rotating. He's
I mean, he is
rolling,
a
to be
slow,
precise.
slow pango. Okay, I don't know if he's gonna find him. All right, he messed up his roll. Never mind. I mean,
Okay.
he's gonna die for it.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see from your mid Pango. Mirage coming in, a swing and a complete miss here. He's just going to get glimpsed back into the clutches of the 4 heroes on Kalmychata. And I know this Jug's got to be pissed off because it looks like a rotation from your mid laner and it ends up costing both of your lives. Meanwhile, the Invoker ends up going down solo to Ethereal in the mid lane.
Oh boy, disaster! 1 full minute of disaster. You lose your Pango and your Juggernaut top. You lose your support that's taking levels, mate. This can't go any worse, and it seems like it's not over. Pogna, he's in trouble as well. They track him. There's no way he escapes this. I mean, I
Yeah,
already
this is
mentioned, right?
rough.
If you are losing a game against Bounty Hunter plus Disruptor, all I will say is good luck to you.
Yeah. You're going to need all the luck you can get because Track is working on the opposing side, getting them butt tons of gold. Despite zero tenacity coming out on top in terms of the CS across the board early on, we're now hitting that power spike why the Enigma is picked Anko, just dominating across this lane. The Eidolons are too difficult for anyone on zero tenacity to deal with. This tower is down. I mean, Underlord can't even make it here to defend in time.
Yeah, I guess he's supposed to. I guess he just didn't want to come. Right at this point, I think he probably is going to have to switch sides with the Juggernaut. You want the Underlord against the Enigma, and the Juggernaut on the other side of the map. Because Juggernaut doesn't want to play into the Enigma's black hole whenever it's up. I mean, the strength of Juggernaut is you feel safe in the lane, but not against Enigma.
No, absolutely not. And that was a great first use of the black hole as well. We didn't really mention it, but closing in on the Pango. Speaking of closing in, look at Rare Gods positioning so aggressively. He knows he has the backup of his team near him. Ethereal around the corner. It's just a bit of a bait for the Void Spirit, trying to see whether there are any juicy pickings for the taking.
I mean, they know the
I mean,
Invoker's around. They
mean-
see the Ghost Walk.
they do. It does have the bounty though. This is very awkward. Out comes the EMP. They glimpse back Say, but there's no real follow-up for now. Meanwhile, Mirage rolling through, stopping the rest of the supporting cast members, and the Disruptor will go down. So a bit of an extended bait there from Zero Tenacity, but it's so much wasted time. Your Underlord ultimate's in. I guess the only upside is that your Juggernaut is farming the top lane peacefully while this is happening, but still, just the Disruptor kill doesn't feel like it's enough.
I mean, on the other hand, they are farming really efficiently on 2 of their side lanes, right? They have the Underlord plus the Juggernaut. I mean, Underlord is the most farmed hero on the map right now, and he's going to die.
Oh no.
I mean, he thinks the life stealers alone. He's just trying to man fight him. Oh well,
Not
that
gonna
could
lie,
have
kind of
been
badass from
far
Nefrit.
from the truth.
Getting glimpsed back, Nefrit is still surviving. Quite a lot of HP left. The last little Janata proc, is it going to be enough? Nefrit, he needs to die. Rare Gods, they've committed far too much for this to fail. But the last Shuriken toss makes it happen. And that's kind of one of the weaknesses of an Invoker 4. He doesn't really do anything for
Wow.
you. A second kill going through onto Anko. That's the track damage amplification coming into play. More money in the pockets of Kalmychata as they're up to a 2k gold lead right now.
Snowball is beginning, Mike. Now 12-minute rune. Disruptor is running over.
Mirage
Still
is killer,
doesn't
but
have
he's
its
taking
ulti
so
yet.
much damage. AD rune for Ethereal, you're trying to save him, but the shield crash doesn't do damage because he was decrepified. He doesn't swash down anybody as Ethereal now. Getting Omni Slash
Slash?
and doesn't
Oh,
bounce back to the
no.
Void Spirit, and Ethereal manages to kill the Pango under his tower. If he escapes somehow, that would be criminal. The pit sentence him to death. You have to. Static Storm can't do enough, but now, whoa, here with the Gore Storm. Kalmychata, they can keep this chase going. There is nowhere for Zero Tenacity to run, even with the Invoker helping them out. Dream's gonna get pulled back. The spin comes through too late, and now they're punching onto the Juggernaut. Coming through with a healing ward, but that is not going to do enough work. Zero Tenacity, bodies left, right, and center. They need to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they need to get the Pangolier involved. That is their strongest hero right now in the game. If he is not smoking, he's not creating fights, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. The Underlord and Juggernaut just want to be farming peacefully on the side lanes. and they're not ready to fight. If they're forced to come into the fight, it does not feel good at all. I mean, Juggernaut
Yeah,
doesn't even have his battle for it yet. It's 30 minutes into the game.
not good. But they heeded your word, Winter. Mirage now coming into the high ground, waiting for a roll. They seem to know you're here. The Eidolons will alert that there's trouble on the horizon, trying to fully focus down the Enigma. They need this kill, and they'll get it. The glimpse back onto the Pugna finds that return, though. Rare Gods should be the next one to fall. There's way too many numbers here on the side of Zero Tenacity for Rare Gods to escape. So you talked about them needing to bring the Pango into the fray. They absolutely do so with the defusal, but nice little dodge away, glimpse back down to the low ground, pull him back into the clutches of Ethereal, and Mirage will end up having to pay the price. I say that. No way.
And he's still alive.
Seriously. Okay,
It's
Jeezy.
chill. The barrier, he's still alive because of that. Only get one kill, I guess. Not the worst.
Yeah, it's just the Pugna. Not the biggest deal in the world. I think Pugna would die 4 or 5 more times if they are able to get that same result. Still doesn't really change the fact that the Enigma's top of net worth still. He's trucking along to his item build very nicely. Vlad's, drums, and already has the blink in 200 gold.
Yeah, he's going to be a threat on the map for sure. I really like the dagger this game on the Enigma. I think his main role is to kick the Juggernaut out of the lane when he's pushing out the side lanes. And with the dagger, I think the moment you don't see the Enigma on the map, you can never feel safe, when you're pushing out lanes as Juggernaut.
It's kind of interesting the way this Invoker has been playing. He's largely been sitting in Ghost Walk and standing between where he thinks Kalmychata is and his Juggernaut. So quite literally playing a moving ward. It might come out and bail him out though, because as we can see, Kalmychata, they're actually planning an offensive up to the top side to try and hunt this Jug down.
Yeah, Ethereal, he's running in alone though. He's not afraid at all. He knows he's very, very strong. He's about to finish his Aghanims here. Yeah, he has it in the
They're
career.
try and punish him right now.
15
Start
minutes
with the
act.
drain. Nice little
Dissimulate.
tornado. Do they have a
Oh,
way to stop
very
him?
nice.
Dissimulate manages to get off, and he actually goes back into the 2 supports, gets that shield, bouncing now are the shurikens. In comes Nefrit, trying to punish. They lose save for now as Rare Gods gets tagged by the dust, will turn around for a parting shuriken and get back into the safety of his Enigma. It's Nefrit in trouble. Out pops Woe, Infest out of nowhere, and Ethereal, he farms right next to the tier 2 because he knows he can get away with it. I'm not sure whether the same can be said for Mirage. Try for the TP out. Oh, not even needing the glimpse. That Remnant was perfect and a very deserved ultra kill for Ethereal. Kalmychata continued to dominate.
I mean, this is why I didn't really like the double jump on Pango. He would have definitely connected onto the Void Spirit there if he had the Thunderbolt facet, I mean, as a mid laner, if you don't have Thunderbolt, it kind of feels like it's very difficult for you to make moves. Sure, you are tanky, but you can't really make moves as well, I mean, back to your point with this, you were mentioning that you kind of like the Invoker, just running around, being a scout, placing wards. I mean, I also kind of dig the idea, If I can find a way to bypass the lane, because Invoker is kind of, I don't want to say completely useless in the lane, but he's definitely not a very
I think
useful
that's
here
fair
in
to
the
say.
lane.
You're trying to be nice. I don't know why. Top lane, they're not gonna treat this Jug nice though. Static Storm on top of his head, but Pugna there with the save, starting with the life drain and the spin. Dream should be fine here. They already used the glimpse, but the problem is Ethereal's hot on his heels. 2 astral steps and a remnant is all it takes. And Jeezy, the invisible bodyguard, didn't make it there. Now the Ghost Walk's gonna prop. He's turning around with a tornado, but Ethereal can just very easily escape this, and he still has the backup of his whole team. They're gonna try and punish him, but Jeezy's the one caught out. Who are you looking for? Ethereal now dropping low. If they can somehow kill this Void Spirit, it might just make everything worth it. But he's hiding away back to his team. Out to the corner. He is out of here, and Zero Tenacity, fine nada. A glimpse back onto Say, preventing him from contributing to this fight as they get yet another track kill. Rare Gods looking to set up one more, and would you look at that? A big black dragon ready to explode on you. Zero Tenacity have been boomed this game. 23-5 at the 17-minute mark. 14k gold lead. It does not get quite worse than this.
This was like a little bit better than the other game we had yesterday. I think it was like a 1k goal lead per minute at what 15 or 16
it was
minutes
bad.
yesterday.
It was so
This
bad.
was This is a little bit better, but yeah, very, very similar in terms of magnitude of how bad your early game went, you know. I think this is very close to, if not GG territory. They could maybe try to take one fight. If it doesn't really work out, I think the game is just, that's it, you know. It's just way too much, you know. There's not much you can do. You can't even farm on the map because of Enigma. Like, there's no way you can come back in the game because the Juggernaut can't push out the lanes, you know. And if the Underlord tries to push out the lanes, the same thing will happen to him. Just uh, not with the black hole, you know. Don't need the black hole to kill the Underlord. So there's very little ways for them to try to split push and come back into the game. They don't have Helm. They don't have any ways of shuffling the wave out. Roshan is gonna die. So I expect them to try to take one more team fight. Maybe with the Aglims coming out on the Pango, which is still gonna take a while, you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna have time to wait. You know, with the Roshan already going down.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. And Winter, I'll be honest, I was a bit concerned about the lack of damage, but Kalmychata, with how well their early game has gone, they've just completely skipped past that point, right? You're at a point where Ethereal alone can solo kill anyone in the game, it feels like.
I mean, it's also just the bounty and the disruptor, right? I think these are the two most oppressive supports you can have in the game when you are ahead in the early game. Like, there's very little you can do because one is scouting you, one is catching you. They complement each other really well, and the
Yeah,
range of the catch is just so big. It's very
it's
difficult for
absurd.
you to survive.
And not just that, right? But once you start to get caught out in these areas, the sentries become a premium. You need them to spot out and control your areas. But every time you try and deward, the Void Spirit can connect instantly. You might just get tracked and run down and glimpse back. Like, there's no safety on the map right now.
Nowhere is safe. That is true. When they're gonna go
Except for
for
the
the
bot
top,
lane, maybe.
yeah, for now because Kalimchata is busy setting up for the Tormentor.
Yeah, true. Usually, you would see maybe Tormentor traded for a tower in a bit more of an even game. I don't know how to break it to you here, folks, but this is far from the case. Kalmychata coming out of the gates swinging. They are not showing mercy at all. Key items being picked up, so many of them. Manta style, you got that. You got the Boots of Bearing, 4-staff complete. I mean, this Lifestealer, he's quick finishing up his Manta already, and your supports one or two pretty decent items as well. The Solar Crest now on this Disruptor. Heard a Rolling Thunder coming out. They're gonna try and catch Ethereal. Try and slash him down. They couldn't even get the pit before he managed to dissimulate out. Now they're going to Omni Slash, but all it finds is his illusions. And again, you're wondering to yourself, was it the right play for Zero Tenacity to just snatch up their cause? Or this Invoker pick early on? It's just not done anything for them this game.
I thought you said he was doing a good job scouting.
I think you can agree that it's a cool concept. Whether it's actually doing anything this game is a different story, though.
So he was just scouting, and with the scouting information, they couldn't do anything. So therefore,
Yeah,
the
they
scouting is
scouted that they were
useless.
screwed, I think. They found out that they were absolutely bogged. Tries for a very ambitious TP out without the spin. I'm not too sure what that was about, but because of it, Dream is slowly but surely going to get run down. Now, Ethereal. They try and chase through. Nice spin. Okay. Well, meanwhile, your base is just being taken here. Nefrit on the high ground, Woe on the high ground. Sorry, not Nefrit, Anko. Mirage is just saved by the Decrepify is what he is. I thought he was dead for a moment there.
I was just busy watching this 1v1.
Yeah, Jug somehow manages to make it back to the base with a very timely spin. Good on him. Well, at least in 10 seconds, you're going to have all your heroes back. Maybe you can try for a fight with that, but you still don't have that Omni Slash. They're infesting in Ethereal. They want to try and jump in and die for a pick off. You gotta watch yourself, Puck. Now you step out a bit too close, you're gonna pop like a cherry. Hypnotized and killed. And the Life Stealer doesn't even feel the need to come out just yet. Popping at the very last moment, Ethereal will be able to dissimulate away. Meanwhile, Woe keeping the chase going, but has he gone a bit too deep? Woe still has that Aegis, but he needs some help. Meanwhile, Mirage doing a good job at keeping the rest of Kalmychata back. Anko's here to play though. Omni Slash coming out onto nothing relevant as Ethereal now getting caught out. They need a save for this Void Spirit, but they managed to pick him off. They held on and they killed an important target. Might look for more here. Tornado clips on the bounty hunter. Zero tenacity. They're sensing blood in the water. They're going to try and capitalize on it. Rare Gods left behind as Nephrit able to cut him off. So they don't actually expend much other than the Pugna buyback. And they managed to kill the Void Spirit. That's a godlike streak. Pretty good.
Yeah, they got it on the Pugna though. They probably wanted it on another hero, but sure. Still a very big kill. They only lost the range racks there, so this is definitely very, very good exchange for zero tenacity. I mean, they have very, very good coverage on the wards. They see everything on the bottom side. So hopefully in the next couple of minutes, they can use it to get another extra kill, so they can buy time to farm.
Yeah.
Play around their vision.
Glimpse back, Static Storm, Jeezy. Gonna get caught out easy. Bye-bye. There you go. Okay. Meanwhile, say stacking and farming a camp here at the furthest possible place away from his base just to ensure that there are no enemy heroes in the area. Another smoke move out, Kalmychata in the mid lane, trying to force a presence towards that outer area where they believe someone might be farming, and they would be correct. There's a Juggernaut hiding there right now. A bit too late though. He's going to hide back through the defender's gate. I mean, on the bright side, your Invoker is so under-leveled that its death timer is like 20 seconds. So he'll be back for this defense. As Kalmychata, even without the Aegis, will try for another go at the remaining racks down here in the bot lane. Split pushing two waves at the same time. Enigma Eidolons trying to do damage to the tier 1 here, or tier 3, sorry.
And there's no need to even rush for them, They could just hold this position, wait for the Roshan, just trap zero tenacity in the base. Just doing some poking and prodding with the Void Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. He can just keep trying this, right? There's no risk to him at all. It takes so much for them to kill him.
Yeah, they're waiting for the BKB on Uncle. Very, very close. There's nothing to stop the BKB Black Hole.
Yeah, but he also skipped the Blink Dagger because at some point I thought he was going to get it. He had it quick buyed up.
Yeah, I was
actually gears a bit.
surprised that he decided that he wanted more utility with a 4-star, right? You can save your teammates.
Yeah. I mean, get himself out of the pit
To be honest,
I guess.
I would have preferred the dagger.
Yeah,
because
me
he's so
too.
rich,
I feel like that's like the game ender, right?
Yeah, dagger BKB and you end the game.
Yeah. The second you see the Jug, you just jump in, dagger BKB. I mean, for now,
Oh,
a lot
big
of their
EMP.
mana is going to be burned. Yeah, this is the Invoker finally showing his worth, but it's not enough to save Mirage, who dies in the Static Storm. They fry that Pangolier up.
Well, they're gonna need a couple more arcanes. They have 2 on Disruptor. They have to, replenish the Enigma's mana before he's able to use his spells.
There's kind of a similar problem that happened the previous engagement in the bot lane as well. Anko was there at full HP, but he just didn't really have mana. Gonna come through with a second round of the EMP, burning a lot of the Void Spirit's mana. Ethereal did have a big stick charge though, so he's back up to a decent amount. They get that lane of racks without any real resistance, because Jug is just on the other side of the map farming right now. He wants no part in this defense. But I don't know whether Kalmychata are going anywhere. They still seem to be sticking around.
I mean, they are pretty strong, Enigma has mana
for
for
sure.
Black Hole. That's all he needs.
I'm sure he's saving it for the Jug here. Speaking of the Jug, has he come back yet? Rolling Thunder in, Mirage again trying to connect desperately onto someone. Rare Gods on the sideline, the Bounty Hunter looks to be caught. That'll be the first kill, going the way of zero tenacity as they hold on. And by hold on, I mean they already lost a bunch of buildings. They just finally got one kill for it.
I mean, if the butterfly comes out on the Juggernaut, I think there is some way maybe I could see maybe the Juggernaut still with some miracle Omni Slash winning the fight, If they can actually hang on until he gets butterfly. Oh no, he tried to catch him. He got him in the field. But there's no follow-up
He's
damage.
on the outer side of the kinetic field, so he's going to get brought out of it immediately. A tornado to cancel the TP. Ethereal, you got to be careful of the winds in this area. Heard they're quite strong.
Juggernaut is going to be very strong with the butterfly. I think there is still some miracle chance that this Juggernaut can still carry the game in the next fight
Yeah.
with the butterfly. It's a very big
Well,
time
he
in him.
has to dodge a BKB black hole. That's the main concern for him at the moment because Lord knows Uncle will be trying to single him out.
Could try to just land some EMPs, you know? He's been landing some EMPs on the Enigma.
True,
Burn
yeah.
his mana.
I mean, now Uncle's just kind of pivoting fully into this black hole. Like, he has the BKB and he has the Axe, which makes the lack of Blink Dagger even more confusing. He even has 3 mangoes in his pocket because he understands how important his mana pool is in this game.
Yeah, can't afford to be just relying on those arcane boots on the disruptor and the bounty though. It's not enough.
It's not enough. 150 mana, 300 total, and then maybe you got like a stick, got some mangoes. He just eats 3 mangoes immediately. Okay, I thought he was saving that for a rainy day, just pops that.
Erosion's up. Good time for the Lifestealer to scout it. Just casually just walks in. He has his Aghanims done.
Classic. Kind of interesting but necessary item for him, the Soul Ring coming out, just to ensure that he always has the mana to get a Rage or an Infest. I like that very much. A smoke move out here, 0 tenacity. Maybe they feel like they need to contest this Roche in order to have a chance. They don't want to risk the high ground fight. Out they come here, but Rare Gods on the front line might just break their smoke. Invoker Sunstrike going to scout this out, as Kalmychata just gonna jump in on the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, backline, it's the Underlord, popping his BKB, keeping the rest at bay. They can't find anyone at the moment for Ethereal, and EMP doesn't really do much. Jug starting to punch away. Looks like Woe has got the kill onto Nephrit. That's the Underlord out of the equation, but they might just trade a Bounty Hunter for it. They still got the vision. He goes down. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but the trade is not even. As Dream trying desperately to run away, has to commit
Oh
the Omni
no!
Slash, but it just gets on the Eidolons and the BKB black hole.
GG.
That has got to be it. The Jug bought out for the Butterfly, and that is not how they wanted the
Oh boy.
final fight to go. Kalmychata, that is a lot of mental damage done in this dominant game number 1.
Yeah, that is a very, very hard game to watch, you know, if you're a 0 tenacity fans. From the get-go, from the lanes, everything didn't really look like it was going to work. They got bullied. They got outmaneuvered. They couldn't defend their towers. I mean, they had like a couple of like nice moments, right, with the Evoker, with some cool EMPs, you know. But I
Sure.
felt like if the Pangolier had the fast facet with the Thunderbolt, he could maybe get them some extra 1 or 2 kills to stabilize the early game. Because with the double jump, it's like very defensive, right? He's very difficult to kill, but he also doesn't really do much, right? And the Invoker kind of needs someone else to do something. This Invoker plus Pugna, they were, I think, very, very defensive. They won't really contribute a lot in the early game. They need someone else to start the fights. And with the double jump on the Pangol, I felt like everything just couldn't really come together. You know? The synergy isn't there. I could see this working actually if the Pangol had Thunderbolt and they were able to somehow get a couple of kills in the early game to stabilize the game, and you get those all important levels on the Invoker, and then maybe you know, I could see them, you know, getting through the early to mid game and then going to the late game, because the Underlord, he was really fat. He was like one of the fattest heroes in the game at some point, you know, but he just couldn't really do anything because the Invoker was very weak. Pangol couldn't initiate properly. They missed on a couple of important kills because the Pangolier was slow, and they just got snowballed, you know, against this Bounty Hunter track with Disruptor Glimpse, and they just couldn't play the game.
Yeah, a dream game for Kalmychata here on the Bounty Hunter and Disruptor combo. We'll see whether the side of 0 tenacity are able to hang on and show us a little bit of tenacity, or whether it'll be a quick 2-0 series after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though, it felt so good. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me these are feelings that I ought to hide.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa, 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 fa,
One-sided affairs seem to be the theme of the day, Winter. Unfortunately for us here at DreamLeague Division 2, but maybe Kalmychata as well as Zero Tenacity can buck that trend for us coming into this second matchup. The first one was pretty tough. I want to say a lot of it ended up being missing pieces from the draft, right? We were a bit confused with what seemed like a 3-core opening draft for Zero Tenacity, and then they did a funky little last pick Pango, switch the Invoker to support, but it never really felt like this big gotcha pick. It didn't feel like the Invoker position 4 was able to really do much for the offlaner, and then it's not like the Pango won the lane either, right? So a lot of mess ended up happening, but we do have a draft, so let's throw that up while I pick your brain for some thoughts on how maybe Zero Tenacity can tighten up for the next game.
Well, try not to be too fancy, I guess, with the Invoker. I don't know. I think maybe everything could have worked if the Pango went the other facet though. So he could actually hold the early game a lot more because there's like no real playmaking, right? If you look at the other two supports, Invoker and the partner, Invoker can only do like some playmaking once he gets levels, right? Early game he is really weak. They couldn't really do much, you know. So I think they have to kind of pick more early game centric lineup for their supports, you know, get better early game. Because Kalmychata seems to, I think they like to play very aggressive early, you know, with this sort of disruptor plus bounty hunter type of supporting duo. So you kind of have to at least try to have something to match them up in the early game.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a misread, if I'm being honest, because these days, whenever we see a disruptor, I think people automatically assume, oh, he's a bit of a weak laner, you know, maybe we can get away with just picking the underlord blind without knowing what the carry is. But Zero Tenacity learned a hard lesson that way. And we are into the picks and bans already. So the first few heroes coming up, it's not on your screen just yet, but we'll get it for you eventually. Don't worry, folks. Enchantress as the first pick for Zero Tenacity. So this was banned out just now. And Kalmychata meet it with a Slug, which I almost want to say I think is going to be a pause for.
Probably, based on the pick sequence, they think that the Slug is good into the Enchantress. You kind of scout him out, keep him busy. Yeah, don't really know how the lane's gonna go though. I can understand the idea behind the Slug against the Enchantress in the early game. Kind of like why you pick Bounty Hunter into this Chen Enchantress heroes, right? You just follow them around, just annoy them, you scout them, you block the camps. So I would see that Slug probably would do the same here, but a little bit weaker than the Bounty Hunter because you're not invis, so the Enchantress can chase you around and bully you.
This is a say classic though, I will say. It's like one of his best, if not his best hero. We've seen how much Enchantress players can do when in the right hands, right? I think most notable one ever, Snaking, you got Celery, they're just dictating the early tempo. I think one of the things that Slug doesn't really answer for me is Ench can still very much run to the mid lane and send a creep to the tower, and I don't know how much Slug can help in that deep pushing situation.
Helm, you get a helm.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, you get a helm and then you steal a creep. That takes a while to farm up, but maybe at the minute 6, minute 7 mark when Ench inevitably rotates to your mid, you just hope that
I
your mid lane is strong
actually
enough to.
think that maybe the mana cost nerf is quite heavy on Slug though. Like if you get the helm, because before I know you could do it, now with the mana cost, I don't know. Because this hero is kind of like, you need a lot of mana. And you don't really build mana items on this hero. Like you kind of hope that you get a mana item on the enchantment. That's pretty much it, on your neutral slot. Warlock Slug, yeah. Maybe the Slug is not a support after all. Might be might be just a carry for them. Who knows, Or maybe they're just opening up with 2 supports right from the get-go in the draft, which I'm not a very big fan of. I mean, if these are your 2 supports, it means that any spirit-based Puck elusive hero is going to be very, very strong. Like a Storm, Puck. Like, how are you going to deal with those heroes? You have no catch.
Yeah, the options very open for Zero Tenacity on their core picks. Slug and Warlock, it just doesn't really feel like it gives you much in the way of catch or control, doesn't it? You have a pounce, okay, and then what? You're gonna fatal bonds the one dude and rock him to try and kill him. It's a bit weird. We'll see whether it ends up biting them in the bum here. Zero Tenacity pick, I want to say a bit more well-rounded of a duo in their support. So both teams switching gears, especially Zero Tenacity, they started game one's draft with what looked like 3 cores, and now they've picked 2 heroes that I don't think have any chance of being pivoted to a core.
Gone are the days of the
Of
mid lane
Thompson, Snapfire,
Snapfire.
yeah.
I mean,
Those.
BZM also kind of plays it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it's gone because
Why?
what the hell was
It's
that?
so much fun.
Dude, it's like the Bat Rider, right? Where you have this
Huh? Bat
insane
Rider?
early timing. Yeah, okay, hear me out. It's like the Bat Rider, where you have this insane early timing with magic damage and whatnot. And then all these core Snapfires, they try and go into the right click build. And then it gives you this big 20-minute window where she hasn't got the talents yet. She's not really very effective. And you kind of gotta just wait for her to scale up. The real
Okay.
Snapfire mid players are the people who just go
So
magic damage all throughout.
I still don't understand why do you hate it.
It just makes me feel like useless as a support because then my mid has to AFK farm for like 20 minutes after a successful early game.
Okay, so you hate playing with it. You don't hate the hero, but you hate playing with it.
Yeah, I like Snapfire on the support role. I like Snapfire over Mars. But Kalmychata, they love this Void Spirit for Ethereal and they'll pick it up for themselves again. Though the fact that this Sand King also comes out confuses me a little bit. Are they thinking of putting this one on the off lane?
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of tanking offlane. Tanking offlane kind of sucks, you don't get the levels to clear stacks. I mean, the lane's going to be... What are you going to do? If Sand King and Slug? I think...
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to rationalize it a little bit. I guess the one benefit that Sand King has on the offlane is you have that strip of creeps that's near the Wisdom Shrine that you can always go back to.
Yeah. Like, basically like a dark side, you just keep stacking and clearing both camps, I mean, back then it was popular because you had the moving Sand King. I mean, the moving Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Now, I guess you can still do it, but it's not
level 3
as,
Sandstorm, level 4 Sandstorm is fine.
it's not as good as before, not as efficient. I think you're better off like clearing the ancient stacks, but we'll see, if they decide to put it on the off lane, which I think probably is gonna be the mid lane. I think Sand King, you just want to go mid. Like he doesn't really care about his matchups. You just go mid, you farm. I think you won't lose in 99%, I want to say, matchups, I think there are only like 1 or 2 which can trouble you with, and they also have to win the sentry wars, right? There's going to be this annoying sentry wars happening in the mid lane. As long as you win the sentry war as Sand King, I think the matchup kind of doesn't really hurt you as much, even against a co-op, for example.
For those of you wondering, we did have a little bit of a pause in the draft as someone had to restart, but we're back into it here. Shadow Fiend comes out. So Zero Tenacity, I want to say that is probably the Mirage pick into the Void Spirit / Sand King that could be mid. I don't think we still see very much Void Spirit carry, although I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't think it's a thing anymore.
The SF with the Mars is also very strong. I think we've seen it so many times. The arena and the fear into the walls. That is
Yeah.
insane damage. I mean, either way, they don't have like a lot of pressure in the early game. Right? This is what allows like the SF to be picked. When you see like the supports being slug and warlock, most likely they can't really pressure you. They don't really scare you, right? For example, if you run into some Spirit Breaker or Tuskar, I think those are supports that you worry about. Or Bat Rider support in the early game. Chen and Chantress, they can gank you in the early game. Slug, Warlock a little bit too tame, for ganking SFs in the early game. This SF is definitely going to be a solid problem. It's going to be it's going to be annoying for them. And usually with SFs, I think you are afraid of Terrorblade because of the reflection. But there's still like Ursa
Do
in
you
the
think
pool.
this SF is a pause one? Because my read is that it might just be, it's going to be mid to deal with the Void Spirit
I mean,
Sand
even mid, you're afraid of the Terrorblade reflection because you still have the not as much, but you still have the what's it called, the presence of the Dark Lord. When you get caught in the reflection, that's gonna be annoying for you and your team.
Sure. I mean, in the game though, SF has so much magic burst damage. I'd imagine, if you're able to land a crazy Requiem, you fear everyone. There isn't any way Kalmychata can actually help their Terrorblade, right? Like you come through with an Arena, Mortimer's Kisses, Requiem on top, the sheer amount of team fight that Zero Tenacity have right now, it rivals Kalmychata, right? You think about the Fatal Bonds, the Sand King Epi. This also is a Sand King that's coming through from the off lane, so his progression is going to be a bit slowed.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade takes a long time to come online, so he's probably gonna have to farm. I mean, you can just play the map, but uh they go for Ursa on the zero tenacity side, so it means the SF is going to be mid. And what is Kalimchata going to do here? Like I feel like it's kind of tough here. They're probably gonna lose their lanes. I actually maybe prefer Sand King mid and Void Spirit off lane. I don't know if they have the hero pool to do that. Right.
Yeah.
I think that probably is gonna be better for them. Or Void Spirit carry. I've seen some teams put Void Spirit on the carry. Can be decent in some games. Then you can just pick
Yeah.
another off laner. You can lane into the Ursa. Again, I would
What would that
suggest
look like?
Venomancer against Ursa because they have Slug.
There, okay, here we go again. We might see it. We've been seeing a large increase in Venomancer, but Queen of Pain is the selection. So it is going to be a Void Spirit carry. They still are putting the Sand King on the off lane to deal with that Ursa. And instead, they're deciding we prioritize the mid lane matchup. We believe that if Ethereal can outdo Mirage just like he did in that game number 1, it's an easy win.
I can agree with that. I think against
Yeah.
SF, you always want to have that kill threat on him in the early game. I mean, I mentioned Slug is probably not the best hero to roam, but I think in this particular situation with the co-op against SF, because there's going to be a lot of like harass and trading, so maybe the Slug would just come in handy. You just come over, drop a bullet grenade, and you can score a kill on the SF. It might be possible, even though he has so little damage.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks like Zero Tenacity, another situation where maybe they need to rely on their safe lane between the Ursa and the Enchantress to do very well. The rest of the lanes look a little bit tricky for them, right? The Void Spirit Warlock, that's pretty hard to beat, mostly because you only have a limited amount of damage between Mars Snap, and after you cast both your spells, Void Spirit's just gonna press
You
his
do not
Resonant Pulse
beat
and
them. You
yeah,
get you try to get a 50-50 lane. I think
yeah.
Snap Mamas, you just want to get into the mid game for your team fights.
Sure.
I don't
Okay.
feel like you can actually win this lane. And I also at the same time think that the Warlock and Void Spirit is just going to farm, and they're gonna push out the waves, so the Mars is also going to farm. It's not going to be too much of a problem for them. It's going to be a 50-50 lane. I expect the other lane to be favorable for Zero Tenacity, Enchantress, Ursa against. I mean, they're gonna be not playing the lane, Slug, Sand King, just pulling and stacking and just doing whatever you can to not play the lane. And the key lane
Yeah.
is going to be this SF against Queen of Pain. I think the whole game hinges on who does well, right? I think SF, you can still fight this lane and outfarm the Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain wants to kill you, but SF wants to farm, right? And SF has better tools at farming. It's all about getting through the first couple of minutes, first 3 4 minutes, you don't get punished too much. You don't die to the rotations from the slug. Then
Hmm.
after that, you have 3 points in range. You just jungle and just push up. You basically push the wave. You go jungle. You avoid confrontation, and you're gonna outfarm the co-op because co-op is not going to have the same amount of farming speed as a Shadow Fiend, right? And
Sure.
if you look at their supports, they have pretty good supports to protect the SF Snap and Chantress especially. Those are very very strong supports in the early game, so they could be very very useful in keeping the SF alive, and stabilizing his game so he can farm.
Yeah. Eyes locked on this mid lane matchup is what I hear from you, Winter. And speaking of this SF, Mirage, of course, didn't really have the best time in the previous game on the Pangolier. But good news is that Shadow Fiend is a lot more up his alley. Out of the games that he's played in the competitive scene so far, he has played 76 games of Shadow Fiend with a 67% win rate. So that gives me quite a bit more confidence, I want to say. His previous SF performance in this event was up against The Bug, and he went 14 2 and 8. So that was clearly a game where he got the better of his opponents. I don't know how well he'll be able to do into this quote unquote counter pick matchup, because that previous game he was 9 pick into a Dragon Knight 8 pick. I think that's just about as hashtag countered as you can be on the Dragon Knight. But yeah, now up against a Queen of Pain, this feels like a test, right, of his knowledge of the how to play in a disadvantageous situation as Shadow Fiend.
Depending on who you ask, right? Some may say SF is gonna be the one with the advantageous matchup against Corp, right? You get to farm more
Damn,
than the hero.
I guess
I've seen
so.
this
Yeah.
matchup. Some players like to play the SF into Corp. If you ask mid one, I've seen him pick SF into the Corp. He thinks that the matchup is fine. You can just outfarm the Queen of Pain. It'll be nice if you can kill him, but usually you won't be able to kill the Corp. But as long as you don't die, you farm stacks, you are going to pull ahead of the Queen of Pain. I think the onus is going to be on the Queen of Pain, right? She has to win the lane. She has to try something to kill you.
She
So
does,
some may
yeah.
say it's harder to play the co-op in this matchup, even though it seems like the co-op is having the advantageous matchup.
Yeah. I don't know whether Mr. Ethereal will agree with us, because we got to keep in mind he saw the SF picked. He knows this is likely going to be a Mirage SF. He chose to pick the Queen of Pain into this matchup. So I'm interested to see him go all out. I'm interested to see him crush the lane. But at the same time, I want game 3, man. I feel like it's been a pretty slow day of Dota 2. And by slow, I mean the opposite. It's slow because the games have all just been one-sided, right? We watch the game, it's like in one team's control the entire time. There are no big comeback moves or team fights, but if there's one game that might deliver that type of action, it might be this game number 2 here at DreamLeague Division 2. Because you got big-ass team fight on Z10 and Kalmychata.
But first, we have to get through the early game. Calm down,
True.
Mike. Calm down.
I'm trying to keep calm, but Dream might be picked off for first blood. He does not have vision on the high ground. This is a move that many teams have started to expect, but somehow they pass the Ursa without actually catching sight of him. How
Teams
did
are
they
getting real.
just.
Teams are getting real creative with the smokes. Yeah, using the night vision heroes like Slug, Bane.
Mm,
They walk in front. They're not in the smoke, but they're just scouting, and then you see them moving, and then you try to arrange your heroes accordingly.
yeah. Wolf spotting out an Enchantress there, but you are understandably afraid when you see a random Enchantress on your side of the map. You gotta assume that there are more heroes around. I was wondering whether we would see something similar to Pipsqueak +4 with this Warlock, right? I think Kidaro showed us that the Warlock played on the offlane actually pretty decent, because you just keep your offlaner topped up. The Fatal Bonds is a lot easier to land. But no, they're going to keep things plain and simple. The Warlock backing up the Void Spirit to secure his lane. Meanwhile, remains to be seen how Anko will do against this combination of GZ and Dream.
He just wants to farm in his lane as a Sand King. I don't think he wants
He
to
does,
try
yeah.
and kill them. He wants solo XP if possible. He wants the Slug to quote unquote be gone, pull creeps and be gone. Stack for him.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to focus on this mid matchup, which is going to be the talk of the town this game.
Yeah. The town being us, of course, we're talking about it because this is going to hinge This is what everything hinges on, right? This is what is going to dictate who's able to assert themselves in the mid lane and kind of also empower the supports to make plays. You talked about it before. Shadow Fiend, as much as he's kind of a spellcaster, not really a right clicker when he's playing that magic build, he functions like a turret, right? He stands there, you can't take his tower, he clears the wave, he forces the enemy mid laner into an awkward position. Mirage hoping to do that, but right now, keeping his distance, playing it safe. He knows his limits, just using the razors to secure the last hits. Doesn't want to get too close.
Corp is level 3 now. He is going to start to pressure the SF quite a bit here. That one extra deny making all the difference, getting level 3 faster than the SF. All the small little things is going to add up here in this particular lane, I think Stark is going to be really happy when he comes over, the SF is like half HP or less than that. It'll be an easy kill for him.
We'll have to see how Ethereal plays these runes, because now with the bottle and the blink, you can outfox the SF, right? If he tries to run over towards the other rune, you could also make that play where you just follow him and use the blink at the last moment. Just like we see here, Ethereal's going to try and beat him there. Unfortunately, a bit too slow on the move this time.
Oh, double stun. Very, very nice. That turnaround.
Very nicely done. Anko gonna get a 2-man barrel strike, and GZ drops to the deck as well. We were worried about this lane. Seems like we had nothing to be concerned about, Winter.
Yeah, the Ursa kind of going all in to kill the Sand King there. Sand King lives by the skin of his teeth, and then the Slug kind of did the rest, with the Essence Shift, just standing and trading because they had no spells, and somehow allowing the Sand King enough room to come back for the second barrel strike to clean them up. Well played.
Very, very cool. Good stuff there from Anko. I think you gotta be super.
Begin. Slug is already stacking, and look at the SF. SF is full health, so he clicks on the SF, says, "Okay, never mind. I'll be back in a bit. I'm not ganking the SF right now."
True. Yeah, it's not happening. Mirage did take a very aggressive position a bit earlier. He landed 2 razors, forced the Queen of Pain to run through her entire bottle, and was kind of pushing past the tier 1 tower. I was worried that there might have been a TP in to punish the Shadow Fiend. Now, here's the lane we didn't talk about just yet, the bot lane, right? They elect to put the Enchantress here with the Mars over what we thought would be a Snapfire Mars lane. What do you think that's about?
They are trying to probably avoid the Ench into the Slug lane, because as I said, usually you pick this sort of bounty Slug hero to follow the Ench around. So they're probably feeling better to match up against the Warlock here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mars is on top of the CS by a large margin, but I also don't know how many of those creeps are the little Warlock fiends that he's killed. So not really representative of...
The imps, Mike.
Sorry. Forgot. The correct terminology for them. My bad, Winter.
It's okay, just helping a buddy out. Don't worry.
Yeah. Appreciate it. I think...
just buy me, you know what to buy me.
Yes, always with the food.
Just buy me a
Can't get anything out of goodwill. Always has to be a cost. Winter Dota, ladies and gentlemen. He's a businessman through and through.
Nothing is free.
That's true. Okay.
You
gotta charge me 1 lunch for that imps comment. That's
Come on,
cool.
it's just a bowl. It's a bowl of noodles,
Oh my goodness. So this is a very, very abusive relationship we got going on here.
How? I'm just asking, like, it's like $4, $3, 1 plate of noodles,
Older esports talent exploits younger esports talent for money and food. How's that?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just see friends having food together,
Yeah, true. Top lane though, Uncle dropping very low. They have a sentry on him, and they get the kill onto the Sand King. So this is more in line with what we were expecting, right? GZ littering vision all across the lane, which allows Dream to just hit him with the claws.
Yeah, mid lane, things are starting to heat up. Level 5 on the co-op against SF, and the Enchantress is already starting to come over in the catapult to kind of stabilize the lane. You don't want to allow the co-op to pressure the SF during this period a lot. SF is kind of
so annoying.
SF is running low on resource.
GZ gonna scout these stacks. Rare Gods with the chase though pushes them away. GZ, that does not work, my friend. Okay, well now he's learned something new. Invis rune in the bot lane. Think Say is gonna go down. Beautiful
Well,
stick
he
at the very
survives.
last moment.
That's a big
And he
deal.
ends up surviving. Ethereal is gonna try and turn around, but had a fairy fire in the back pocket. It's an Invis rune for Mirage. 2 razors is all it takes to take down that support. Start to see the level disparity come into play here. You can imagine if the SF had the level 6, it might have looked a little bit different. Here's the blood grenade. Turn around, 1 raise. We gotta watch for the second one.
Shadow Word? Okay,
Coming
he's
up
gonna
in
die.
3 seconds. Shadow Word. He's ticking
He's
low.
gonna die.
Turn around with a Nyx raise. Very, very
Oh, it's
close.
gonna be
but
close. Oh,
fairy
now he's
fire.
dead.
He's gone. Oh, Shadow
No
Fiend.
Sonic Wave, but still dead SF.
Getting outdone here, GZ. Gonna try and finish the job. Gets it done. That needed to happen. If Ethereal managed to escape there, that would have been real rough. But at least they draw. They draw, right? It's a tie.
I mean, the Queen of Pain is definitely way happier than the SF. I give you that. He got the XP on killing the SF. I think that was like the huge one. 2 kills for the co-op. I mean, SF, he is going to return to the jungle to clear some stacks, just be trying to catch up. But I think overall the co-op is going to be happy, with that exchange. He's going to want to control the next power rune at minute 8 and continue dominating this SF. And the SF is going to need his Imperial bodyguards around him right now.
Yes. Bring all the royal servants. Your Shadow Fiend needs his help.
He needs the best, the best bodyguards.
The finest security of all the Dire team, please. Dude, Anko cleared out a whole big fat stack. That's a lot of gold for him. He's kind of tied with the Mars in terms of CS, who is beasting it up, honestly. This Mars is farming up a storm. Meanwhile,
Hang on,
got the catch
fight.
onto GZ.
Shield rune on
Ethereal.
SF.
You got a Sonic Wave, though. You're trying to shield rune on SF, like you mentioned. Here comes the Mars.
Oh, the
Here comes the
combo.
arena. Fear them all in. Beautiful TP from Nefrit, making it happen with the rotation. But Mirage, his shield rune has run out, and Anko's here to claim some bodies. Sand King into the fray, popping the
Wow, even the Void
epicenter.
Spirit's
Woe has
here.
joined as well. This is an all-out brawl. Ends up being a 3-for-3 exchange. I think
10
that
heroes,
favors
the Earth.
yeah, I think that favors Kalmychata actually, because they end up killing 2 cores compared to.
Imagine if the SF didn't have the shield rune. I think that fight would have been way more straightforward, for Kalmychata.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, that was an amazing combo there. Just getting the Mars arena with the fear there, just instantly vaporizing 2 heroes.
Yeah, vaporizing is the right word there. Just this early stage, it's too much magic damage for them to stand up against. But look at this,
But guess
Kalmychata
what?
sticking
That's a
around in the mid
cooldown.
lane.
2 big spells on cooldown, and they're running at you again. And now
got
the
the
rock is
rock.
online.
It doesn't connect
Wow,
on
he
the
is tanking
Enchantress though.
everything. Holy, dude, he tanked so much on the edge. Now it gave them time to react. The snap is here with the kisses.
I mean,
They're gonna get some
Kisses
return
coming
kills.
in, killing rare gods. Whoa. I mean, he should be able to survive with the Sanctuary, but in comes the
Good
cookie
cookie.
with the stun. You need to line up those razors nice, and
Wow.
Mirage gets it done.
Bro,
Somehow,
that
some
end
way.
took too long to die. That was criminal. How long they took to kill him, and they just lost 3 heroes.
Bracer, Infused Raindrops, 2 levels
How
in
did
Nature's
he
Attendant, and
survive?
Overprotective Wisp.
So long. Like how? Oh no,
Arena.
spear misses.
Oh, that's
Alright.
awkward.
It's okay. He is going to get the regen rune. That sucks.
Okay.
I wanted the rune, but
Mirage.
clock face.
Yeah, he would
You
have
have
really
already
liked that.
picked up the first 2 runes. You have an Invis, you had the shield rune. Now it's my turn. Gaben is a fair person. 2 for you and 1 for Quad. And they're bringing 4 heroes top right now. No rock, but they want to kind of like pressure and open up this tower. I mean, the Sand King is actually he's actually so high level. Like he's the off laner, not a mid hero right now. Like he still
Yeah.
feels like he's getting a lot done, Coming to that fight, cleaning up kills, and now he sees stacks. He's like, wow, juicy stacks. Thank you, Stark, for notifying me of the stacks.
Licking his lips right now. Is there anyone who can stop this? They're TPing in, but it's far too late. Uncle's already cleared all of these up. That was supposed to be the recovery plan for the Shadow Fiend, maybe the Ursa as well. Ooh,
Hey, Shadow
that
King
stings.
is even that far behind. He's ahead of the quad. Like, he doesn't need to recover.
I guess so, but it does feel like he's died quite a bit in these fights already.
Yeah, but
Not
he
really
also has
ideal.
3 kills, so that kind of balances out. It's level 9.
Say with a very cute tower deny there. That's what warranted the tip from Ethereal. You got your Blink Dagger now on the Sand King, so Uncle's gonna have that shipped out to him.
Oh no, Enchantress
Pretty.
again, showing herself in the
Yeah.
front line. Is this a bait again? Sand King is really, really hesitant. Do we go on her
Yeah.
again? Do we not abandon ship? Let's go to another lane. The Ench TP's in here. You run away from her.
Yeah, they're scared. Also, interesting item build I wanted to point out here. I'm not exactly sure why, but Anko decided to go for the power treads this game. Is there any sort of immediate reason you might think this is relevant?
It's just nice to have some stats. It's so useful when you're farming. You see players swap the threads so that you
Sure.
get the creeps to aggro you, the neutral creeps, so you don't have to. So it's just easy, right? You swap your trades around, then the creeps will see you for a brief moment. They'll come back to you during sandstorm.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. If not, you need to wait for your auto attack intervals. Rare Gods now on the hunt. They see the Ench, they drop a rock. We know how this happened the previous time and say he's not going to die. In fact, this is just a bait. You fall for the same trap twice. That can't be a good look. Kalmychata getting pulled in by the Enchantress. They lose 3 heroes for free.
And there's no way it happened twice in a row. This is giving me some PTSD of the watermelon battle when the
Oh my
Tusk
god.
and the Broodmother were trying to kill the Tide Hunter over and over again
Ethereal.
the other day.
If this Queen of Pain goes down, it might be worth it though. Mirage gets tagged by the Mortimer's Kisses. GZ from the mid lane gets some revenge for the bullying he endured at the hands of the Queen of Pain earlier on. It's a 2k gold lead for Zero Tenacity at the end of that fight. But now a Midas for WoW. That's certainly an item built for the carry Void, but I guess he's enjoyed a lot of free space here, so no harm, no foul.
This does not look good at all for them, like the pace of the game. I mean, sure, your Sand King has his dagger, but what happened the last minute or so, this has totally given everything back to Zero Tenacity. And now,
Yeah.
I think they're really, really happy with this outcome of the early game, right? Your Mars, your SF, your Ursa, they're all very, very farmed, especially the Ursa, 7.6k net worth. He has his dagger in, I would say, 1 minute or so. Dagger and Battle Fury on Ursa, so he is ready to join some of the fights. I mean, this definitely does not feel good, I mean, with the Queen of Pain pick, you kind of want to dominate the early game. You kind of want to set the pace of the game. Again, round 3 into the edge. Have they not
Are they
learned?
seriously gonna try
Have
and
they
do
not
this?
learned?
They did not learn. Winter Nefrit comes out with a big arena onto 3. He does go down, but again, you lose your Sand King for it. Dreams now join the fight. They blast down Ethereal. Zero Tenacity continue to use the Ench as a bait and say is full HP.
If they are not throwing Epicenter and Sonic Wave, they are not instantly killing. I mean, your supports are Slug and Warlock, right? They don't have any burst damage to kill the Enchantress. I mean, this is very strange. There's no... Okay, you do it one time, fine. You do it the second time, something is wrong, Like, why are you banging your head on the wall? You do it the third time, I don't know what to say, Like, it's
Yeah,
exactly...
you need to call the police. Something's up. Whether this Ench has committed a crime against their family and they need to find some vengeance. That's what it feels like. But on a sort of less jokey side, it does feel like these moves have been pressed by their need to try and take this tier 1 tower, right? It still stands at the 15-minute mark, and they haven't been able to knock it down. I think that's what they were really here for, not really the Ench.
I mean, it's just the nature of the lineup, right? You kind of have to play your heroes. I mean, if your heroes don't have the DPS, don't have the burst damage to kill Edge, then you have to just accept the fact that you're not going to be able to kill this tower early, I think you have to
Sure.
wait for the Radiance, you have to scale, you have to just... I mean, you already killed the main
Rock.
tower.
He uses the rock. He just puts the rock on the tower, and the rock instantly dies to the Dream.
The hell is...
He literally just casted ultimate on like a creep wave. Mid lane, they're getting the kill onto Mirage. A beautiful cookie onto 2, slows it down. Mirage walks down, then walks back up. Rare Gods loses him, and just like that, they've prevented the jump onto their SF. Ragot's now trying to run away, but Dream able to clean up on the back line, springs the trap onto Ethereal. Didn't expect the blink to come out from the Ursa. Here comes Nefrit though, on the chase. Still got a Dark Pact, not a lot of mana left. Nice spear, catches him. Anything else to give? Still waiting for a pounce down to the low ground, had Lotuses in the pocket, and will manage to escape. But again, you're starting to lose your Queen of Pain way too many times now.
This is definitely looking like they're unsure of what's going on the map. They can't kill the tower. They're so bent on killing the tower. And sometimes you have to accept the fact that you are not going to get the tower and you have to go
Yeah, I
back and
know.
just farm it. They have the mid and bottom tower. They have so much on the bottom side to farm. Why are they so bent on killing the top tower? It's just something that they have to let go, against the Enchantress. You just have
Yeah.
to accept the fact that you need to wait maybe for your Radiance, just farm a little bit, farm a couple of minutes, wait for Radiance, wait for your Aghanim's. I mean, their heroes have a tremendous scaling, right? Sand King, Queen of Pain, Void Spirit. All you need to do is get there, right? Why are you trying to throw bodies at a tower?
Yeah. Throw bodies at the edge, throw bodies at the top lane. Maybe in a way, it's their version of creating space for Woe. I guess one of the downsides of the Void Spirit as a carry is that he doesn't really farm the fastest, which makes
They,
sense why
they've
he bought
had
that Midas, right?
6, 7 kills in a row trying to kill the Ents, right? There's no way
Yeah.
that's worth it to create space for your Void Spirit. And he already is farming. Regardless of what you're doing, he's already farming the whole bottom area, the jungle, the
Sure.
lanes and everything. So it's not like he needs more, because there's only so much he can farm.
Ato's complete now for the Snapfire. Some additional catch and control for Zero Tenacity. Rare Gods coming in, but he's just going to get swiped down again.
They're just coming
Another
top
situation.
here to sacrifice heroes.
Yeah, there's some sort of satanic ritual happening here where every 2 minutes they need to submit a hero to the tower. That's what it feels like at this point. What's going on here? Uncle? Still trying
Yes,
to
agonies.
find something.
Keep farming. You want to get to your talents, your level 20 talents, your 15 talent. They're all super strong on Sand King.
Yeah.
This is not a hero where you just get an item and you want to keep fighting. I think this hero is more like a farming hero to hit all your timings. He has very, very strong timings. They're tipping in with the Sand King. They're looking for
Oh,
Epi.
Nefrit. He's found him.
This might be good.
Blade Mail not going to happen. The Epi coming through. Nefrit going to be punished. There's a bit of a bait, but Mirage coming in on the back line looking for the Razors. The Kissers will finish the job. They don't have a rock at the moment. They dropped it earlier on the other side. In comes the Golem and Dream swiping away now onto Rare Gods. Mirage can just turn around and raise him down to death. Ethereal comes back in but doesn't respect the Atos. Catches the Queen of Pain twice. And that is going to be 3 more heroes down for basically free. And that was all your ultimates used for Kalmychata. You don't get a single hero other than Mars.
They're not really playing what their heroes are supposed to do right now. They're supposed to farm. I mean, your Void Spirit has a Midas, for God's sake. He doesn't want to fight.
Oh dear. Oh, the bash. Okay.
Right, I
Well,
think this is time. It's
yeah.
time to
Yeah.
rethink your priorities. I think they have a couple, maybe one more shot. You finish your Radiance. I mean, maybe you try to fight. And if it doesn't work again, you lose another fight. Then maybe you have to just turtle. I think Sand King, late game, he's really, really strong. You just need to farm and get there to your timings.
They're not giving them much time at the moment. Zero Tenacity coming in. 2-man arena. Nice catch. But in comes Anko with the counter initiation. Dream swiping down the
Fatal
Queen
Bond.
of Pain, but the Fatal Bonds ends up taking down 2 cores. Nice little setup there from Kalmychata. Not sure whether that was intentional or whether Zero Tenacity were the ones who started that fight. But regardless, it's Kalmychata that come out somewhat with a decent trade. I want to say, yes, they lose the Void Spirit. Yes, they lose some of their cores, but they get some pretty big kills as a response.
Yeah, that was a very big kill 2 big kills for the Sand King. Now he's level 15. Just you wait, until he gets his level 20. Once you get level 20 with the Agams, with your hero just completely changes. You want the shard, you want the level 20. Right, never mind, Warlock dies, but you want your item timings basically on this hero. Even the level 25, you just want to get there. He has one of the best level 25 talents of the game. This hero just does a bunch of damage. You just need to let him farm and get to his timings.
Yeah.
He's
They
a
need to
1v,
take a page
1v5
out of
hero.
yeah, he can definitely do it this game. He's gotten past the hardest part already, right? We were so worried for this Sand King in the laning stage, but he even got a double kill at some point. So really, nothing to be concerned about. You should be home free to take this game late and scale up. I mean, take a page out of the book of woe, right? He's just been chilling and farming. That's kind of what Kalmychata need to do.
Unfortunately, if they're going to do that, they're going to have to give up Roche, they're going to give up Tormentor, but that's kind of the reality of the situation right now. They need to just sit back and accept the fact that they've already lost too much and they need to just go back and hide in the bases, try to get as much farm as you can on the Sand King, on the Void Spirit. I mean, they're smoking again. What do they have? Okay, they have the Radiance on the Void Spirit, but it's not like a very big Radiance timing that I feel like it's going to... It's a 21-minute Radiance here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be like a significant timing here.
Yeah, for AFK farming Void Spirit with a Midas, he sure doesn't really have a lot of net worth to show for it. He's still 4th on the net worth overall behind Uncle. Haste Rune claimed, not sure whether Say spotted that, a ping comes out and the circle is
saw that,
drawn.
he saw-
The
he
Ench
saw that.
knows where they are, and he might just try and run over to break a smoke. He's just brazenly charging at them, but that is the last person that they want. They will allow for the smoke to break onto GZ. That is a slightly better target. Not the biggest, but what they'll have to settle with, and they might lose Say as well. Starting to run through, you might start to get a bit of PTSD, try to chase this Enchantress, but the rest
Not
of the
this
cause
time.
of Z10, this time round, they're not there to back her up.
Those are two very nice kills still. Just keep boosting up their economy, getting to their timing sankings up to level 70 now. White Spirit has some time to... Wait, is he gonna... He's queuing up A on this? Okay. No way he buys A on this now, right? Like you get your... I'm sure you get your Aghanims first.
Well, this is certainly one of the Void Spirit builds of all time. I think part of his concern might be the fact that he
Minus
got
Radiance
bursted
A
down.
on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think look, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. He has the shard as well to help him with his farming, but the Aeon disc, I can kind of get his mindset because at this point, he's been caught quite a few times already. Whether it's the spear, whether it's the Ursa with the bash, maybe he's thinking this Ursa is going to get the Abyssal real soon. And he wouldn't be wrong, right? The Ursa is waiting for a Belt of Strength and a recipe, and he'll have that item available. So he kind of needs that defensive utility, I guess, to survive in the fight. I don't know whether I agree with it, but I'm just trying to provide a bit of rationale as we see Z10 out into the pit, smoked up behind their carry, trying to find a kill without his help. The mid lane set up there onto the Queen of Pain. There's a rock. It doesn't come in time though. Mirage lets it rip. And this is not what you want. The rocks this game have been more like pebbles. You get a kill on the Queen of Pain, get the Aegis for Dream, and now Kalmychata, they are firmly on the back foot. They got to dodge for the next 5 minutes.
Next 10 minutes here, even. It's going to take some time before they recover. You know, the corp has gone from zero, like hero to zero actually in this game, you know. She played I think the first 5-6 minutes well, especially I think the first rune. But everything is just downhill, you know, from there. Over aggression, just banging her head on the wall repeatedly, just dying and dying and dying. You know, now they need to take a step back. I mean, I'm sure they've already finally realized, right? They have to take a step back and just try to play the map, farm, skill, make sure you go get items on your heroes, and just make sure the game keeps going on. You push out the waves and stop them from sieging your high ground. I mean, they have pretty good high ground defense, right? You have Warlock with the soup, you have the Sand King, and there's definitely a lot of tools to delay the game.
A Dream just almost kills the Queen of Pain in one Fury Swipe stack. Or at least in one overpowered stack. So that certainly is a great representative of how this game is going for Kalmychata. I mean, once he gets that Abyssal, anyone who he finds is for sure dead. You just gotta wait. They just gotta wait, right? I think that's what you're saying, Winter. It's all about the patience. They can scale. They just try to force the issue onto Nefrit. He has a Yules though, and look at Dream jumping straight onto Ethereal. They will get the target that they came for, and maybe now with the Ursa isolated, they can try and take him down. I say that, but every time he sees a hero, half their HP disappears. Mirage, on the other side of the fight, will be able to kill off the Warlock. Meanwhile, Dream now swiping into the Queen of Pain, managing to blink out to safety. Uncle will try and control him. Keep in mind, this is the first life, so Zero Tenacity, they're still in a good spot. Requiem coming out right in time for the fear onto Uncle. No escape. The Aeon Disc now will proc for Woe. This is what he bought it for, but can he make it work? Can he really escape? Rare Gods will jump in with a nice pounce to delay them, and it might just have been enough. Woe able to Astral Step, dissimulate over the tree line. Dream might just blink after him if he's not careful, doesn't have the cooldown and will TP out, but Rare Gods able to pop the Shadow Dance, and the last raise will not be enough damage. Somehow, some way, Kalmychata avoid losing their Void Spirit in all of that mess.
Yeah, that was actually okay for them. They traded 2 heroes for 2 heroes plus the Aegis. They lost the tower, but I think they're happy to make that trade, you know. I mean, this is starting to show that their heroes are slowly coming online. They have enough damage to burst the initial target. It was a very good catch onto the Mars. They killed him from full to 0. And yeah, just didn't have enough in the tank, you know, to finish off the remaining heroes, and they just got killed by the SF in the end. But I think that was a promising fight overall. You're going to have the shard on the slug for the next fight. I think that's going to be very, very huge. You want to keep your cause alive. And once you can do that, if you survive the SF Requiem, the combo, you are going to be able to probably win the long fights, right, with the Queen of Pain and the Sand King landing their spells again and again. So it's all about keeping your cause alive right now for Kalmychata.
Yeah, that's the hope. It was a bit unfortunate because the Warlock didn't really get to play that fight. No Fatal Bonds, no Rock coming down, just got found out. But we're also seeing a little bit of the limitations from Zero Tenacity, right? If their mask goes down, the amount of control they have diminishes by such a long shot. Zero Tenacity, they had a lot of trouble locking down these heroes for the Ursa and the SF to do damage. As long as Nefrit is alive, like we see here, these kills come quick and easy. Whoa now. Aeon Disc procced again. The Enchant slowing him down, but the Astral Step there, Ethereal backing him up as well. You don't really want to put damage into this Queen of Pain with a Blade Mail, and the escape is complete. Kalmychata will just dodge out of the bot lane.
Yeah, he has to be careful with playing against the Enchantress so she can dispel the Aeon Disc.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, again, you know, the state of the game is still similar for Kalmychata. They have to delay and just play for their timing. Sand King is going to be level 20. He's going to have the epicenter increase in radius, so he's going to be even more deadly in the team fights. I mean, I guess Ursa is probably the only one that can survive it, right? If you can, he has Aghanim, so he's probably not going to die. But he also feels like he needs BKB to deal with the Sand King, you know, this overwhelming magic damage.
Yeah, he's getting everything he needs right now. I think he picked up the Aghanims ahead of the Basher too, just because of how important it is for him to get that enrage off.
They also have a pipe on the edge, which is crucial in Sand King.
Oh, 100%. I mean, not to mention the Queen of Pain as well, who eventually is going to finish up that Aghanims. The Shadow Strikes are going to come out hot and heavy. Well, okay. Warlock going down there.
Space. He was just trying to play some wards.
Yeah, but they're going to get very quickly cleared out by this gem on the edge if she just walks on over there. Oh, she doesn't actually spot it. Damn, okay.
It's actually a nice spot then.
Yeah. Did he get there by cutting some trees? I feel like I rarely see wards being placed here. Pretty cool. Arena off the mark. A little bit awkward there as Ethereal able to blink out.
I mean, they're going to hit some decent timings. Queen of Pain has Aghanims. The Void Spirit should have Aghanims as well. I mean, I don't know how much about the Aghanims Void Spirit right now. It's rather late. Normally you get this item very early, like 15 to 20 minutes.
I still could be good into some of the supports, right? The Snapfire has a Greaves, but she might pop that as a response to something else and not be prepared. And the SF, his only dispel is a BKB. So once that timing runs out for him, he might be in trouble and not able to defend himself.
Oh,
for now,
here we go.
11k gold lead.
Ursa in trouble.
Here. Ursa is
Silent.
in big trouble. Dream able to get the enrage off. They use him up though. They need to bail him out. Jumping away, the Sonic Wave still lands. Dream desperately needs to run away, but turns around. The Barrel Strike connects, and the Requiem, it's just a bit awkward, but it gets the job done at least onto the Sand King. This could be the fight for Kalmychata as they're running forward now. They've taken down 2 and looking to make it a 3rd. This would be huge for them to grab that gem off the Enchantress as well. Rare Gods is going to snap that one up from the ground. And honestly, a bit of a disconnected attempt there from Zero Tenacity. The S7 wasn't even there.
I mean, they got caught out for sure by the Aghanim's on Void Spirit. I thought it was not going to do anything, but they end up doing huge with the Aghanim. So he was able to silence the Ursa, so he couldn't click his ulti during the stun from the Sand King, and he ate the full combo from Sand King. You know, he didn't die right away, but it was also like fatal bonded with a 3-4 hero Sonic Wave after that. So they just lost the Ursa from, like, he literally just tanked every single thing and died from full to zero. It took a long time, but he died.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, a
this is
couple of
going to be,
supports in
I
the
think,
area as
the
well.
only time that this will happen, because he's going to have BKB next, you know. I think once he has BKB, this is not going to happen a second time, you know. He just got caught out by the axe from the White Spirit.
Well, if he doesn't have vision of them and they manage to jump him, it still might be the same result, right? Because if he's
No,
most of
not
the
really though, because he can just BKB out. He can BKB out and then he can click his ulti. So because he got silenced, he couldn't click his ulti during the stun from the Sand King. So it's actually
yeah,
a
but
huge
what I'm
deal.
saying is if he is stunned by the Sand King, basically they still have the duration of the stun from the Sand King because he has to click the BKB only after he's stunned, right? So as long as they time,
I guess.
it's not
Yeah.
very long though, right? Like it's like a
Yeah,
1.8
but
second
the
stun
main
and
difference
then
is there's only one stun, right? Because he can
right.
come out of the next one. Because once the
Okay,
silence,
sure.
I mean, I
Whereas
guess you have to layer everything perfectly. You silence, and then you stun the Sand King with, I guess, the follow up is the rock. Because the
yeah, the
main thing
follow up
is
is that's the only thing they have.
the rock and the pull, you know, from Remnant. I guess it's still possible. They need to time everything perfectly with the silence, so he doesn't get the spell off.
Is there any way that Zero Tenacity can kind of counterplay this? Because I don't see any way of saving. I feel like
Force
at
stuff.
least
They need force stuff. They need to buy a
okay.
force stuff now.
Yeah, GZ's queuing one up right
Grandma
now.
is buying one.
Yeah.
I think Ange also kind of needs one. She's going to end up buying it anyway. She has Dragonlance. Yeah. So basically, one jump, you need to push the Ursa out so he can have distance to click his BKB, have time to click it. I think it's harder for Kalmychata to layer everything perfectly. You know, they just need to get a force staff to disrupt everything. So once the Snapfire has force staff, I think it's going to be hard to burst the Ursa. You know, control him twice in a row with double silence.
Yeah. But I guess the knowledge is everything, right? Because now that they know, like you said, he is going to be a lot more aware of the potential. Bit of a pause here, folks, as we can take stock of the situation. 3K gold lead. I think that
And
fight
you
alone, the
see,
fact that
you start to see the power of the Sand King at the level 20, right? The top fight was level 20 talent. He AP'd in and he just almost killed everybody with one spell. And then the Fatal Bond plus the Sonic Wave just clean everything up, you know. I mean, that's what I've been saying, you know. They just need to chill and farm with their heroes. They have so much power with the Sand King and the Queen of Pain, plus the Warlock, you know.
yeah,
They
like
just
even the
kind of
2 or
got
3 man fatal bonds with their spells is lethal,
yeah, they
right?
just got kind of, I think, a little bit ahead of themselves. You know, they were winning the early game, then they felt like the need to, you know, this top tower, the need to kill the top tower, force things, you know, kill the enchantress. They ran into the ends 3 times in
Dude,
a row.
it was an addiction, bro.
No,
They were
yeah,
straight
but
up.
after you win this fight, right? So you know you know you're definitely behind right now, maybe at least
Yeah.
5K, and then you win the fight just by the nature of your heroes throwing their spells, right? Then you must realize, oh, we actually just need to farm, right? Because the Ursa is so much ahead of us, and he still died in that combo. You know, he actually just died, you know, from full to zero.
Yeah, that's true. What if we see something like Ursa Aeon disc? Was like, is that gonna help him? Arena catch onto the poor Warlock. He's going to drop. Should be easy kill.
Everybody has to, you know, somebody has to die, and every time a pause ends, there's always
That's
gonna be
true.
someone getting caught out.
Yeah.
You lose track of what's happening in the game. You walk into the wrong place and you die.
I think the bright side is that because Kalmychata have now reclaimed the gem, a large part of their side of the map is now clear of Zero Tenacity vision. So this any aggressive attempts that Zero Tenacity make will be into the dark. It's not quite as easy to catch a single hero out with the Mars, Arena and to Spear anymore.
Yeah, they also just want to delay the game, right? When you remove all the vision, it becomes hard for the opponent to attack and progress. It's all about getting to the late game. I think once you get to 25 Sand King, 25 Queen of Pain,
Hmm.
I mean even the Void Spirit late game is pretty strong. I think this
Yeah.
Ursa won't be able to do everything on his own. They don't want the game to go that late. They want to stamp their mark right now, win a fight, get Roshan. 40 seconds before Roshan spawns, if they can get a key kill, two sides being smoked up, they know Roshan is about to spawn. Everybody wants to eat Roshan right now.
Oh, smoke
Oh,
breaks.
Sand
The
King!
Sand King
Sand
in
King!
trouble. He needs help, but no, the spear to the low ground. That might have just lost Zero Tenacity this game. Coming back in with a huge epicenter. That mistake is gonna haunt Nefrit if they can't win this fight. But now, still with the Requiem, Aeon Disc props onto Ethereal, jumping forward with the silence onto the Ursa. Ethereal, is that really where you want to be? Queen of Pain ends up going down anyway because she blinks into the Angry Bear. And now the rest of Kalmychata just have to try and cut their losses and escape. But a little bit of Savior Buddy Syndrome, Rare Gods, you gotta pounce on out of there. Jumping forward. Requiem, available now with the refresher, dissimulate up to the high ground in the Astral Step. Still gonna try and chase, but it's a bit too deep. Oh, that almost was a disaster there for Zero Tenacity because of the spear. But somehow they still recover that fight.
Yeah, it was the BKB on Ursa. So he couldn't die, right? They couldn't control him permanently. He got his ulti off, shrugs off that damage from the combination. The epicenter plus Sonic Wave didn't really do much, to the Ursa because he had ulti on. Yeah, then that was it, for the team fight. You blow your load onto one hero and he doesn't die, and that's it, Fight's over.
Yeah. I mean, the way that fight started also looked like it was going to be a death sentence for Kalmychata, right? The fact that the Ursa gets on top of the Sand King
Yeah, but the
immediately.
Ench actually was hitting the Sand King, so the Sand King he couldn't really blink to enter the fight again. He could only he epied and he burrow strike in. So it was definitely not the most ideal initiation for him.
Yeah. I mean, great play there from the Ench, right? Recognizing that she could deny that just with a couple of auto attacks. Catching the Sand King now on the top lane, trying to push out the wave, trying to farm in the dangerous area. The Warlock is just easy pickings at this point. Heals up the Ursa. Try for the follow-up there, silence him. He's still able to pop the ultimate now, jump out, enrage Cookie, he's fine. And now you turn back around onto Rare Gods, eliminating the Slug. Now he does have a buyback, but there's no real point doing so at the moment. I think you just gotta accept that you're gonna lose some buildings.
How many though? That's the question. I think at least one lane here. Corp is trying to delay with the axe.
Yeah, not much you can do with the Roche banner down. Yeah, 45 doesn't really do anything. 45 into 45, maybe just trying to do a bit of damage to the opposing heroes. I mean, I feel like at this point, Zero Tenacity, you got to know that the Sand King's not going to buy back since the death timers are so close to coming back up. Cute little blink away from Mirage there to dodge the Shadow Strike. They're cutting it quite close. I mean, the Sand King is going to come back real soon. You haven't finished off the melee racks yet, and Dream is caught in the soup. Maybe a cookie, maybe a 4-star, something to help him out there. Remnant not going to collect, and they were winding up the Requiem on the sideline, so that will suspend the push from Zero Tenacity for now.
And they're gonna have to try to go out and take a fight somehow, on a ward or on the high ground. They need to fight. No Aeon Disc on the quad, but this is actually huge. We have to keep tabs on the Aeon Disc cooldown. Void Spirit has this, so he can actually go in. I mean, they need to somehow go in and bait out the BKBs. And once the BKBs are down, the Sand King can come in the second initiation and clear them out with this epicenter.
Yeah. I feel like now would be a great time to reveal a refresher, but Anko so far away from that. Had to go for the Yules for his own defensive purposes. Rare Gods just being caught in the middle of the lane. Will try and dance his way out of this one. Yules, Cookie, both missing. Nice little Dark Pack. Do they have any other way of stopping him? Doesn't seem that way. Nice little depth shot TP out, but no, they got an initiation onto Say, but again, this is not really the target you care about. Mirage coming in with a huge Requiem, met by the Aeon Disc. They still kill off Ethereal though. That is a big kill, again, because no Aeon Disc, and they pop too. Kalmychata, no buybacks on these heroes. This is looking like the end here. This is looking like a game 3. In comes Dream with the claws, and the chase is there. Mirage lines it up and knocks them down just like bowling pins. A triple kill for the Shadow Fiend, and we're seeing now exactly why they feel so confident in this mid lane pick for him. He has done a great job with these teamfight setups.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, you know. Towards the mid-late game, he was really, really good at utilizing his SF ultimate in the team fight, disrupting the team fights. I feel like Say is not gonna get his Enchantress in the last game, you know. He's been
Lord, no. He
such
did
a
way too
thorn
much.
in Kalmychata's side, you know. He's just been so annoying.
And you just can't kill him.
Wait,
right?
what is
You
there a
think you
use
answered-
on the ground? What is there a use on the ground? What?
Why is there a use on the ground? Oh.
I
Oh, he's trying to... Is this some
Uh,
BM? Wait. Why do you do that? What was that about? Maybe you're just trying to buy some time. I don't know whether that was worth it, though. You've just thrown away your item for no reason. Now Ethereal's back, but... I mean...
it's dropping
Zero
a null.
Tenacity-
Something is going
Yeah.
on here. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what this is about. He's just trying to mess with them or something. I don't know what the deal is, but regardless, this game is over. Like, you're gonna go into a game 3. Dream is just finishing the Ancient off. They're trying to be cheeky or cute with it, but you just can't buy enough time. I say that, the Ancient, yeah, I mean, that's it. I don't really know what that was about. Maybe Anko was just kind of throwing his hands up in the air in defeat and hopefully buying enough time for the rest of the team, but yeah, whatever it is, Zero Tenacity, they even the score out and they come back of this game even though they had a pretty rough start, I want to say.
Yeah, that was not a very good start, but they kind of figured out what to do. You know, the Enchantress wall that they had on the top lane. I think that kind of worked wonders for them, and that gave them so many teamfight victories that allowed the Ursa, the SF, the Mars, you know, especially they came into the mid late game with a lot of items, with a lot of levels, and just kind of took control, you know. And unfortunately for the Kalmychata side, the Sand King couldn't carry the game on his own. I think he did a really good job considering everything that happened in the game. They kind of just needed, you know, to be on the same page where they realize we just need to farm to get to our timings to win the game. We don't have to bang our heads onto the wall, you know. Just farm, get to the timings, and we will eventually be able to outscale them with the Sand King, Quab, and Void Spirit, you know. I think they are just going to have to realize this for the next game, and probably just ban out the Ench, and we're going to see a game 3.
Yeah, I feel like the Void Spirit carry probably didn't work out the way that they planned it. But hopefully they got better plans for game 3. We'll have that for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me
you never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Can't find my way out, no. Wrapped up in blue. Tell me what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody help me now. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I'm wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue, wrapped up in blue. Oh, yes, I am. I got the sun in my pocket and the moon above my head. Got the whole world at my feet and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We'll live the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa
Final game of the series here between Kalmychata and Zero Tenacity here at DreamLeague Division 2. Permsneeze and Winter taking you through the action. And Kalmychata, you know, they had a pretty, I want to say, decent first 10 minutes, right? Their Queen of Pain was winning the mid lane, like you said. That's what everything hinged on. And then, you know, Sand King was somehow coming out on top of that Ursa matchup. But then they tried to run their heads into an Enchantress in the top lane 3 times in a row, and they died the same way 3 times in a row from there. It just felt like Zero Tenacity slowly but surely scaled up, Kalmychata, they just got a bit too impatient. But I know you guys are impatient for the game number 3, so let's hop into the draft because we have that ready for you. Winter, were there any other major issues that you noticed from the Kalmychata side other than that crazy full send in the top lane?
I think that's that was basically it. I think every other small little mistake that's not really that important. I mean, to a certain extent, it does affect the game, but it was mainly the head banging on the top lane, that lost them a majority of the game.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. For those of you who didn't get to catch that game, somewhere between the 8 to 15-minute mark, Kalmychata decided, hey, our team consists of a Sand King, Queen of Pain, Warlock, Slark, and Void Spirit. But we really, really want this tier 1 tower top. Like we want it so bad. And they proceeded to run in. The problem is that Zero Tenacity, they had an Ench that didn't seem to die, and they also just TP'd in their heroes, used their ultimates, and almost team wiped Kalmychata 3 times in a row. That's how we've got to this point in this game number 3. Because I think if Kalmychata did not do that, there's a chance they just hold on to that advantage and Zero Tenacity just get beaten 2-0.
Yeah, sometimes players just, yeah, what
Get a
can
bit
you
too
do?
antsy, get a bit
Because
too ahead of
the game was
themselves.
going also because the game was going well. They killed the safe lane tower and they killed the mid tower relatively early in the game. So the next thing you do is you're looking at killing the off lane tower. But everything just couldn't happen because they were going. They didn't have damage to kill the Ange. The Ange was really tanky. I was okay for them trying one time, but then after you
Sure.
tried one time, it fails, right? Then you realize, oh, we actually don't have enough damage. Then they try again the second time. They did the same thing and they don't kill the Ange. And then the third time they all in with the Sand King ulti and the Queen of Pain ulti. Sure, they kill him, but they all die. It's like it's not possible that you don't see the situation after the first time and the second time, right? I think it's just way too much when it happens the third time. I think even the second time was already too much because you lose 6 heroes trying to kill the Ench in two separate occasions, back to back.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. You might have to. Sometimes even the second try makes a bit sense, right? You feel like, okay, in that first time round we misexecuted something. Let's try and land our spells. Speaking of misexecution, you said that you don't think Say is going to get his Enchantress again. Well, here it is in this game number 3, but here's something I don't really like. The Invoker potentially back on the position 4 for GZ. That did not do them any favors in game number 1. Maybe with an offlane Mars, it will be fine though.
Offlane Mars with Invoker support still doesn't really feel like a very good lane. But
No, not at all,
hopefully
no.
hopefully it works out for them if they do decide to run it. I mean, I'm not a very big fan of Invoker support. And there used to be a time where it was actually really good. I think a couple of years ago. But
It's a while
now I
back.
think as a position 4, you kind of need to be somewhat useful, and either you have strong laning capabilities or you have to be able to pull lanes, right? Like Invoker can kind of do none of it. You're weak in the lane and you can't really drag the wave to help your offlaner. You're basically somewhat like a Vandal jungle, you're abandoning your core in a way, but you're in the lane. It's actually worse than a Vandal jungle because you're staying in the
Yeah,
lane. You have to
you
stay in
sap
the
any
lane.
XP.
You're sapping XP, but you're not really doing anything. Even a Pudge is more useful than you because the Pudge lands a hook you can kill. But Invoker, you don't even have damage. Like you need so much levels to be useful. So what are you actually gonna do? In the lanes here?
Okay, look,
That's
Winter, that's all cute and all, but at least he can burn their mana, right?
yeah.
Eh?
I mean, I'm sure that's the plan. You need to. He just goes to the lane, burn the mana, and then allows your core to play the lane.
Up into a Jakiro, that might be quite tricky though. Here comes the Void Spirit again. It worked for them in game 1 when Ethereal was playing it. He looked amazing. And then Woe decided to bring it to the safe lane. I don't really know why though. He ended up going a Midas, Radiance, Aeon Disc build. That was definitely one of the Void Spirit builds that you could potentially go for. And he didn't really do much, to be honest, in the game.
Now, this is a pretty decent morphing game. The lane is good into the Dawnbreaker. It's hard to kill the morphing as Dawnbreaker. You can just waveform away from the combo.
Sure.
Enchantress morphing, pretty solid lane. A lot of heal, a lot of sustain. This is a. I think this is going to be a mid void spirit because you need to buy vessel this game to kill all these healing heroes. You need to bypass the heals.
Yeah. Also, not to mention, Morph already has some pretty decent targets, right? You can morph into the Void Spirit, that adds to your elusiveness by a lot. The Dawnbreaker as well, you can swing in with the hammer, get a stun, morph back into the main morphling, and beat the shit out of whoever was unlucky enough to get caught. I I guess also benefits from the alacrity. I'm still trying to rationalize this invoker support thing, man.
Go ahead. Be my
That's
guest.
all I got. That's all. I was thinking about it. Like, is there any way that Invoker can actually be useful in the lane? And I was wondering, like, is there a chance, like, could it be an angle if you level Forge Spirits at like level 2, and then you use the Forge Spirit to like pull and like out trade? Like, yes, I
Too
know
weak.
the point is to. Yeah,
Too
you
weak.
think so? Damn.
You need a couple more levels for it to be more useful. I think it's just too difficult. You're just a burden in the lane. You need to set XP. I
Yeah.
think you are basically not going to be useful until later. It's just a very greedy support hero. You have to find ways to play around it. As of right now, I'm not really sure how can you play around it. Because the core is going to be more or less left on his own device, and you have to accept the fact that you're going to take a L in the early game, and the invoker is only going to be useful in the mid late game.
Sure. I mean, you did say that Mars is one of those offlane heroes that generally has okay matchups. Maybe it's okay enough that the Invoker can kind of be a bit useless and Mars will still be able to get the first or second item and try and set things up there. Because kind of on paper, this arena is going to be pretty deadly for any hero not named Void Spirit at the moment, right? Yes, you can come down to the Solar Guardian, but then the Dawnbreaker will be trapped in the arena as well. Zero Tenacity, they go for the Ember Spirit, so I have reason to believe that this is in fact going to be the position for Invoker and it's not some weird position for Ember Spirit. But this gives them a lot of mid-game catch and just a hero that's great to play with when you think about the Invoker and Enchantress.
Yeah, it gives them some setup. Like Invoker kind of needs like a hero that can rotate around, so he can take the lane and farm. I think Amber is perfect. Okay, I was already thinking they have nothing against the Husker, and now what do you do, right? They're just moving the Void Spirit back to the safe lane. Like it's a flex
Yikes.
for them. And right now, what are you going to do right in the mid lane? Like even if you were to play Invoker mid,
Oh,
Invoker
wait.
also kind of struggles.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I was thinking, what if they do the big old switcheroo? But I don't know how that's gonna happen. We'll have to
I mean,
see.
the best
Kalmychata.
thing they can do is, I think, wait for the Edge to gank the Husker. Maybe the Edge can kind of help set up a kill onto the Husker, but I mean, it's going to be tough. Your Ember has to start with boots and drag waves, and I mean, you can kind of survive somewhat, but it's going to be really, really hard to kill the Husker later because if you look at their heroes, right, they don't have a lot of like burst damage, right? They're all like slow building damage. And Morphing
Yeah.
is kind of the only one that can kill him with physical DPS, which only comes a bit later. So in the early game, in the first 15, 20 minutes, who is going to kill the Husker, right? You don't even have a like an actual right clicking hero, right? Maybe you can get a vessel. I don't know, like the Invoker can buy a vessel or the Ember can buy a vessel. I've been seeing a lot of mid Embers go vessel. I think vessel is kind of like probably mandatory this game to give you at least a chance of killing the
Yeah,
Husker in the game.
Winter, you see, here's the problem though. The Ember's not mid.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't buy a vessel, right? So it's
I
Invoker mid
guess
this
no,
time.
but I guess it's same thing for WoW, right? Because you talked about how important the vessel is going to be into the Morphling. I mean, nothing stopping WoW from getting a vessel himself and playing active.
On carry Void Spirit, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a thing, but it definitely is a good vessel game for both sides. Like vessel
Mm-hmm.
counters a lot of the heroes.
Just trying to wonder how much work Ember Spirit is going to give you over the Invoker. I just know this Mars is looking at his options for support in the lane. He's like, Man, why you guys gotta make me pick from a crock of shit?
No, Ember is, I tell you, a lot better than Invoker.
Okay. We'll see whether they're able to make it work. They thought quite a lot about that last, or at least locking in their hero. So there was probably a discussion being had. Look, there's no way I can play this Ember Spirit into the Huskar. It's unwinnable. We're just gonna lose. Give me the Invoker. At least I can try and make it even. And then we have a game on our hands, and that's exactly what the situation is here. Game number 3 here between Kalmychata and Zero Tenacity, and I think this one's going to be pretty important because all things considered, if you look at the rest of the group stage, things are still even across the board for now, right? Kalmychata at 2 wins and 1 loss, Zero Tenacity at 1 win and 1 loss. So this would be very nice, I want to say, for pushing them over the edge. The only team Kalmychata have lost to at the moment is a narrow series between them and 1 win. A smoke move out here, Kalmychata. Positioned on the high ground.
Oh, this is going to be nasty. Oh no, don't run up. Don't run up. Oh boy, okay, he seems like he's
he
going to be
might be
fine.
fine. The
Chain
chains
of
on
4
the
heroes.
3. Wow. Ethereal's going to come in now and start to try and put in some damage. He might have leveled the Q. Sunstrike off the mark. Woe managing to dodge it, and Jeezy's in trouble. Big silence onto 3 members, and they are not getting out of this one. The spear again to try and keep them back. Strength Morph somehow helping him survive, as Say with the overprotective wisps will be able to slide out of trouble narrowly. Seriously? Oh, okay.
He's going
I
to
thought
try
we
to
were going to
snipe.
go for a scatter
Ash
blast.
is
There
coming
you
over.
go. Ragots,
1 second.
it's daytime. Bam!
All right, so 2 kills at least. I swear, I thought there would be more heroes dying there.
Yep. And I thought it would be more heroes dying on the Kalmychata side, right? After they landed that really big chains onto 4, it just, they didn't have any follow-up damage. It's a Morphling level 1, it's an Ench level 1 with Wisps. Like, you're just auto-attacking for dear life. So really,
I mean, the good
there
news is
wasn't...
Huskar doesn't have his burning spear for lane. He has his
Right.
silence.
Sure. Is that worth it? I don't know, because
Okay.
now he has the Burning Spears.
All right, he's level 2. Never mind.
Okay.
That was just a brief moment.
Yeah. Here we go. The bullying begins. Ethereal under the tower will just start laying into the Invoker. Remains to be seen how they can get on top of that one. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, the Jakiro actually, I guess it's a mix of starting the lane at a lower HP pool as well. Not able to stand up to GZ and contest these hard cams, small cams. Say, auto attack. One more. Looking for Ragots, hides behind the tree. Nice little fog play there.
Gods and Say has been dueling since before the game started, you know.
Yeah. I've been going at it
I mean,
for sure.
sometimes you just want to die, right? When you just have no resource. I feel like you don't really want to sit in the lane. I mean, I'd rather just die and come back with full resource. I mean, it's
You
cleric.
use all your mana.
Yeah, that's very annoying.
Level 2. Uncle trying to lay the hammer onto the Morphling, but Dream just does the thing where he walks away with his feet or whatever the hell Morphling has under there. I'm really surprised that they gave Say this Enchantress again, to be honest. The fact that he's able to now, you know, potentially have the same impact. I guess in their head, they thought, now we're picking a Dawnbreaker, so we're going to be able to bully you in the lane. It hasn't really felt that way so far. It's still fine.
I mean, all the lanes are looking good for Kalmychata. Like, Huskar is absolutely destroying the Invoker has 4 CS. I mean, 2.5, 4 CS. I mean, the Dawn's farming well. The Void Spirit is also farming well, you know, so they are doing really well across all 3 lanes right now.
I feel like I've seen the Invoker model on fire more than I've seen the normal Invoker model at this point. Every time I look in the lane, he has at least 1 Burning Spear on him. It's kind of miserable.
This lane is very miserable. Doesn't matter which Invoker that you are on. The fire, the Quas Wax. I mean, at this point, he's going to have to just
Top
recover
lane,
later.
strength morphing up, Sunstrike coming. That could help. That could make a difference. Starting to get these kills on the side lane with the Sunstrike, that's going to help him preserve his net worth even in this tough situation. Now, Uncle doesn't have any mana to use any of his spells. Because of that, Dream will be able to morph completely up. And Uncle, is he actually gonna get chased down and auto attack? Surely not with the tower armor. One last auto attack, tries to find it, gets a self to
Oh,
Uncle
Sunstrike!
Sunstrike. Oh!
My God, my heart skipped a bit.
That was. If Uncle died there, that would have been over. The sheer amount of creeps that he missed, the amount of money that he spent on the self trying to come back here. Oh.
Yeah, that would have been a game changer if he landed that Sunstrike. I mean, look at him, he's not going to be getting any CS at all. The creep is
GZ
in
messed
front of
up.
the tower.
GZ messed up, Nefrit messed up. They tried for a chain into spear back, but both of their spells missed. Very, very awkward in the bot lane. Invoker CS check, 5-1 right now to the Ethereal 27-18. What the hell? What do you even
He's
do?
1K net worth ahead of the Invoker right now.
It's just pressing silence just for fun, just to mess with him a bit. Dude, you gotta be careful because Ethereal's level 5 now. At any moment, he could pop that like level 6 life break, and you don't have any levels in Wax, so you're not getting away.
At this point, he's already set in just waiting for Sunstrike kills on the side lanes. He's just gonna jungle and just wait for Sunstrike kills.
And this is
I
gonna
have
be
a
a
feeling, Mike,
disgusting timing on the armlet
This
for
this
the Huskar.
Huskar is going to 1v5 in this game.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
who's
mean, with
on
the way...
is
hang
anyone
on,
buying
bot
a
lane,
vessel?
Sunstrike, slightly off the mark. That didn't really look like it did a lot of damage. I guess it's because of the resonant pulse healing, or rather the shield. They're going to turn their sights onto the Jakiro instead. They need another round of chains and they'll have it. So unfortunately, the Invoker doesn't get the kill, but at least they still make something happen with the Say rotation.
Yeah, Morphing can sit in this lane alone right now. He has enough levels to be alone. So this is actually a really smart move by Zero Tenacity here. Just playing along the other side of the map, knowing that the Morphing doesn't need backup right now. So trying to create some sort of pressure somewhere, because the mid lane is totally a no-fly zone.
Yeah. I kind of like this decision because I feel like most of the time when you see one of your allies suffering, the thought process is, I need to go to mid and help him, right? But they recognize there's nothing they can do for him there. They just need to hope they can deal with the Huskar later on in the game. Maybe another Sunstrike coming down onto this Jakiro. Doesn't seem like the Invoker has resources, was waiting on it. Unfortunate miss again, but Say will finish the job with his Lil Wolf.
That was rather sad that they don't get the Sunstrike kill there.
Yeah. I missed it twice now.
Invoker desperately needs the goal. He has nothing right now.
It's bad. He
I
was
mean,
queuing
his
up the
tower,
Midas, but
his
now has
tower
switched
is
to...
dead. The mid
Oh.
tower is dead at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And now the
Tough.
Huskar has the best rune to gank. Oh boy.
He's on his way. They're not going to see this one coming. The lines are drawn, but he's going to reach way ahead of them. The ward comes through. They're a bit too late. Ethereal is already here with an armlet. The chain up, immediate cauterize. He's done. Looking for more here, thinking about it. Looking at Nefrit, knows there's no mana.
Sunstrike!
Oh!
He knew it was coming. Okay, he was in vision. He was farming the lane.
Wait, that was kind
Oh,
of...
boy.
that was kind of badass, though, not gonna lie. If Mirage... I feel like this game so far, 7 minutes have passed, but there have been 3 or 4 Sunstrikes that Mirage could have landed to really turn the tides. So I guess that bodes well. Not so much for Nefrit here in this bot lane as he gets chained up. The Sunstrike comes in just for good measure, but it doesn't do enough damage to Woe to finish him off, and now Ethereal's on the hunt. Silence are missing the mark. They don't feel powerful enough yet to dive the tier 2 tower, but this still should be a tier 1 for free.
Another tower going down. I mean, very similar to the last game. They get the mid and the safe lane towers really, really quickly. And let's see if the same thing ever happens again, right? Do they like force towers? Like now they have like a really, really big map to farm. They have a lot of camps available. Jakiro is going to get caught out here. He's probably going to die. It's Ange coming in too. Sunstrike kill. Give it to
Okay.
him.
There we go. That's what you needed. That's what
And
Mirage
that's
was trying to
actually
make happen for a while now.
That's a pretty significant kill, you know. They have to not bleed kills away for no reason like this, you know, for Sunstrikes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what the Jakiro is really doing there. to be honest with you. He kind of just was postured up really aggressive. The Ember Spirit is still level 3 though. That stings. I mean, losing that Wisdom Shrine. Basically a chain bot right now. Okay. I mean, if Jakiro dies again, like, they can't keep letting this happen. They were thinking about getting a Sunstrike kill, but it seems like the Invoker was a bit busy in the mid lane. So, still though, I mean, you're kind of farming this Jakiro. Mid lane, Mirage does go down. I guess that's what he was busy with, being ganked by the Snapfire.
I think they need to just follow the Husker on the two supports, you know. They just need to go together. Oh my god, that is a huge ass kill on the Morphling.
Wow.
Some good rotations there by the Void Spirit. TPing in to come over to get the kill. Very nice. He knows he can't really play bot anymore since the Jakiro died. He can't be alone there. So he moves to the other lane.
Honestly, I think great recognition from Kalmychata this game to understand how they can fully exert this Husker advantage. And now they'll face up against their worst enemy, the tier 1
gate.
Dire tower,
Surprise.
gating through. They're trying to get a kill. Solar Guardian comes through. You're not really going to make this happen. Not with that ultimate up. Nefrit now might just turn around to press the ultimate to get himself to safety, but more likely going to just preserve it as another kill falling into the hands of Ethereal after he takes that tier 1 tower. Nice little freebie for him there.
Yeah, they're moving bot to kill the Enchantress now with the Snapfire. She's
Nice
level
DP.
6. Oh,
Very,
okay.
very nice.
Just in time to get out. Sunstrike. That's a nice try. If he toggles his armlet there, he would have gotten a kill.
GZ in the top lane, meanwhile, was being run at by Anko, but nice chains to keep them back. I don't know whether things are in the clear just yet, right? Your supports are awfully level, like they don't have anything. Nefrit has had a rough time, to say the least. But I guess Mirage almost has his Midas, and then your Morphling still hitting creeps. I think it's okay. I don't know.
It's definitely bad. It's 10 minutes, 4k net worth, but they still have the tools to find pickoffs with Invoker plus Mars. You know, Mars is trying to get another kill here. Again, you know, the Jakiro is in the arena. He's caught another Sunstrike kill. Wait a minute, he's not dead yet.
And the Mortimer's Kisses end up killing off the Mars. Here comes Rare Gods with the follow-up. Now, the problem is, this is an Ember who's level 4, so he's going nowhere. He doesn't even have Remnants level just yet. What was supposed to be a free kill on the Jakiro ends up taking far too long, and the Mars drops before he even gets the EXP. That is not what you wanted.
Yeah, that's definitely not what they wanted to, you know. Now, with the Mars and the Arena down, there's nothing they can do without Arena. They have to just try to farm, and I think this is the time where they're going to be really, really nervous about, you know, no Arena means no place, you know, and you have to keep your cause alive when you don't have Arena. That's going to be a heavy task, you know, for the supports to do. They have to probably sacrifice their own life, you know, to keep their cause alive.
There you go. Easy Roche. As expected with a Huskar lineup, he is far along the trajectory right now. Sanj completed looking at the Yasha already. It is 12 minutes, Winter. This is abysmal for the side of Zero Tenacity. They're going to have to pull off a generational comeback to try and find their way in this game number 3. Okay.
Oh
it's
boy,
crazy how he keeps getting away with this. Like this, I mean, it's a really rough situation game-wise, but I think Say is having fun. You know what I mean? Like the fact he's escaped like 2 or 3 times now like this.
no vessel, no kill. That's it.
Yeah. You might need a macro pyre or kisses to do him in, honestly.
I mean, on the other hand, this Huskar is untouchable. He's like the Enchantress untouchable.
Yeah. They don't even come close to killing him. It's gonna be years before the Morphling has enough damage to threaten him.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Manta, Vlad's, and yeah, I guess with Manta and Vlad's, he should be able to touch him. Like, he can kill him. He just needs a way to get out of the silence, and then you can maybe kill him.
We'll see. I don't buy it, to be honest. Solar Guardian coming through. Row. Nice little dodge away, though. Dream able to help, or at least go off to the side, turn into the Void Spirit, disseminate to the high ground, but unfortunately, you don't steal the Astral Step. Mortimer's Kiss is now raining in on Sei. Can they finally get the kill on this Enchantress? He's just dodging. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, guys. All right, what the hell are we doing, guys?
I mean, at this point, they should just hit creeps. Okay, they
Guys,
got him.
okay. They got...
The heal ran out.
Yeah, unfortunate. That's a lot of damage. She took close to 3,500 damage in total, and her health pool is 1,000.
Yeah, that is definitely not balanced. I can tell you that.
Mirage getting dived upon in the tier 3 tower. Ethereal coming up here because he has that second life. He doesn't even need help. He's completely fine. Morphling, you really want some smoke? Can you do this? Morphling? Ooh,
Is
first
he
life.
actually gonna die?
He can strength morph. He should be fine.
Okay. He's fine. But,
Holy.
I mean, he's in base. He's not last hitting creeps, you know?
Yeah.
He needs to be.
I mean, that was
actively
necessary.
creep.
You need to do that, right? Because Ethereal is literally at your tier. Where's the sun?
Yeah,
where's the
you're
Sunstrike?
killing your tower. You have to defend the tower for sure. Nope, I
Call the
didn't follow the
Sunstrike. I don't know
Sunstrike.
where Mirage. Yeah, I don't know where Mirage actually shot that one, but
He's trying to kill Huskar, I think. It's just a game of cat and mouse, against Huskar, trying to predict when he's going to turn his armlet off.
yeah, true. Hasn't really worked out for Mr. Mirage just yet. Radiance now coming up for the Void Spirit in just about 300 gold. I mean, the sheer amount of space that Huskar's been making has allowed the rest of his team to farm up their items, right? The Dawnbreaker as well, just one component away from the Aghanims. Pretty decent timing, I want to say.
Yeah, I really like the Radiance without the Midas. I kind of feel like he wants the Radiance and he wants to like push out waves faster because this hero doesn't push out waves as quickly. You get the Midas, it doesn't really... I mean, the levels is nice and all, but I just prefer the Radiance Rush over the Midas first.
Yeah, the Radiance just helps you clear waves, which gives you more levels overall. So, just a heavier investment. Saw the Dawnbreaker drop down very low. Must have been just taken down from the creeps that she was clearing. Quite a few stacks made in the triangle. 7k gold lead at this early stage of the game. The Huskar has dominated since the start. Feels like Zero Tenacity did not see this pick coming at all, and they've yet to really find a response to it properly. They've only killed the Huskar once, and that was when he was positioning himself on the high ground with the Aegis. Happy to die, of course, and already has a Reaver in the pocket. Looking at the Satanic, this is just going to get harder. Speaking of
Can I
harder, though,
catch him?
Dream. Nice little dodge away. That's what we were talking about. Meanwhile, Mirage does get a kill in the mid lane thanks to Sei. Spear back, Sunstrike down. They get the kill onto Anko. That's a double for Mirage. They're just playing dodge away from the Huskar, and they're doing a pretty damn good job at it. Now, Jeezy's on the back line. Jeezy's going to try and dance away, but gets controlled by the remnant of the Void Spirit. Very nicely done.
And that was still a very good exchange for Zero Tenacity. Somehow killing the Jakiro and the Dawn with the Arena. Like every time they have Arena, if they can keep doing this, keep getting kills with Sunstrike or without the Sunstrike, it's going to get the Morphling to a point where he can actually kill the Huskar, He's getting close. He's going to have his Manta in, I think, 2 minutes, 3 minutes tops, if he doesn't die.
You can kind of
And
see
once
the game plan starting to form, right? I mean, Mirage, of course, the Morphling is going to provide a lot of damage, but Mirage is just gunning it for the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to try and make sure whoever gets caught by the spear will just instantly die. Or the chains as well, honestly.
Arena, chains, whatever it is, he is going to be killing heroes, They're probably going to have to go down the same route, Aeon this game. They need to survive the Mars Arena with the Cataclysm at some point.
So this time you're okay with the Radiance Aeon Disc. You just didn't like the Midas Radiance Aeon Disc.
I don't know about second item Aeon Disc, but I think eventually somewhere down the road you have to buy Aeon Disc on the supports.
Sure.
Maybe not the Huskar and the Dawn. Yeah, but Void Spirit maybe.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. For now, still Struggle City, the main inhabitants on zero tenacity. Unfortunately for Nefrit, he's also had a rough one. Had one or two decent arenas so far, but just barely making his way towards the blink, now caught out by Woe. A bit too much damage for this Void Spirit, burning him up with the Radiance, and Nefrit doesn't have anywhere to run. Unfortunately, he got body blocked by his own allied Forge Spirits. Meanwhile, Rare Gods getting a kill on the other side, so the offlane duo of Zero Tenacity falling for free.
Yeah, they're just kind of chilling and playing the map, waiting for the next Roshan before they try to go high ground again, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, all these kills are going to matter a lot, you know, in the long run, you know, because the Huskar is going to get to a point where I think he's going to need some backup from the other heroes, and especially the Void Spirit, because the Morphling can definitely kill the Huskar. He has a lot of right click damage, you know. Like as soon as he already has his Manta, so he's not worried about dying to the silence from the Huskar right now.
Yeah.
Just needs
It's
to
all
keep
about
hitting
buying
creeps,
time for the Morphling.
scaling.
Say, slowed down. I thought Ethereal was gonna jump in there, but I don't. I guess Ethereal just doesn't care about this hero.
Yeah, actually surprised that he went for Satanic, yeah.
Why is that? Is that not a good item
And
this game?
normally you go like Dagger Aghanim's for catch, you know, and just trying to catch them and stun them and kill heroes, you know. I think if he's going Satanic means he feels like they can just barge on the high ground at some point and he's just gonna stand and hit the tower.
Yeah. I mean, realistically speaking, no one else is gonna do it this game, right? Kalmychata don't have a traditional carry that can take those objectives.
Yeah, nobody can actually hit the towers. So maybe he's right on this one.
High ground. They found Uncle. Need a spear back. The hammer's coming through. Where's the follow-up? Cataclysm coming in. Not nearly enough damage though. That's the problem. Anko is so tanky. And now the Mortimer's Kiss is coming through. Whoa, looking for another target. Would love to find the Invoker, but will have to settle for the Ember Spirit.
I mean they're gonna go high ground, I guess, right now. No Cataclysm. I think it's time for go. That is like their main source of damage.
Yeah, I think you would have liked to find an arena on a few more heroes, but all you found was the Dawnbreaker, you spear. I mean, that's not nearly enough damage. Now Ethereal on the high ground, like you said, with that fresh Satanic, ready to lifesteal up to full. He just needs to be able to hit heroes. But the limited amount of disable on Z10, I don't think they have a way of stopping him from doing so.
As he's being annoying, he's dragging the creeps away. He's
Okay,
saving the game, delaying the
this
game.
is classic Say. He's probably gonna die for it this time around though. There you go.
Yeah, but I guess he bought some valuable time, you know. The push kind of ends. They decide to go for Roshan instead. So more time for the Morphling to farm.
Sure. Every
He
second
has
that goes by.
his he has his Eagle Song, right? Yeah, he has his Eagle Song. He is actually pretty farmed on the Morphling. I think the Butterfly is, you know, again, you're going to be a very, very crucial item timing. He's going for the Tormentor here. He knows that he needs to get a trade.
Yeah, here we go. Should be enough just for him and Nefrit. So
Do
the
they have
Aegis
a
falls.
useful shot? I guess the Ench, if the Ench can get it. I mean, the Ember shot, probably not too useful.
It's okay. I mean, I guess you can clear creep waves now with remnants, which is something. You know, you don't need to run up and slide it or anything like that. You
So
just have
similar
the
to the
immolation.
Void Spirit shot in a way.
Kind of, yeah, just a bit
Yes.
worse, to be honest.
Say is going to do his annoying thing again.
Cataclysm,
But,
top lane. The heal isn't enough from Anko. They will lose Nefrit, but
and
that's
they're
a
gonna lose
trade. And
Drax.
another thing that delays the game just a bit. Dream needs to get back to the base to try and help his allies out because they're losing a Rax.
He can't go back. He's being annoyed by the Dawnbreaker, but the stun was just used, so he's gonna TP now. But he has no mana. He needs to heal.
Okay, good news is, guys, Mirage used EMP on the Huskar. The mana is burned. I repeat, the mana is burned. They alacrity the Eng to try and get her to clear this banner faster. And it's so funny watching Ethereal interact with this Enchantress because he straight up does not care about her. He just walked up and just ignored completely.
He knows he won't be able to kill her.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ench has been doing a lot of work, you know, delaying the game, like just giving more and more time for the Morphling to farm. I mean, the lead hasn't really grown exponentially, for the Kalmychata side.
Yeah. I think you would like to find a lot more with this Aegis, right? You built the Satanic to go up to high ground ASAP. You get a tower, sure, but I think a lot more is expected in moments like this when you have such a dominant map position. A bit of an unfortunate dust there in the top lane. Woe was looking for Mirage, who was split pushing the wave with some meteors. He managed to sneak past them. He's actually gone for a Boots of Travel, so he's planning to try and cut waves and play the map as well.
The Huskers on your high ground, there's no point cutting waves right now.
Sure.
They have to try to delay here, like somehow. Find a way to
TPing back
stop
now.
him.
Nefrit, you gotta be careful. You can't get too close. Ethereal wants
Butterfly
to
is
pop on
online.
your head.
They have
Okay.
Butterfly on Morphling now.
Is
This
it
a
time to
big,
fight?
big
That's the
time.
question.
He wants to trade, but Dawn can defend.
Yeah. It's not really a fair fight there. His team might just need him back. He has to be careful though where he TPs. For now, your rack's still dropping. I mean,
Yep,
Dream's not
but-
coming back.
But they killed the wave. The back door is already back, so they only lost the
Okay.
range racks. I mean, Say is just keeping the game in intact, for them. He's just dragging wave, wasting time. He's just being very annoying on the Enchantress.
Yeah, this guy is. I mean, it's his best
And there's
hero
no creep
for a
waves.
reason.
Look at the mid and top lane. The Ember and the
Yeah.
Enchantress has already cleared all the creep waves.
Yeah, and part of that is that Remnant, right? Look at the Remnant next to the tier 2. It just expires, but GZ just places it there. It was right there, I swear, and it completely wipes out the creep wave. Like, he comes in, he just flame guards it a little bit, and that's it. Okay. Well, your Aegis still got 1 minute and 30 seconds on it. I don't know how much more you can try and push.
How is she
Looks-
not dying?
She will go down. She will finally go down. So she was planted in that secret shop area for 2 straight minutes and finally gets addressed.
Oh my god, she took so long for them to kill her. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
really
crazy.
surprised nobody bought a vessel to just deal with this.
I guess it messes with the scaling for the Void Spirit a bit too much. I was so sure he would try and get it. Maybe the Snapfire. Not really natural items for these supports to get.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting the Void Spirit to get it, but you're right. Maybe
Yeah,
on the carry Void Spirit, it's too inconvenient to buy it.
Okay, back to regular programming, folks. Ethereal is on your high ground. Again, this is a game that Zero Tenacity started so far behind, and it's still looking to be an easy Kalmychata finish as long as they can just keep their eyes on these objectives and stop getting distracted by pesky enchantresses. Say it's back, your Morphling's farmed up, but they don't seem interested to come back and fight. The Morphling is still playing in the bot side. He's looking for the trade. He knows that Anko can't stop by himself, the Morphling.
keeping back
Now
heroes.
the TP's come back. Dream needs to get out of here. Do you have any way of stopping him? Doesn't seem like it. TP cancelled though. Immediate arena. Oh, Cataclysm coming down. They're gonna eliminate the Jakiro. Now the TP from this Husker. They're getting pulled around the map right now. TP back from Dream. I mean, they did lose the racks in the end at the top side, but I think this is what you want. And now Rare God showing in the mid lane. Mirage looking for a catch. You got a cold snap. Don't got the range though. Rare Gods with the 4-staff away. GZ with the catch. Slight chains. Looking for a target. Didn't have it off cooldown. Will now. And Mirage gets a kill. At Zero Tenacity, they are living up to their name in the opposite manner. They are showing us a lot of grit in this game number 3.
Yeah, the Morphling is also going to finish his BKB. I think it's time for the Morphling to
shit.
finally face his demons in the
Okay.
the form of the Husker. The 1v1 duel will begin.
Here we go.
I mean, it would be funny if one fight, and then the game just ends between the Morphling and the Husker.
I mean, one thing's for certain, Zero Tenacity do not want to lose this series. They are putting their hearts on their sleeves right now and pushing the issue. All these little plays from the Ember, the Enchantress, being absurdly annoying for Kalmychata to deal with. And you think about it, who is going to catch these people out? I feel like on paper, the Void Spirit should be doing pest extermination duty, but he's just not really in the right positions to punish them.
I mean, it's also really difficult, right? If there's two pests, 2 to 3 heroes that's splitting the map, you can only catch one hero. And he doesn't really have enough damage to kill that one hero because the hero just doesn't have that much, right now.
Sure.
So you need to constantly bring a +1 with you. I mean, he's gonna finish off the Ember with the Ice Path, right? So that's
Okay.
one pass down,
Yeah.
one bug squashed. I mean, at least they have a Dawn, you know. The Dawn can always just clean up the trash on the lane. Like just pushing out the waves, you know. Even if he can't kill the bugs, but he's just dealing with the wave.
Say making the
And now,
decision not to show on the tower now and Ethereal on the high ground.
you know,
BKB complete.
100 gold. They need 100 gold on the Morph.
I don't know whether they have the time.
150. One wave. He's gonna wave this creep. He's gonna get
You
it.
gotta maybe you sell the.
Oh no, they're
he's
killing
gonna
him
get
before he
caught!
gets it.
He's gonna get caught. Oh.
All right, okay, that's game. That's
Okay,
it.
yeah,
He has
well,
no buyback.
It was cool.
Oh,
It
well.
was cool. Zero Tenacity, you know, they tried their best, but at the very last hurdle, I think they faltered a little bit here. Don't think there's a way for them to kill this Huskar at just a margin of 100 gold. A couple of bounties, a creep wave, 2 jungle camps that would have changed everything. But instead now, they stare down the bottom of the barrel after putting in so much effort to try and come back in this game. You have to buy back on your Mars after he gets instantly eliminated, but it's mega creeps now. All racks dropping and hope starting to fade. Zero Tenacity, 30 seconds without their Morphling. They still need to try and hang on. They're not tapping out just yet. I want to show that grit, but how do you even begin to kill any hero without the carry? Gonna hang on, stick around, try and pull off the impossible here on the back of their Morphling. I don't know if they have it.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be very hard right now. They can only sit and wait. I mean, the Huskar is. I think he's gonna just wait for the next rush, finish his eggs, get the eggs, get the cheese, and then come with come after that. You know, like he's not gonna come siege the high ground right now. He's definitely gonna wait and just make sure he secures everything.
Yeah, you say that, but maybe this AD rune was enough to change their minds. They are now on the prowl looking for something juicy. A Morphling would satiate their appetites, but they might just have to settle for this Enchantress again. Ice Path, locker in place. You got the Icebreaker facet. We didn't really mention that. Mirage gets killed off by the Dawnbreaker in the bot lane. The jump there from the Void Spirit. The mid jump was just a diversion. And now 45 seconds without your Cataclysm. That's a lot of the team fight damage. Sure, the Morphling can kill a single target, but there are 5 of them that you need to worry about. And in comes Ethereal again. This Huskar has been a problem for them start to finish, and Dream can't put a dent in him. Dream will turn around, pop the BKB, and die in his own little puddle. GG is called. He's gonna get dropped. And that will conclude our series. Very anticlimactic. I mean, we were already starting to feel the dread. Oh, the tips come through. Sad face, damn. That's a little bit cold, not gonna lie, but as the dust settles, Kalmychata will come out onto as the draft ended. It looked so difficult for them to find a creative solution out of this mess.
Yeah, I mean, it was really difficult. I mean, they tried to move their heroes around, Ember support, they played the Invoker mid, but it was just very difficult, right, from the get-go. I think they definitely had a shot, you know, with the Morphling being very, very farm. They got a lot of Sunstrike kills on the Invoker. That kind of gave them a way, you know, to come back into the game, but unfortunately, Ethereal on his Huskar, he really understands the hero, what he needs to do, how he's moving on the map, taking the towers, and his itemization as well. Really, really, I think good for the game. He knows that nobody can hit the tower, so he has to buy items to allow him to siege, and he won them the game almost single-handedly.
Yeah, absolutely. Really stellar stuff here, and continuing to show why Kalmychata is one of the top teams to be worried about in this group. But that wraps up our festivities for today. Division 2 comes to a close. I believe we're the last stream still going. But tomorrow, more Dota 2 action as there always has been. But small little note here, so far, every day has been starting at around 2:30 p.m. Central European summertime. But tomorrow, we're actually going to have the first match, Team T versus Team Yandex, and that is happening a bit earlier. By a bit, I mean 11:30 a.m. So that'll be on the mainstream, ESL_Dota 2. That's the only game starting earlier, and then the rest of the games are at the regular time. There is four games at 2:30 p.m., and then another 4 games at 6. But we'll be there to bring you through the action. Team T, Team Yandex. Team T, of course, replacing Mouse because Mouse are busy playing in the Blast tournament happening right now. But up against Yandex. It should be a fun one. That'll be the first time we get to see that team on our stream, and I'm very excited. But for tonight, thank you for joining us, and good night.
Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide.
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in